As far as the relationship about what you need to think about when that edge appears is that there's nothing to think about. There's nothing to consider. There's nothing to evaluate. There's nothing to analyze.
Some of the most successful, I got to chime in here, some of the most successful traders that I found were very, very simple and straightforward to the point. They had one tool, they acted on it, period, at the end.
Right.
All the guys that aren't making money, I can tell you that I remember specifically, there was this one guy, I'm not going to mention any names, I'd walk into his office, he had Bloomberg, bar charts, all these 15 million screens going on, he's analyzing, picking, I see him and all this. And the guy's driving around a 1982 Honda, and this is 1998. He's got a 1982 Honda, and and what you drive doesn't mean anything about, what kind of money you're making, but the guy just couldn't make a buck.
Right.
And
Executed.
he would commit all of his money towards these types of tools that cost thousands of dollars a month, and just couldn't make a decision because it was just an overload for him.
Well, and I know that a lot of people that are new to Wise Trade and watching Wise Trade TV, I mean, we talk, a little bit about, be aware if the stock you're about to trade has some news story on it that could affect if it's earnings or, some big drug announcement. But for the most part, keep it simple.
Yeah.
Can I interrupt you just for a second, Sue? Because what you're bringing up is really important. What you do is you take that news story and factor it into how much you're going to risk.
Right.
Factor it into where you set your stop.
Exactly.
Very good. Yeah. Okay. We have another caller. It's Molly in California. Good morning, Molly.
Good morning,
Hi, Molly.
Susan, Jared, and Mark.
Good morning.
What question do you have for us?
Okay. Well, first I want to tell you thank you to Wise Trade TV for bringing Mark on the show because it's really helped me a lot. My question has to do with what he was first talking about. Are you there?
No, we're here.
Okay, sorry. I started looking at the TV. I'm so sorry. Okay, he was talking about what a pro sees. He said a pro sees his entry. If you could just go back over just what else the pro does. After he sees his entry, what does he do? I got the part where you said he has a money plan. But what else does he do?
He acts.
Immediately.
Yeah, no, really, it's pretty simple. When a professional trader, when his edge appears, he doesn't think about whether the edge is going to work or not. But what he does think about is how much is it going to cost him to find out if the trade's going to work. In other words, he assesses the risk, puts the appropriate stops in the market, and develops a plan for how he's going to take his profits if the trade goes in his favor. Does that help?
Sure. You're saying he actually goes in, puts his stops in place.
Not all pros put their stops in place, by the way. There are people, for example, I often don't put stops in the market. I just wait for the market to come to my price and I just get out. I just don't have to put it because I know I'm not going to violate that principle.
That's a personality.
That's just well, that's me. In other words, I know there's no possible way I'm going to violate the issue. So sometimes I'll put a stop in the market, sometimes I won't. But oftentimes I don't. It doesn't matter. If I'm sitting at the screen, I won't bother doing it.
But you're the disciplined trader.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
So you can do that.
You really are like the disciplined trader.
Well, yeah.
I mean, literally.
Literally, yeah.
Okay, well, we have a good email from Bruce, and it says, wonderful show. I find myself making a few trades successfully, and then I have a larger losing trade. Sometimes it is caused by a sudden market move on the opening, which I am hoping that market will come down to my entry or even worse, where I had my original stop loss. This has been very disappointing over the years. My wife and friends think I'm the most intelligent investor, and yet I've never had a profitable year trading, and I've been trading and trying to learn how to be profitable for over 30 years. Please help, and yes, I'll do anything.
Yes, I'll do it. You know what? I'm gonna have to read that.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I followed all of it, so.
One of the tools or one of the techniques that I recommend if you've had a series of wins and to taking losses is to take your wins you've had in your paper trading account. Let's just say you're very consistent at making $1. And don't let your losers exceed the maximum that you've been winning. Go ahead, Mark.
Okay, first of all, to address this email, I find myself making a few trades successfully, and then I have a larger losing trade. Sometimes it's caused by a sudden market move on the opening, which I'm hoping that the market will come down. Okay, now, first of all, there's something we didn't have time to address, and we really don't even have a lot of time to do it now, but I'm going to bring it up. And that's consistency just isn't a function of learning how to think in probabilities. In other words, it isn't learning, to train your mind mind to understand and believe that there's a random outcome to these consistent patterns. There's also other factors involved, and that's what I call self-sabotaging beliefs, where not everyone, we don't grow up with this unlimited capacity of self-valuation. In other words, how much money am I really worth, or
Executed.
And what can end up happening.
Executed. Executed. Executed.
GME. 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 GME.
Executed. Executed.
AMC.
Executed.
AMC. AMC.
Executed.
CCLD. INKT. RPHM.
BTOG.
Executed.
push to the upside.
It is the #1 idea here on the sticky note, but I mean, GME's #2, and GME's the only stock that we're in. And right now, welcome to the Dollar Club already right there on GameStop. I'm still going to hold for a little bit higher.
Yeah, GameStop
25.50, maybe I can get out of
20. I think 28 on the daily was like the next level to the upside. It's like 20 on the bottom, 28 even on the top side of GameStop. So its range could be huge.
AMC.
Still can't get AMC. I think what's happening is the locates are probably getting repriced because there's a lot of demand for shorts on these names for day traders. So they're probably adjusting the price of AMC shorts. We're going to try and get those locates because I want to have them by the open. Apple, look, we were talking about this one, I guess, before we did the rundown, 185. It just has to hold on to this line at the open. It's already support pre-market. If it were to dip lower, I'll like every single even dollar, but the 183 would be that's the Alamo today on them. But I'm looking long in this bull flag on the daily that you got here on Apple. I don't want to be looking short on this name. It would have to be at like $190 before I'd be thinking about that short. If it fails 185, I think you're just going to have to be patient. If it can't hold on to that at the open, then don't stand in front of the moving, freight train or dropping, whatever you want to call it, falling knife. Just wait around. 184 was a resistance level right away at the open, and I like resistance into support turning into support. So I look at that level first, then the previous close sits at 83. Like, it doesn't get any more simple than that. Like, every even dollar is a place to find a go zone. For Apple today, yeah, it's not that complicated.
All right, here's the other end of the spectrum here then for this OpenAI deal.
AMC.
Here's Google just made session lows right now, 164.50 downside in the pre-market. Microsoft not really doing a heck of a lot as far as price action is concerned compared to the other two, but it is higher to start things off.
Yeah, so widely anticipated here that we're going to get some Apple news at this event. But there's other things to talk about, guys. Altman was on the All In podcast last week, and he was pressed on when ChatGPT 5 is going to be available. He said they don't even know if they're going to call it that. And the timetable for its release, is really unknown at the moment. So a lot of unanswered questions about what is next from OpenAI. I'll definitely be all ears today.
Yeah, remember going back to Friday, we had this huge move up in Google, and that was on those comments from Sam Altman suggesting that today is definitely not about OpenAI or ChatGPT 5, and it's also not about anything search related. So into the close, we had the move higher on Friday. Here we are gapping lower on the Apple news.
Yeah, look, I mean,
that OpenAI, yeah.
Google's is
let's go.
It's like the weakest. It's the only thing down. Like, they're down 2.5%. Like, that's not fantastic for them, obviously. And I'm pretty bullish on the market. I think mostly along ideas, but it's going to be hard to ignore. 162 was a wipeout bottom when they essentially said, "Hey, by the way, Apple's not going to have that news like right away at the open." Or on Monday, when that got pulled back, 166 is where it was at, and 166 was support. Today, that looks like a resistance level on Google. But it's just, there's a good long opportunities out there. I feel like if this does try to go green, that's probably come way too far, and you don't want to fight it. So I think the 66 would be the only place I'm looking for a short. And I need some market weakness. If the market's weak, this would be the one I go to. But it wasn't at the top of my list to be short in Google. Their event's going to be tomorrow. Not much to see in terms of Microsoft and levels. Didn't necessarily love anything I saw there. But it is trying to break out the 420 if you are watching. 415 doesn't look that bad either. Last week's resistance, dipping back in on Microsoft. Not a lot of bearish-looking chart ideas. Google's pretty much the only one out of that big cap tech that doesn't look all that great. I guess Tesla, but I almost don't count Tesla these days.
No, I mean, I really like trading Tesla. We've done pretty good on Tesla, but you know what we just did pretty good on right now? You got to ring the register right here. There's $1 and change. We just got, again, we're in it 3 times now. So we already talked about this possibly being a big trade down here, let alone now we've added more shares. So we'll have to take something out. It just came back right up to the top. It's already been up here. The volume's fine. It's not. The thing about this is the volume's not really picking up right now. But here it goes again. Let's go. I mean, I didn't look at Google or at Microsoft today. I'm too bullish. I wrote it down. I mean, the word bullish is on the top of this. I don't really want to look at Google if it's going to be down here. So we'll hold off on my Google thought and just transfer it all over to stocks that are moving in a direction that I want to play with, right? So right now, all my attention is pretty much on GameStop. So I do have ARM is trade idea on here as well. So when we get to that, I'll have a little bit to say about ARM.
Get 3 days in a row here up nicely in the pre-market, actually testing highs right now for ARM on this. $64 billion investment coming from SoftBank. Yeah, AI chips to come. This part is pretty interesting, as soon as next year from ARM.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Yeah, so looking for the prototype in mid-2025 and then actual production by the end of the year. You'll know that ARM is specifically designing chips that work better with mobile devices because they take less energy. So this is going to be really good if they get into the AI side of things. We'll have to see exactly how they do. They are also, Brendo, looking to build out chips for data centers as well as mobile. So
yeah, this is clearly SoftBank's move into the AI realm. I don't think there is an OTC listing for SoftBank. It's over in Japan, but wild stock if anyone wants to pull up the chart of SoftBank as well.
So I'm pretty familiar with it. It's SFTBY. So there is one in OTC, but it's just to give you guys the reference here. Brendan's right. I mean, the volume, it's not huge in this, but there is an ADR. So this is SFTBY. So you can have a look at that. I'm not expecting too much, but we have ARM written down here. And again, the thing about ARM is it's been really well received off earnings. So in order to defend that, it's like, why not? I mean, this level of breakout of 110 seems to be real, and now you're getting more news. We talked about some AI positivity today other than Google. There's an OpenAI event. ARM's in the right space. We know all about them. And yeah, I mean, breaking through this $110 level seems to be pretty good to me. I wrote down here, and again, remember, I'm writing this when we're at 112. Now we're all the way up at 114. So we talked about trying to get into 110 again. So if it does that, and you're trading ARM, it's a pretty must-long area. I mean, it's just, the levels there on the daily, we had that breakout right now. So yeah, I mean, if we were under here, it would be a smash long. So now that we're above it, it's a dip long. So that's, those are the ideas there for me on ARM. And again, we did already take that dollar on GME.
Yeah, when I sat down, I was pretty convinced we'd get the 110. Because it was only at that 112. And then on top of that, like you have NVIDIA go to the downside and ARM doesn't blink. Now, obviously, it's a very specific thing, like China to NVIDIA at the end of the day. But it didn't do anything with regards to ARM. Like it dipped down like maybe 60 or 70 cents. So I don't know if we'll get that 110, but 112 on ARM. If you go all the way back to when it failed 110 on the way down, there was 112. Pretty much in the middle of the day that was resistance. It would have been right on this day here, April 18th. On the way down, 112 was kind of like a resistance level in there. So I feel like going back into that level can work at the open if you're going to go dip buy hunting. So those are the two places. It makes it pretty easy. 110, 112 where the players dwell. Obviously, AMD and NVIDIA, that news kind of changes things for them, but it doesn't look like it's changed anything for ARM, so that stays along.
It'll be long NVIDIA.
English. Wow. We'll talk about semiconductors here to the upside this morning, including, Jefferies with a positive note for the entire group, as we saw on the upgrades and downgrades board this morning. With that flush, though, from that NVIDIA headline, all of these, I mean, AMD back to flat here, NVIDIA basically the same.
Yeah, Jefferies giving the nod to almost every single microchip semiconductor name, for the exception of a couple. They had Intel on hold, not buy or outperform, as well as AMAT. You saw that on the upgrades and downgrades today with Adara. They got the downgrade, so not a good look here for Applied Materials.
We are brought to you by our friends over at Blue Chew. Guys, remember the good old days when you were always ready to go? Well, those days don't have to be over. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in convenient chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. Sign up today. BlueChew.com. Use the promo code TraderTV. Consult with one of their licensed medical providers and you'll receive your prescription discreetly delivered to your door within days. No awkward doctor's visits, no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Try Blue Chew for free. Pay $5 shipping. BlueChew.com. Use promo code TraderTV.
Yes, sir. And look, the chip names, It is what it is. Like that news on NVIDIA. I was just like checking out Zeekr, by the way, which
GME.
It's making moves, but I went to look at the volume on that new IPO. New IPOs are always pretty low volume, but that's not great on that Zeekr. I think it's going to be a tricky one, especially in the pre-market. I wouldn't want to touch ZK. But NVIDIA, so far, it looks like they're not caring too much about the China news. You're down slightly from where we were. It was 1% up, and we're trading just in front of that 910 level, and you're back into the 905. So I think it gets put to the test. I mean, at the end of the day, it was, can it set up a breakout above 910 anyways
GME.
for NVIDIA? And that's essentially where we're still right back to. So I think you just got to go right back to that. Well, it looks like it's held the 900 for now. You're a little more cautious, I think, here. Like, I already liked ARM. ARM doesn't have the bad news that you just got going on out of China there. You have to worry about with NVIDIA. And I would say this does change AMD's outlook a little bit here, as that's not recovering the same way that NVIDIA did. So NVIDIA pretty much right back to where it was. AMD holding down and around those lows. So I think they might actually be in a little bit of a penalty box. It was specific to NVIDIA news, but this isn't getting bought up as much. So all of a sudden, I don't really like AMD as much as I'm going to like ARM and NVIDIA here today, unfortunately, because AMD probably had the easier looking breakout level, but the fact that they're not buying this back up the same way, makes me want to be at least at a minimum patient with it. You got to be able to react to the news and the way the stock's reacting to the news.
Yeah, we had NVIDIA written down here as 900 on the sticky note, and this doesn't even require really too much talk. Simple and easy, buy dips into 900. So that's exactly what we did, and then that news happened, and then I considered myself lucky to get out. So not lucky P&L wise, because it's now a $5 winner, but at the same time, well, $4.50. But at the same time, I feel like that's proper risk management when news like that hits. So we'll be sad about NVIDIA for now, and we will change our mind about buying that 900 dip, because now that there's that news there, although we did hold,
SYTA.
it's just not really worth seeing the market reaction. There's so many other things to trade. I mean, you can see right now what's happening. So we're still in love with this GameStop position, and we're going to wait to see what happens here as it now takes out brand new. I mean, we have things for this one right now. It's called A, making money, and B,
AMC.
we get to go to the moon right here and see what happens now with AMC as well, as there goes GME right now, brand new. Congratulations, everybody. This was the very first trade. I sat down, punched the keys, we went live, looked at GameStop, boom. So we're in this one from 8:30. Not only are we in it once, we're in it thrice. So let's see now what happens here with GameStop going higher and higher, like 10% in the, we're long at 20. So yeah, almost $2 on 24. So 8% or so in the money on this position, and looking to go a lot higher. I said already when we first went in this is probably going to be the trade. So now let's just see, we're in it. You can get out if you want to now. We'd already be having probably one of these kind of days, the trophy day, but we're gonna wait to see if we can have multiple trophies on board. Thank you, Randy.
Thanks,
I did already have a banana, but potassium is definitely
it's important.
Fantastic.
I went with the tangerine myself.
Yeah.
We have fresh fruit now with the office.
Yeah,
well, we always had the
we always had it, but I will take some more coffee if you have a possibility for doing that.
Yes.
AMC.
Cheers, my guy. All right.
All done.
There we go, man. Yeah, Michelle Hebert says
NIO.
be greedy. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you have to be, and that's why, like, we're here to trade these names, and we've seen it before. Like, it's experience. Hopefully, many of us, just a couple of years ago, had seen moves like this, and we've seen it with Carvana. We've seen it with a lot of names happening here. So, we're pretty familiar with it. We'll just sit here and do what we do best. So, back over to the desk.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much to talk about when it comes to this, but let's touch on it real quick. If you missed it, what a difference a image makes, I guess. For Roaring Kitty, back on social media for the first time since 2021, has not only GME taking out the highs right now, but all of these former
GME.
meme stocks upside in a big way.
AMC.
Yeah, DJT, KOSS, AMC, keep your eyes on those names as well. We know Carvana.
Executed.
W also can go. These are all some of the meme starts to move 40% short sale. This could absolutely skyrocket. 40% of the float is shorted. But why wouldn't it be up 20% when they've dropped 15 consecutive quarterly losses in a row? Yeah, you'll recall that they dropped 18% in sales last time around. They reported their Q1 earnings. So, no fundamental reason for this company to go, but this is a trade. Look at it that way.
Just noting oil just fell $1 there on pretty high volume. There was an OPEC Plus headline suggesting they're going to have another look at output, again, specifically for OPEC Plus. So oil just went 79 down to 78, holding there at this point.
It doesn't get any spicier, my guy.
You're probably not going to watch oil today. Look, I'll give you an example.
Executed.
I took a break on Beyond Meat yesterday in the afternoon. It was like an 8 or 9 cents worth of risk. It has a million short, whatever the massive short float is. It went like 20 cents or so and then didn't really continue. And the volume on Beyond Meat, if you come to the chart here quickly, like the gap up is huge, but this was gearing up for a big break in the afternoon. It barely even moved. It was good, like you don't lose on the trade. And if it does a similar thing today, I'm kind of a little bit skeptical on it that it can go as much as these other ones. Like AMC's already starting to moon. GameStop not so much, but AMC's already in a moonshot mode, and Beyond Meat's barely even going here. That's got to be the differentiator. That SPRW or whatever it was, at least that's moving. And we'll get the plug in a second, but Beyond Meat, just got to see some volume come through on this. It was disappointing taking that breakout because the way I saw it, the way everything else was going, when I had that break in the afternoon, I was expecting it to take the second level and get into that $9 if it was truly going to be a volume squeeze. And that just never happened. Volume was there. It's not necessarily there this morning. You're just in the wrong place if you're looking at this one. You're actually in the wrong place if you're looking at GameStop as well. I mean, that's barely, again, it's barely even moving, and it's just AMC continue to go higher and higher and higher. Ignore these wicks up at the top on AMC. It is a double top at 13. This is the double top. This is a dark pool wick. If it gets up there, essentially it was there for just a couple of minutes up at AMC. It was never really there this time. So this is going to be a new test at those highs. Let's see if it can punch through. I'm not taking any of these other names. If they're going through highs. It's just too risky because Beyond Meat's the kind of thing that'll fall down way too fast on you. I think it'll be at least reasonable for a bounce play on AMC and GameStop, which is still hovering around 70.
All right, we'll touch on Plug Power, just reading through some of the details here for this deal. I mean, Sharif and I were just discussing this. I mean, the company as of the close yesterday was a $2.15 billion market cap, and they just secured $1.6 billion in funding from the U.S. government, essentially, to come through. So this thing takes back the entire range here on the daily chart. We're set to open 475. It looks like right now, just below $5. So I mean, 280, 275 yesterday, right through to $5. Crazy.
Yeah, I'm absolutely possible if you're up 65% in the pre. So look what they're doing here. They're looking to basically build on their technology using these hydrolyzer machines. It's a New York-based company, but they have areas all over the country where they build out these hydrogen facilities, and that's exactly what this is all going to be. It's not new, Brendo. They received money a few months ago, and really nothing came of it, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, look at the daily chart. This thing's done nothing since the end of last year. And oh yeah, it is also 27.5% short.
KOSS.
Plugs lined up nice.
It's now $2 in the monies right now for AMC
CCL.
as we continue to go higher. But I just sat down, so I heard plug is nice.
Well, look, plug's got a triple top, 200 period, basically everything set up for a breakout. If the shorts if it gets through 525, yeah, I like the quarters just because it's 519 as a random price. If it gets through the quarters, then you've got a lot of room to rally. The fact that it has news is even a little bit better as well. So you got to like it here in plug. It's giving you that little stair step. Even into VWAP here at 420, I mean, give me a break. If VWAP is going to set up at 420 on a day like today, that's a reasonable area to dip by. So I do like this. I have an order for Novavax, and I'm actually moving it over to plug because let's quickly show you what NVAX is doing. Like NVAX, not really doing anything right now. You're seeing it basically go sideline. So if it makes the break, it makes the break. Plug Power I think if you're looking at something that isn't AMC or GameStop, it just kind of sets up better for me. VWAP in here at that 420. If it gets through the 5.25, I think that's the kind of like smash level. The good thing about a breakout, if it doesn't go, you don't have to take it. And if it does go, immediately scalp them out and then try to hold. Breaks to me resolve themselves really quickly. Otherwise, you don't need to be in them for that long. So Plug Power definitely on that radar. I didn't read too much into the news. Make sure you check out the watch list if you're into that.
HOLO.
But all you need is some kind of a catalyst when you got the short float today.
Yeah, we're a name that we just put on the sticky note as well is going to be Palantir. So former meme name as well. So it only has 4 or 5% short because, it's going to be added to the S&P 500. There's lots of talk about Palantir all the time. Obviously a highly traded name, but not really moving around yet. Wow, this AMC, guys, just in what we've done here today, might be good enough, to be where we need to be. But honestly, let's just see how high this one can grow. I mean, congratulations, Chef Joe. Congratulations, everybody that's trading with me here on AMC and GME and costs and all of that. Despite us talking about all of it, you got to have these positions on. And for those of you guys that have it on, congratulations, because it does take something, definitely some sort of, whatever it is to get in here and trade this. So congratulations to all of you, because this is not easy trading for sure. It's very, but I like Palantir. So Palantir right now, dip buy opportunities. We see this bottom here at $20.50. So if something does happen, that's where we'd like to get long. I'm bidding $20.70. I think that would be a really good opportunity there as well. And then just looking for a breakout, I wrote down 21.25, but that's just kind of like this level. I'm not 100% sure about that. The much better break is up here at 21.80. So with the kind of day that we're having, that is a very good possibility to get back up there. So, all right, here we go. So what color Lambo would everybody be choosing? Hamster wants to know. Yeah, I'm just going to probably just go with I like Sharif's blue. I might go with a black one just because that's how I roll,
Matte black.
I never thought coming from the streets of Brampton I'd be able to be sitting here and doing all of this. So I think we'll go black on black. Exactly like that. So that's a little bit of Rick Ross
Executed.
there, black on black. We're gonna get going on that one, and then we're gonna be driving around MIA. So get ready for everybody in Miami.
SNDL. Cost halted.
After GameStop.
KOSS will resume at 9 hours 40 minutes and 16 seconds.
On open here for AMC because it might be a disaster. So let's wait to see what happens now. As downside, we don't have a lot of shares, but on halts, very, very risky. It would have been nice for GameStop to open higher because then we would have been like,
Executed.
oh, okay, AMC's a jam. But for right now, yeah, go ahead.
Before we go, I punched into again on BlackBerry, but it's not falling the same way it did before.
RCEL.
So I'm just going
MNSO.
FENC may resume in less than a minute. MAXN.
The first time through, it was like a very, very clean move. You got like a 10% move down. It's moving like 3 or 4 cents, which doesn't make any sense to me. AMC just opened as well. It looks like it's headed back into the downside. And okay, so it's down at 1050.
All right, we're going to get out. We're going to hold 20% of AMC here. All right, it's halting
GME halted. CCLGME will resume at 9 hours 41 minutes and 5 seconds.
Okay. It does not halt. I was taking it short and then the fake halted. Man, this is a hell of a lot of fun right now. All right, we'll go short again here at 45 on AMC and see if we can get something printing here for us. What's up, Adara? Oh, and there it goes right back up. What's up, Adara?
I found a story on AMD here, getting a price target caught from Evercore ISI to 200, 190. From 200 to 193, nothing huge
Executed.
here, but could be a little bit of explainer for that move down in Advanced Micro Devices, guys.
CCLD.
It's wild. So
I went short on AMC there. Now it's bouncing around. This is like
AMC is there's so much liquidity going back and forth in either direction that it gets to a halt band and they're just breaking it in the other direction. So you got to be real careful. I'd like it to resolve higher because I was looking for bounces. I was covering.
Yes, man. I don't know. Let's get new generations involved. Anyways.
The best part is Powell. We don't even have to. We don't
Everybody
have to care
wants
about
us
Powell.
to clip all this. I don't know.
Clip it all.
Clip it. There.
Look, GameStop's going to open first. Now remember, whatever GameStop does, AMC is going to do, probably. So I'm going to, no matter what happens, I'm going to have a stop set on AMC. But if GameStop opens higher and gets to $60, which it just opened, there's 50. Go to another halt, and we're going to be golden on AMC. Yeah, this is kind of moved my trail on that way. I just moved my trail down into 53 because if this comes back into the downside, I am long underneath the $50 level. I do not need this pulling back and then losing on both.
Executed.
That's the problem.
So if it goes down, if it halts down, I'm punching. BlackBerry is the short that I want because BlackBerry is BlackBerry and it doesn't have as much of a reason to go higher. So I'm looking for a hold into the 60 level. But if we can't hold on to 53, I'll get out of that, punch short, but it's still going higher in GME. Come on, go up, break the top. No, it came down in hull 54.
What was the
and
hull
it's trying
price?
The hull was actually at 55.60.
55.60. Okay, so
it's beneath the hull price right now.
Okay.
But it held on to that 53.
SMR.
That was this little candle in here onto the upside. So if we break this top, I think we're headed to 60, and then AMC should open up and probably head to $11. But it has to break this top, which is the initial halt down at 57. Once that's broken, I move my trail higher. AMC's opened up as well.
Look at Luke Waters there.
Be careful with AMC.
Look at Luke Waters here. I'm down $500, but here's $5 because I'm loving the show. I mean, shout the hell out to you, my guy, right there. Okay, AMC is now resumed right now. GameStop's resumed. We got a little piece out there. I don't like Neil, man. We don't want this to hold to the downside. So let's just be very
I got out of AMC.
A couple. I did not. I'm out. I mean, I'm getting out, but we're still in it. Let's put another offer in the 20s here. See if we can get something. Thanks so much, Luke, by the way, for that, and everybody that super chatted. Bears versus Bulls. If Neil or I are missing any super chats, please just send them to us in a private chat because I want to acknowledge everybody today. This is a special day. All right, so there it goes, man. Nicely done there. And then, okay, it looks like it's going to go the other way. Fed Chair Powell, he's on the ones and twos. So we'll say what's up to Fed Chair Powell, who I thought he's calling. Okay, okay, I'll get that, but let's go to Adair and see what Fed Powell has to say.
We do have that. Fed Chair Powell just started delivering comments expected to summarize the U.S. economic situation. So if we see anything interesting coming out of there, I will let you know. He has said right now that the U.S. economy has been performing, quote, very well. So we'll keep you guys updated on those comments. Also worth noting, Rumble, RUM, to the upside here, up about 5%, 4.2% short float, market cap of about $2 billion. So not massive, but it is worth noting as well. Yesterday, announcing that they are suing Google for $1 billion due to an alleged ad monopoly. Worth noting as well, RUM reporting after close tonight. So this one definitely on watch here.
Okay, so we
Rumble
just got
reports.
Rumble, never heard of it. Yeah, so right now, shout out to Canada, by the way. Shout out to Canada.
HTZ.
Right
LCID.
there. Okay, so right now, I got out of everything of AMC. We put on a small piece there on that halt. Nothing like, you saw my price didn't even really change. But on the move down, we're going to get out of that. GameStop halted down. So that to me was the reason to panic out of AMC. Now, the trade that I've only had two trades today.
WINVU will resume at 10 hours, 11 minutes, and 13 seconds.
SOS.
GME
I got
halted.
killed on AMD.
GME will resume at 10 hours, 10 minutes, and 37
seconds. It took out 152.
SMR.
I had the high of the day on AMD. Remember yesterday I had the high of the day on SoFi? Unfortunately, this happens, man. I got to get better at picking, but like if you just put your stop 1 cent higher than mine, which mine was at like 152.05 or something like that, or probably 02. All right, then you're still in this trade and it's an absolute monster. We don't even have, those are just for fun. These are the real positions. We put that on our sticky note, 51.50. Bye-bye. Okay, nice little downside move right now happening in AMD. So now we're back in the money. Hopefully we can spin this a dollar club, but we would be on cloud 9 right now if we didn't have that move back to the upside there for AMD. But that's trading for you. I'm trying to stay focused in what we want. It is now Powell on the ones and twos. Dead Poets.
I have no idea.
Taylor Swift is Dead Poets. What's it called? Society.
OMI.
Oh, Tortured Poets Department. Wow, that was way off. I actually said that to my daughter, and she was like, what the hell's Dead Poets?
That's a great movie.
I know.
That's a really
Anyways, we're starting to go back up to the upside right now for AMC.
Yeah,
it is
AMC's
ripping.
back
Right now, back to the upside. So there goes AMC now. I was just going to bring it back to watching movies, but
PASG.
Taylor Swift movie, of course, is on Disney. Here we go, AMC breaking through 10. We got out there, and we're waiting for GME to open back up. Really, that's
yeah. GameStop, of course, halted down. This is why I said I'm moving my trail up. Every time I didn't want to get caught in a halt, so my trail has to move higher on GameStop because I don't want to be sitting in the long position when it halts down. So I got out trailing just before it stopped out. We did have the long underneath 50, so it'll end up being a winning trade. But I got out of AMC, and then when Sean said just now, I looked over at AMC back above 10. I was in BlackBerry. What's the first thing I did? I punched short BlackBerry when GameStop halted down. It worked to the downside, but the second I saw we're back over 10, I got back out of BlackBerry. I am up on BlackBerry, but the other ones have been kind of nasty. I'm 1 for 3 on GameStop looking for bottoms because I'm going short in BlackBerry, and that's been the easier trade, to be honest with you. You know, like every single time things look really heavy, I've just been punching short into BlackBerry, and it's worked every single time. So I don't want to get away from that too much, but there are some other moves out there. We're going to go to Adara. I see people talking about SOUN. That's near those highs, but not nearly as crazy. It's falling back underneath VWAP. And then last one, Novavax is trying to make another run at the top. Novavax has legitimate reasons why it's going up outside of just the squeeze because that Sanofi deal. So let's go over to Adara, but a 15 break on Novavax looks imminent here.
SMR. And Powell just finished his comments on the state of the U.S. economy, though he is still set to continue speaking. It's an ongoing conversation, but I do have the cues up here. We got a little bit of a move up. Fed's Powell saying that they do expect continued GDP growth and expect that inflation will move back down. However, he did add this caveat saying that his confidence in inflation moving back down is lower than it was. So Powell losing confidence in inflation moving back down here, worth noting, guys.
125. Thanks for guys in the chat there for Palantir. It's right here. 20. I only have 3 names on here. Palantir, AMD, AMC with prices. We said 20 break, 2050. That didn't come in. And I said we really like 2125. That you would have never even had to blink on that one.
WINV may resume in less than a minute.
Just straight up from that. It did baseline there. It gave you lots of opportunities to get in. Missed opportunity of the day right there. So AMC and GME. So GME is going to open back up very soon. And AMC is starting to motor again back up to where it halted. So, just trying to wait to see if there is like a change in, so here's AMC 1050, so right back to where it halted. 10, what do we get?
GRPN.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. So let's now see what happens with GameStop and see if there's a trade here.
Yeah, it's holding. The halt bottom is 52.38 so far, or somewhere around there. So far, it's going to look like it holds it and heading back into the upside. Oh, yeah, going to break this top break. Remember, 57 is what it couldn't take out. Oh, it's going to halt into 57?
We punched long.
Yeah, it's going into another halt here on GameStop. Did you punch long AMC?
Yeah, I have long
BYND.
40s. And it's halting right now. So AMC, GameStop's halting. So is AMC, I think. No, it's not.
No, it's
not going to. All right, we got it. We're going to punch out
another fake out.
Oh, shoot, man. Another one. Makeouts to fake outs and breakouts here. Oh, no. Okay, well, now we're back. Okay, I don't know. This, Neil,
if GameStop halts to the upside, I'm looking for a quick punch long on AMC. But that just hasn't really happened yet. So GameStop's still flying around here.
Fake halting?
GameStop needs to break $57. That was the halt down price. That was the best reopen top. So if that breaks 57, I think it could let some of the floodgates open up there. I know Rivian's at $12. And if Novavax breaks $15, I probably am going to get triggered into it. I do have that one up. It's still at 14.40, so we got some time in there. But I'm just watching GameStop here.
I'm trying
57 break or halt to the upside, or it goes into a halt, and I'm going to punch AMC to the long side. If we fail and break down and 52 goes, you should know by now I'm just going to go over and short BlackBerry, wherever the heck it happens to be. But here comes this test of 57
Executed
on GME. Should get there any second now. You know what? I see you in the chat, Scott H. Reddit's probably a decent trade because Reddit has its own reasons why people actually want to buy it and hold it for the long.
Right there for AMC. Now in the money, 40 cents, 50 cents, starting to go. It's the GME, which is through 51 now. So shout out to 50 as it's going now. We are now in the club with AMC
executed
and GME.
Yeah, back through that 50. Good look for GameStop. like I said, it still has to break 57 into the upside,
halted.
but it's making a first
AMB,
salvo.
I will resume at 11
Every
hours
time
and
I see
18
that, I
seconds.
get more on the bid of you're right back underneath 50. I just took some out of BlackBerry, and then GameStop goes right back underneath the $50 level. It's not sustaining these moves as much as you'd like to see. SoFi, which we just took, is continuing to go, but I think it's following the market right now. I don't think SoFi really cares about the meme stuff because the NASDAQ just caught a little bit of a bid. I do have to be careful with like Intel and these chip names. NVIDIA's back at 905, and that held. That's continuing to go higher. As long as Intel's under VWAP, while NVIDIA's doing this upward trend, I feel good. The second Intel decides to follow NVIDIA, then I guess got to get out of there. And I know it's a different name and not always the most adjacent to it, but when NVIDIA really starts to go, it kind of drags everybody with it. If GameStop can hold above 50, that would be a good first step. And then right back to you guys on Tesla. Look at Tesla go. I know there's a lot of excitement about the memes, but we should just do a slow clap for Tesla up 3% today. And at the high of the day when the market is not. If you want to know what relative strength means, when the market's bouncing off of a low and the stock is trying to break out a high, that's a relatively strong stock. I would not be trying to short Tesla. I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole. Somehow with GameStop still at 50, I just got some bids down at 54 on BlackBerry. Still pretty chilled out with some of these chip names. And Novavax, I've canceled the breakout on Novavax because it's nowhere near 15 bucks. So maybe it's like a lunchtime trade. I'm not giving up on this one. They have a huge short float, and they just got a deal with Sanofi that is basically was the size of their entire market cap. So suddenly they had no going concern issues, but based on the deal, it's a squeeze breakout play through that $15 level. It just has to get up there to go. And it might be able to do it without some of the other meme names. That's the value of it.
SKYT.
If it doesn't get there, then I guess I don't trade it today.
No, yeah, so AMD's back. We only have 10% left. Whoops, we only have 10% left of AMD here as we go. We come all the way back upside right now for AMD into the 50-period moving average right there. So that was that's something. For AMC, because we're about to go now, I'll probably just hold on now. Honestly, like we just got a 57. We just got a 57, I think it was. Yeah, a 57 fill there. So we're doing pretty good right now with our fills. So I'm pretty okay with what we've got on board right now on AMC, hoping obviously for a higher move. But for right now, we'll sit here and wait to see what happens now with GameStop trying to get back down, which kind of sucks. That's GameStop, and then AMC is still holding. So I feel like AMC is a little bit better because we have some of these bottoms. Bitcoin 61 and not doing too much right now either. So a couple of risky spots here, I feel like, right now. So let's see if we can get excited about AMC
BTOC
and
halted.
maybe get back to VWAP.
BTOC will resume at 11 hours, 3 minutes, and 12 seconds.
Where these highs are, 10.30 or so. So I think $1 maybe is all for me now.
AMB, I may resume in less than a minute.
Look at SunPower. A lot of these names are starting to crest, right? I can see SunPower coming up over the horizon here after getting absolutely dumped. So if this can break out, you've got a GameStop trying to take 50. You've got AMC trying to hold $9. If they start to go, don't forget something like a SunPower over here. If you can get to that $5 level at the same time, it's already 11 o'clock. So it's been an absolutely crazy, wild show. We said you wanted to stay in the pocket today. So that's what you had to do on these types of days. I think it's well worth it because the opportunity is tremendous when they start to go. You've seen that the last couple of days. I'm talking about the meme stocks. Don't sleep on NVIDIA, red to green. If that takes out 910, it could be absolutely nasty. But you know what's up. We'll be back at 2. For now, it is the professor. It is Adara. It is Learn to Trade. And it's going to be some meme trading, 100%.
NOVA.
Let's go.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That is your girl.
NOVA.
ATLX.
ANVS. NOVA.
Executed.
BTOC may resume in less than a minute. AMC halted.
Everybody talks
AMC
about the
will resume at
S&P
11 hours 6
500.
minutes and 24
Here are 5
seconds.
facts every investor...
GME halted.
I don't like that 9
GME
EMA
will resume
curl
at
up, so
11
we're going to
hours
take it
6
out at
minutes and
84s.
16 seconds.
If we can get that, if not, I'll take mid-80s. I'm not picky. If we break above 187.10, I'm getting out. So the really tight scalp. I like that we had that rejection off 187. Took a small scalp off Robinhood as well. But how are you doing this fine day, Sharif?
Good, good. I'm going to get to the halts in a second. GameStop, AMC, both halted to the so that you don't get burned. 22 million shares done on the day today, $83 million market cap, and the float is minuscule, 2.2 million shares. Be careful with this one.
Executed.
It can absolutely go. But notice, the deeper retracements are coming into that 20 period on the 5. Make note of that because for me, I'd want to get in at a retracement. I see some fist pumping there, so someone is printing up a storm on Apple.
I got out at 88s. As the 9 EMA moves up, so do I. I get out. I know I rely on this level a lot, but it can sometimes be helpful if it's in confluence to play trades off of. Like I said, in this case, I was initially trying to play it off the 84. That's where the 9 EMA was. If it moves, I can move with it. Got out at 88s. Took about 10 pennies. Please just punch. Let's also take a look here at Robinhood because that was another trade I played off the 9 EMA. And this was basically just a scalp. Literally sat down. Saw this because I had this up on my chart. I sit down. I'm like, I said, I'm taking this short. Took it short.
Bang.
Took slightly, not a huge position, but enough for me to have some little wiggle room there. Took it short here below the 9 EMA. Said if we break above 40s, I get out. Got in at 35s. We didn't break below. I got out some at 27, the rest at 28 because I wanted to go get some coffee, power up for this move. I am so excited. I saw that HUMA Aristox market.
may resume in less than a minute.
As well. But I think, Robinhood, if we keep bouncing up, might be a play for me. Right now, though, as I said yesterday, I was going to have to start with the man in the mirror and ask him to make a change after some trading that occurred yesterday that got me, lots of fat finger moves, ended up shut down, yada, yada, yada. That's yesterday's. Today, though, we're just going to come back fresh.
Love it.
Be slow. Be dedicated. I'm so excited to be here with everybody today. Let's get it going.
BAMC, let's go, says Chilean Nightmare. Shout out to Fabian on the 1s and 2s. Guys, I didn't cover any large caps today. We'll get to those in a minute, but I'm not done the small caps that I want to cover here. There are others. MAXN. This one is also going 52 1/3% in the clear, and it is trying to hold up here above the 10 EMA. Forget about VWAP. Forget about that 20 period MA. This one is so strong, it's hugging the 10 and no less. Keep an eye. It's starting to put in higher lows, so starting to do that rounded bottom thing. Look for a rejection off 4 initially if it makes its way up there, and then a dip and then a bounce back up to test that 410 HOD. That's typically how these ones move, especially if there's going to be short sellers on the other side of 4 waiting to take your money. So keep that in mind. You do have a momentum in your favor, though, because this is up 53.8% on the day, and it's curling up here. So decent look for MAXN. Let me give you the deets on this one super quick here. The market cap is 200 million after the 53% move, 32 million share float. What's up? GameStop's going again, the Katina man says, and here it is. It's on the way up into 55 again. So that 47.5 holds. We started doing these wick shimmy dance. into 47.5 here
BTOC
on
may resume in
GameStop.
less than a
Keep your
minute.
eye out for that 56 1/3. 56 1/3 is the volume weighted average
Executed.
price. It's been below VWAP ever since it halted down here at exactly 930. It hasn't been above the volume weighted average price. That doesn't mean it's not tradable. You saw Neil take a 6-banger on this one, and they continue to take multiple dollar bangers on AMC. So he's $1 in the money right now as we speak on GME, on AMC. On AMC, I stand corrected, back. Have to be over. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in a convenient chewable tablet and at a fraction of the cost. Sign up now at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and you'll receive your prescription discreetly delivered to your door within days. No awkward doctor visits, no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the good old USA and shipped directly to you. And we've got a special deal for you. Try Blue Chew free when you use the promo code TRADERTV at the checkout. Just pay $5 for shipping. Visit BlueChew.com, promo code TRADERTV for that deal. Shout out to the good folks there at Blue Chew. Alas, I've been looking at these here futures, and the area where I got out, Fabian, that $60 area on the TQQQs, well, it's gone. 610 is now where we're looking, and the HOD on the TQQQs is that 630 area. The equivalent area on the
Mon plus grand rêve,
is that 18.
je suis mon plus jeune âge, je voulais devenir le plus rapide.
50-point area right now on the NQ June contract, and 20 points higher is that high a day. So we'll keep an eye on both of these, both of these groups, I should say, the futures and these memes. But we do have a lesson that we have to get to. I know it's very exciting. I know that there's a plethora of memes moving, but we do have to get to the lesson
will resume at 11 hours, 15 minutes, and 45 seconds.
We've been talking about moving average crossovers all week. Yesterday, we kind of introduced the lesson. Today, we'll get a little bit more nuanced with the actual techniques, guys. So, we're ready to go with the lesson? There we go. Traders, sharpen your pencils. Today's lesson equips you with the knowledge to choose the perfect moving averages for your crossover strategy. Remember, the right tool for the job makes all the difference. So let's get right to it. And this is an interesting one after Blue Chew. Length matters. We know moving average smooths out the price fluctuations. But did you know the chosen period, the length, significantly impacts the crossover signals? Here's why. So your short-term moving averages, like the 10-day and the 20-day, these are nimble ninjas, reacting quickly to price changes. They generate frequent crossovers. They're ideal for identifying short-term trends and potentially capturing fast-moving opportunities. However, these signals can be awfully noisy and prone to false positives during choppy markets. So you need to know the pros and cons of these shorter-term MAs. The longer-term MAs, like the 50 period and the 200 period, think of these guys as like the wise old owls, you know, offering a calmer perspective.
NBCR.
They react slower but provide smoother signals, right? They highlight longer-term trends. While these crossovers, you know, may be less frequent, like the 50 is not going to cross the 200 as frequently as the 10 is going to cross the 20, they tend to be more reliable indicators for major trend shifts. So think about the short term as good for your entry and for scalping, and think about the long-term ones for your major trends. This could be over a period of hours or days, okay? We want to kind of identify what these moving averages are for. And perfect picture here. Adara, thank you for adding this in. You get the smooth 100 MA, a little bit less smooth 50 MA, and then the noisy 20 MA there. That's kind of the picture I wanted to depict. Lots of hills and valleys on the 20, less so on the 50, and then almost nothing here, kind of just maybe a rolling fjord or something on the MA 100. So the art of combining these can get a little bit nuanced, but we're going to get into best we can here. So the beauty lies in combining these moving averages. Here are some popular strategies. There's the classic 50-day 200-day crossover. Everybody's heard about this, or, not everybody, but the people that are involved in trading. This is essentially a battle-tested approach, that 50 and the 200 combination. A golden cross on this timeline suggests to you a potential long-term uptrend, while the death cross indicates a possible downtrend. If you're wondering what this golden death cross kind of thing is, go back and have a look at yesterday's lesson. We identified that and we explained it. But just quick nuance, when the 50 period crosses over the 200 from south to north, from top to bottom, that's the golden cross, and it's signaling a bullish uptrend. Conversely, when the 50 crosses the 200 from north to south, that's bearish, and it's called the death cross, and it's suggesting to you
LGCB may resume in less than a minute.
Okay, so those are your classic two. You've got the classic 50, 200 day, and then you've got some shorter term ones. This is the one we're going to get to now. The shorter term confirmation with the long term trend. Right? So utilizing a shorter moving average like a 20-day for a faster entry and exit point within the trend identified by the longer one, by the 50 and the 200. And that's what I was alluding to earlier. You want to use the 10 and the 20 to get into your position, but you want to use the 50 and the 200 to identify trends. And that's the move here. Okay, guys? And there's another great example of the 20 and 50-day SMA cross with support at the 200 SMA on this next slide. I'll show you in a second. Okay, so there's the 200 SMA. You get the yellow crossing over the aqua, and then you have a nice big move up. However, it does end in this November, and then that's your sell signal there. So that's your buy signal when the 20 crosses above the 50, and then your sell signal when the 20 crosses below the 50. So how do you tailor your approach? Remember, the perfect moving average length depends on your trading style and the specific asset you're trading. Is it volatile or is it not, right? You're going to need to figure that out to figure out which approach you should take. So for day traders, they favor levels, Big Kyle.
AMC will resume at 12 hours, 7 minutes, and 45 seconds.
And the covers there on the yellow triangle. So shout out Big Kyle Burdett, killing it on the future, as always. Keep your eye out on his levels. He's always there in the chat, you'll notice, because his name is Kyle Burdett.
MP.
And Truth will say big Kyle Burdett as well.
All the time. All right, here we go. Let's talk about some of these names because we got some retracements while Neil was dropping hot lines. Okay, so I like two specific looks here. I like this Meta 20 period bounce. We're doing the wick shimmy into that 20 period. It's not just the 20 period that's got me interested in this level. I do like it because of this crest that we put out here right at 1020 and 1025 and then retrace back down to the 10. We've broken down to the 10 though, trying to hold above the 20 in that 469, 468 and a half general area. So that is one look I'm looking at there. Whoa, there was a, okay. And the other look I'm looking at is TSLA. It also retraced back down into the 20 period and finding some support. And it also has price action support with these two double tops. These are a little earlier than the ones put in on Meta. These are right from the bell, from 9:30 and 9:50. So looking for possible support here on the Cybertruck as in the kind of the same way that I'm looking for that support on Meta. We'll have to see if it comes in. If it doesn't, then we won't trade it. Simple as that. Apple has been doing that. Go ahead.
Sorry, we got this halting AMC here, but also, we're halting TAP 804 right now. So just continuing, this one continuing, despite that level we were both talking about around 950, then around 860, 875, continuing to fall to the downside. Also, Oracle. ORCL, there is a story on this guy.
Okay.
Musk's xAI nears $10 billion deal to rent Oracle's AI servers. Which, I mean, how could that be a bad thing for Mr. Oracle? Can't see the future, but it's certainly seeing a lot of upside right now.
Damn, girl.
Oh.
SAVA.
No way. Yeah, I mean, that's what Oracle's saying right now, too, about Musk. Is like, okay, 10 billion.
Yeah, right.
So nice look there for ORCL. We'll have to see what this kind of settles into. I think it'll be interesting. Not saying that we will, but if we do come back to that 117, that'd be an area I'd be watching. Look at that wick up earlier that we failed. Then we had that high earlier at 117. I think 117 could be an area.
ACB.
Again, I can't see the future, but I can see past price action. We'll have to see if Oracle can use its little crystal ball, give us a level here at that 117 area.
CGC.
Thereabouts. Were you there that day that someone asked Fetcher Powell if he could use a crystal ball to see one thing in the future, what he would choose? That was Opie and I that day.
What did he say again?
So the person was like, oh, so Fed Chair Powell, do you mind, like, if you could get a crystal ball and see one thing in the future, what would you say? And Powell was like, well, I wouldn't just want to say one thing.
What?
I'm like, well, if you could, like, the guy kept pressing it. I don't even remember what he said. It was just funny. But yeah, so I can't think of like oracles or crystal balls now without thinking about that.
Oracle, I see. That's
trying
Oracle.
to come back. That's where
got it.
yeah, really roundabout.
SBFM.
Oracle trying to bounce here at
CGC.
119. 119, I said 117, but 119 could start getting spicy here for our pal ORCL. I am not getting involved in this until I see, you know, some kind of something. Microsoft's trying to curl up a little bit here. This is actually kind of ooh. And we have it as well happening around that chop and turn at 413.
BSGM. IMCC.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see.
Okay, I got into NVDL. I'm liking this NVDA retracement into the 20 and a drop and hold.
AMC may
let's
resume
see
in
if
less
that
than a minute.
20 period
SBFM.
on the 5 on NVDA holds up. I'm long NVDL, looking to wet my
CGC.
beak at 82s, and there it is, baby.
GRFS.
As NVDA holds up at the 20 period. Look, guys, I'm going to keep saying this, and I don't care how much of a broken record I sound, but it's my observation, and I'm sticking to it. When a stock is trending, like say up and to the right or down and to the right, the more superficial retracements in my observation of things come into the 10 period on the 5. The deeper retracements seem to come into the 20 period on the 5. I've been trading that way for a few weeks, and it's been doing well. So there goes NVDA up into the high side as a result of that 20 period on the 5 retracement. Let's see if we can get a 910 touch. We just got a 909 and a quarter touch on NVDA. So if we can continue here, possibly touch high days, that'd just be aces. The other thing that I want to talk about, this META trade, again, also featuring off the 20 period, a deeper retracement, all hold up at the 20 period, and there you go, you're $1 plus in the money now off that 20 period retracement as it knocks on the door of 470 again. The beauty about this one is it had actual price action support at the 20 period. You love when that happens.
GRFS.
The one that isn't really featuring as nicely off the 20 period as one would like is the Cybertruck. TSLA breaking down now below the 20 period and not really holding up at these levels. We'll have to wait and see if the price action support between 177 to 177 and a third ends up holding up. We have these closing prints here from 930 all the way into 950, about 20 minutes worth of price action with tops at the closing prints coming at these levels. So TSLA, let's see if this bad boy holds up at these levels here and then curls back up. VWAP on Tesla, though, just a skosh below 177 at about 176, 80-ish, 75-ish, or thereabouts. Man, Apple's done bupkis since that bell. Look at what it's doing. It's done nothing. I mean, it had one super quick retracement into VWAP, and then it just tanked back down. So Apple is a hell of a range today with 187 acting as a top to the high side. Now, the thing about the downside is you're getting incrementally higher lows. So essentially, the first time around, you went into that break-even point at 186.29. That's LOD at the moment. You bounced right off that. And then on the second decline here at 1140, it's a little bit higher. It's not at 186.30 anymore. It's at 186.50. So that 187 flat top break, you know, could come if we start seeing incrementally higher lows. Anyway, 187 as a top now. If you want to play a range, something a bit, yeah, 187, Katina, man. I know it's an ominous number, but it always happens. Yeah, like 666s. So anyway, 187, a range play on AAPL for whoever's interested in a more calmer trade. Don't at me if it goes wrong.
I've been trading it, and it is actually viable.
Name on my gap scanner, 60%, $1.5 billion market cap. The volume, a little suspect, though, I got to tell you the truth. Less than 1 million shares trade on the day, 883,000. The float, 198 million. It's quite large. Let me give you the short float on it. MTC, shout out to Trade Ideas, negligible short float, only about 0.35% of the float is shorted, tanking now off that 784, coming into that 740. Look for price action support over here. This is a flat top, guys. This was a flat top breakout at 710, 711, whatever.
AMC halted.
Shout out to Winnipeg,
AMC
711
will
Capital
resume at
of
12
Canada.
hours, 18 minutes, and 30 seconds.
Right? But this is a flat top breakout,
ORCL.
ascending wedge using the higher lows as the 10 period. And so look for that 710, 712 to act as support if it comes back into those levels. MTC, now the #1 name on my gap scanner. Good move up here alongside Faraday Futures.
Yeah, I should have. I was just going to be like, maybe I want shorts on Beyond Meat, and then Beyond Meat drops about 6 pennies. I'm like, cool, you do your thing, 21. If you don't want me to be a part of that, that's fine. Happy the 7-Eleven capital of Canada there, Winnipeg. 7-Eleven looking there for that trade. We have Jesus Cabrera, 199 super chat. Thank you so much. When is the Google conference happening? AMD. I can answer both those things for you. First answer, we have Sundar Pichai set to speak at 1 p.m. for the keynote. So that's when Sundar Pichai will be taking the mic. I'll get that all queued up. I have my earpiece working now, so I can be able to hopefully hear that and see the hotlines dropping. Also, Jesus Cabrera mentioning AMD. Oh!
SAVE.
It's a nice look. I like that 9 EMA hold. This is a Sharif. You know, you called it a Dara Panera trade, so we have to find a name for this. I don't know if the Sharif Sheriff trade. I don't know.
ORCL.
But this kind of 9 EMA hold is an interesting one. I know you play these to great effect, so I want to wait and see. Right now, that we're actually rejecting off the 9 EMA. AMD tumbling a little bit. Generally, though, really high. I would love to see us continue to bounce off that 152.40, which we did do earlier today. That was that pop that we got around 10:30. So this could be a nice look. Definitely not an AM disaster. I want to see if we have more AM diesel in this tank to the upside. That was a quick save on my part. But you know what? We always appreciate the lesson of the day. Shout out to Sharif.
Did you want to say AM Dizzle?
AM Dizzle. Should. AM Dizzle and the Hizzle.
There we go.
Nice.
All right, guys, it's time for the lesson of the day. We are talking about moving average crossovers all week long. Today, we'll talk about choosing the right moving averages for your crossover technique. So stick with us as we get through the lesson. I know it's very exciting today and all the memes are moving, but we got to get through this here lesson. All right, guys, traders, sharpen your pencils. Today's lesson equips you with the knowledge to choose the perfect moving averages for your crossover strategy. Remember, the right tool for the job makes all the difference. And we're going to talk about moving average length, but length matters. We know moving averages smooth out price fluctuations, but did you know the chosen period significantly impacts the crossover signals? Here's why. So your short-term moving averages have a certain use and your long-terms have a different use. So let's go through the short-terms. So your short-term moving averages like the 10-day, the 20-day, you've been hearing me talk about them all day today on the 5-minute. So I hope that you have some background knowledge with respect to moving averages here. The 10-day and the 20-day. These, you can consider them as like nimble ninjas. They react quickly to the price changes intraday. They generate frequent crossovers. They're ideal for identifying short-term trends and potentially capturing fast-moving opportunities. However, they can be noisy and they are prone to false positives during choppy markets. So there's good and there's bad with these short-term MAs. Likewise with the long terms. By the long term, I'm talking about that 50 period. I'm talking about that 200 period. Some people like the 100. I don't, but I don't disrespect it. Think of these as the wise old owls, right? They offer calmer perspectives, they react slower, but they provide smoother signals, right? They highlight longer-term trends. That's what they're good at here. Even though they're less frequent, they tend to be more reliable indicators for major trend shifts. And here we go. This is kind of exactly how I pictured them. The 100, super smooth. It's obviously on a down tilt, down into the right, but very few peaks and valleys. When you look at the 50, which is the black one, a bit more peaks and valleys, a little bump here, a little bump there, and then you get the 20, and it's dancing every which way, right? So that's exactly what we mean by that. More action with the shorter term MAs, less action with the longer term. So how do you combine these bad boys? So the beauty really here lies in combining these different moving averages. Here are some popular strategies. The first one, the classic, the one that everybody knows about, that 50-day and that 200-day crossover. So shout out to the Katina man. That's what he's got on his charts. This is a battle-tested approach, this 50-200 look. A golden cross on this time frame suggests a potential a long-term uptrend, while the death cross indicates a possible downtrend. If you don't know what those two terms are, go back to yesterday's lesson, but quickly, the 50 period crosses the 200 from down to up, from south to north. That's bullish. That's called the golden cross. Conversely, when it crosses it down from north to south, that's the death cross, and it's indicating to you possible weakness. But there's also a short-term confirmation within the long-term trend. So what is this? So in this instance, you're utilizing shorter moving average like the 20, like the 10, for faster exit and entry points within the larger trend as identified by that 50 and the 200. So you're using the 50 and 200 to identify what the trend is. Is it consolidative? Is it up? Is it down? And then you're going to use the other moving average, the shorter moving average, to weasel your way into the trade, as I like to say, okay? And here's a great example of it. You have the 200 period SMA. It provides support, and it's tilted up, indicating to you that the larger overall trend is up and to the right. And then you get in, you weasel your way into the trade once that 20 crosses the 50. It's not one of the ones that we're talking about today, but you get the idea. These moving average crossovers are good for both identifying trend and getting into the trade. So how do you tailor your approach to make it fit within your trading style? Remember, the perfect moving average length depends on your specific trading style and the asset that you're trading. You may not want to use specific moving averages with the Teslas, with the Nvidias that you may want to use on some of these memes or some of these small cap gappers. You got to figure that out, okay? So first and foremost, if you're a day trader, you're going to be more inclined to want to use these shorter moving averages, like the 10, the 50, to capture those intraday trends and frequent signals. But if you're like the NOS boss and you're more of a swing trader, you're in a position for 3 days or 3 weeks or 3 months, you're going to look for a blend. You're going to want that 20-day mixed with a 50-day. So a little bit, a little bit on the short term and a little bit on the longer term. You're trying to identify here short to medium term trends while maintaining some noise reduction. You reduce noise by using, obviously, a longer dated EMA. But there's also the positional trader, or the long-term holder, as they're called. And these guys, they embrace longer moving averages. They like that 50. They like that 200. They want to focus on major trend shifts, not intraday or intra-week, right? And they potentially hold positions for a longer period. So if you fit into one of these, or if you don't fit at all and you want to create a hybrid, do your thing 21. As I've always kind of mentioned, multi-time frame confirmation is just super important in trading, and especially with moving averages. Why? Because sometimes you'll see a stock respecting the 5-minute EMA on the 10. And then on a different stock, you'll see it respecting the 10 EMA on the 15, whatever. I'm just giving you any random numbers. So you need to go through these multi-time frames to see what's in vogue today. What was in vogue yesterday might not be in vogue today, all right? So don't be confined to a single chart. Analyze that same assets across different time frames, like the daily, the hourly, the half, whatever, with various moving average lengths. This can help confirm signals and identify potential entry and exit points within the larger trend. And guys, I really want to mention this. Experimentation is key here. Experiment with different moving averages on paper trading accounts to figure out, what your trading style is like, what moving averages fit best with your method or with the certain assets that you trade. And remember, back testing your strategies never hurt nobody. Shout out to Adara.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, I always say the sim was really helpful. Helped me when I got shut down yesterday. I have something I want to talk about, and that thing is GME. And I think I'm going to have to GameStop with GameStop. And you know what? I'm still up on the day, but we basically, I was having my best days as going live by far. We had that one trade, and unfortunately it did eat some of the low profits, but that's, you know what? You guys can keep on going. I'm still up on the day. I'm still bullish on life. And we're talking about this because honestly, sometimes you look at movements like this and all you can do is laugh. Look at me getting out basically at the bottom of that candle, and then it popped up.
I have to. You
just gonna
saw
laugh.
I've been there before with you.
Oh, right? So it's like, you know what? I like that 50-15. We're popping back into it now. I still think it was a level, but I'm a scalper. I like to risk a little bit, and I like to make, you know, not a ton, right? So maybe GME is just not going to be my cup of soup, and I have to live with that. I think that's okay. And you know what? We tried. I don't regret, to be clear. I do not regret any of the trades. Do regret that I wasn't able to get out a little bit earlier. I should have managed the risk in that way better.
Nice.
But just, we fell below 50 way too quickly for me to like deal with. If there's something I like in there later, maybe it's staying on my side chart, but it's not something I'm going to be dwelling on too heavily. Because as I mentioned earlier, my big whale of the day that I'm looking for is still Beyond Meat. I don't know why I made that like very evil looking face, horror movie poster face. But I said, I love this 88 area on BYND. Yep, Adara, you're doing it. You're getting involved. Nice. If we break, what we're gonna do, if we break below 75s, I'm out. But I do think there's a range here, and it's like, if I like a range, the heck does it matter if it's on BYND or any other stock. A range is a range is a range. BYND also moving at a little bit more of a languid pace compared to its meme stock buddy pals. So I think you do have a 39% short flow that is worth noting, but I think that there is something in the water here for me. This is not gonna be like a, you know, piece in and out. It's gonna be, we're getting everything out. It's going to be like first thought, best thought, getting everything out here, coming at it with a viciousness. And I like this trade, and this should have been the thing I focused on beyond the GME. But you know what? I'm all smiles. That looked like a very sarcastic smile. I'm all smiles. Come on,
AMC
BYND,
halted.
do your thing.
AMC will resume at 12 hours, 29 minutes, and 49 seconds.
But yeah, I like this look. Hopefully we're going to have a trade that takes us to infinity and beyond, because P&L is not really there right now, but I'm trying to trade less P&L and more what I like. Nice. Yeah, if I was trading on P&L, I wouldn't have been taking GameStop, so that's what you got to focus on there too. How are you doing?
I'm trying to weasel my way into Tesla. I missed my entry by 1 penny. It came down at 177.11. I was sitting at 10s. I'm looking for a VWAP hold here on the Cybertruck. I'm disappointed I didn't get filled there, but you know, like sometimes that 1 penny does make a difference, and that's the real deal. So I haven't got filled. The question I always ask myself is, Sharif, if you like the trade, if you're confident in that VWAP hold, why are you not chasing it at 27s, 28s, 29s? The Katina man's shaking his head because I know that's exactly how he thinks. Yeah, exactly. Shout out to the Katina man. He's always killing it. I'm trying to think of what I should do at this level. Yeah, I mean, this 177 hold is the real deal, in my opinion. The reason is not just because it's that VWAP, but there's price action support to mention this 177. And this is the double top over here, the crest that we came into, tanked into the 20 period, and then up we went again. How many dollars? Yeah,
CYCC.
3 off that area. So decent move here for the Cybertruck. It's at VWAP right now, already held it twice, now making a higher low above 177. Tesla looks like it is headed possibly to the high side here. The narrowing of the 10 and the 20, you know, a little bit of a, you know, I don't want to say a bad signal, but it's something to be aware of that, you know, maybe the good times are coming to an end a little bit here. So we'll see if we get triggered on TSLA, and I'm not triggered about that. Upset. I mean, triggered my order, which is a resting order. Yeah. So we'll keep eyes on that. So TSLA not filling at the moment. But I want to read something that Jay Lee wrote, and you know, Jay is one of the OGs in the chat. Says maybe worth mentioning this point about time frames and patterns and names of patterns. Don't let that stuff confuse you trading memes like GME, AMC, etc. The instant bid ask dictates. I tend to agree with that a little bit. Even though, Jay, I know, you know, if I was to see an ascending wedge, the thing about an ascending wedge, Jay, is that I'm not trading it for the pattern. I'm trading it for what the pattern represents, which is buyer exuberance, overwhelming selling pressure incrementally. So every single low is a little bit higher than the previous low. And so it ends up manifesting in a pattern, but it's really reflective of what's happening on the time and sales on the book. So, you know, sometimes we get caught up wanting to see patterns, but forget that these patterns are reflective of price action. So we'll see what we get there. Shout out to the Katina man, baby. I'm still waiting at this 177.10. We'll see if we get filled. I've mentioned Apple before. I'm going to mention it again. 187 range, and the range is getting a little bit tighter here and there.
Yeah, I was mentioning the tightness of that Apple range. Range I played twice, both winning trades, both positive effect, but that range is like a little quilly little snake. Not a lot of opportunities there for you to hop in, so just be cognizant if you are playing the Apple range. we're talking like pennies. Like I was getting like max 15 pennies on that, and even then sometimes I had to scalp it earlier because we got tighter. So that one I'm gonna give my range take. Yeah, initially I was like, oh, watch the 90 MA. At this point, we're literally
AMC may
trading
resume in less than a minute.
So that's a moot point. Range getting tighter and tighter. If it gets a bit gooser again, I'm gonna get involved. Beyond Meat, interestingly enough, initially.
Halting.
Oh yeah, so we're gonna go to AMC and then we'll go back to my meme child.
Yes, sorry.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Let's take a look at that AMC halt. Oh, no levels left on this one. 7-Eleven. The tap on this is 7-Eleven. Shout out to Winnipeg. But yeah, I mean, the 90 MA rejection, to me, that's always a level I'm going to look at. So to me, kind of a weak look there. We did fall below kind of every established level. So that is unfortunately not a great look. Hopefully everyone who's in AMC is all right there because, you know, we always want to wish everybody the best. But hopefully no one is too trapped in that movie theater and that they will let you out there. That would always be great. But yeah, all jokes aside, hopefully everything is all good. But like I said, Beyond Meat, I'm watching mid-70s. We keep getting to 78 and bouncing a little bit.
okay.
However, okay, bye-bye. Yeah, this is just, you know, the meme stocks and I are not, you know, it's not really meme stocking up. I did like the Beyond Meat and I'm happy I took it. And like I said, also happy I'm not trying to trade on P&L, trying to trade on stuff I like. And honestly, like, you know, if GME comes and rests on that 90 MA and uses that as support, I'll take it.
Faraday.
Faraday.
It's just flying, Katina, man. 470%.
Ooh, pardon?
FFIE.
I could not tell you.
I know, you got to
I had FFIE and then
it's insane. What is this doing? No, Rem, show the chart. I don't want to, she says. Jeez, okay, I'm sorry, Rem.
Yeah, that's...
Oh my God.
Not this crossfade, that's amazing.
Yes, that's fantastic, Rem. Leave it like that.
Lord, this thing
perfection.
Opened. We were at 6 pennies when we opened. We were at 34 pennies. Now we're falling. These meme stocks are getting memey with it. I have no words. Just trying to find some more opportunities.
Faraday just fell 100%. Yeah, it was at 460%. Now it's at 340. So yeah, guys, we really mean it when we say you have to manage risk, because if you took a big position in that when we called it out, you were 9 pennies out of the money. Obviously, on a 30 penny name, that's a lot. So keep your guys manage risk here. I know I sound like that boomer that wants to put a damper on the party, but really, if you don't have an account to trade, you don't have an account to trade. So you got to manage risk. So shout out. I didn't want to interrupt you.
No, it's okay. I had nothing. I got out of Beyond Meat. It was beyond where I wanted to go. I might have to get shorts in Beyond Meat at some point.
AMC
I think right
halted.
now it's flipping to short.
AMC will resume at 12 hours, 35 minutes, and 17 seconds.
And when I wanted it was too late, but that's okay. That's all good. Yada, yada, yada. Blah, 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 blah. I want to trade NVIDIA. And NVIDIA actually, and I am shocked. Sorry, Amazon is my top name of the day here. NVIDIA is the second. But yeah, basically today has been a bit more of a successful day for me, and I mean that regardless of P&L, which would have been a little bit better had I not tried to take GME again and then not risk managed it properly. But basically, what I'm trying to say here with NVIDIA, or with my trading in general today, is I'm trying to get back to basics, trying to get back to stuff I like doing, which is going to be the scalps, the Mag 7 scalps. So that's what I've been trying to get better at. Also figured Apple as well was okay in that range. But yeah, if we keep rejecting 907, which was a huge area of support earlier, if we keep rejecting 907, I'm just gonna keep scalping pops. I'll short the pop. I don't want to take this long right now, although we are forming a little bit of a crust, a little bit of an edge, a little bit of a shelf. So we're gonna have to wait and see what happens. I really want to see what we do here. Marcelo asking if Uber wants to pump it up. Yeah, let's see.
Pump it up. You want to pump it up.
Oh.
INTS.
Okay. Marcelo, I don't know if it's pamping it up. It's a little bit slower on the uptake here, but it is absolutely resting on the 90 MA right now. And we are kind of coming to that previous area of resistance here and previous support at 65. Okay, Uber 65, not at all a bad look, Marcelo.
I love when you go back like that.
Yeah, because
it's your key move.
My signature move. We're still below the VWAP. I think if we can break above VWAP, that'd be a nice look. I'd like to see us break above VWAP, and also that 65.24 area. Not the type of trade for me because I couldn't really scalp it, or I wouldn't you know, I'm looking more for scalps today, but I do think, Marcelo, that 65 rest is nice. I don't know if it's going to pamp it up, but I think it could make a nice little up move. Joanna Brewster saying, my 14-year-old daughter wants to know if you ever breathe. I try my best.
She
no,
breathes all the time.
I'm just having a great time over there. Pardon?
She breathes all the time. Bang on Faraday Futures. We took that dip. So I want to mention why I took this trade, because it's not for no reason. This was obvious to me. This 25 penny area top, that's a crest. We talk about this in TA all the time. Resistance becomes support. Like it or not, it happens, okay? And so we dipped down right into 25. I had a resting order. I said, I'm going to take it long. I'm going to give it 3 pennies. And right up we go. Here we go on to 30s. See if we can get another print above 30. I'll flatten. We're definitely dancing with 30 as we speak. I know I'm getting excited for a 30 penny name, but that's kind of what I do. So I got excited a lot. So let's see if we can break 30 here. We already broke 30. We got to about 30 and a half. Now we're having resistance with that 10 penny level, it looks like. So I don't want to overstay my welcome on a crazy you-know-what name like this FFIE that dropped 100% in a matter of seconds.
May resume in less than a minute.
2 1-minute candle drop was that 100% drop. So good look here on this name. I don't want to overstay my welcome, but right now it is not continuing to the top side. So we were able to take a few pennies on this name, but right now it is encountering that resistance wall, so to speak. Let me give you the deets quickly on FFIE since I'm trading it. Here we go. So this is a $12 million market cap. Needless to say, that is minuscule. It's a lot of money for a lot of people, but for a market cap, it's not. 37 million share float. I think this one is heavily shorted. Katina Man was
85%.
Sorry?
85%.
Muller, love every bit.
Meme days when GME was over 100%. Remember that?
SABE.
So here we go with 30s again. So we're going to flatten out here. I'm happy with this trade. It's probably going to run, but whatever. That's okay. Let's see what this now is. Yeah, let's see what Trade Ideas is saying about this monster. Oh my God, 86 2/3%. Guys, I should mention that Faraday reports on the 15th. So this one reports tomorrow. So Faraday Futures, if you're going to trade this, Katina, man, you got to tell me this kind of stuff before I punch long. No, we're joking. Randy returned his car. When I mentioned it to Randy today, he's like, "Look, man, yeah, nice move up for Faraday, but do they have a car that's less than $100,000, right? I mean, do we have a bigger market, or sorry, a smaller market than $100,000 plus cars? I mean, just look at the Model X and Model Y, or sorry, Model X and Model S, compare the sales of those two to the Model 3 and Model Y, and you'll know exactly what I mean. So anyway, we're at a Faraday right now. Let's see if we can continue to move up a little bit.
Yeah,
The Katina Man is long AMC off the halt.
Oh, Sean's long AMC off the halt. It's funny, I thought he said he was long Tesla. And I actually like this Tesla long here. I don't know. I do. I like that we're on VWAP. I want to see us break above the 90 MA. I don't love that rejection here of 177.27, but if we can break above that, I like that look. NVIDIA, though, I'm still trying to find a good entry here. I still like this short off the 907 rejection, but I have been a little bit too scaredy cat, and honestly, that's not for nothing. Like I said, if I really see level I like, I want to take it, but right now, I don't like that we had this little, I don't like the tail of this candle here. I think we could break above 907 now. So I want to see another 907 rejection before I get involved. Small position, just really trying to test the waters and get into it. Yeah, and I'm happy I didn't get involved here because it looks like we're going to have to pop above 907 again before we drop. If we stay below the 90 MA, if we stay in the 907 fence and the 907 playground, I will take another short, but I don't know if that's what we're going to really be doing here. So this is something, if I take NVIDIA, A, it will be a scalp, and B, I will be watching it like a hawk. Like it's, you know, when you take your child to the playground for the first time, or when you leave the kid with the babysitter for the first time, you're calling every 2 seconds like, is the kid okay? Is he breathing? That'll be me if I take NVIDIA here. But I don't know how, I don't know, that'll be my look. Let's take a look at AMC though. For Sean's in AMC. Oh, nice little look there. Nice pop for AMP. GME is still, and this is honestly still kicking myself for this one because bless you, if I had better risk management here, if I hadn't panic sold, or if I just had like, you know, given myself a little bit more room, this would have been a fine trade. It wasn't, and I'm not going to dwell on it anymore, but it's just something I wanted to reflect on. Could have probably taken that NVIDIA short, but it's something, again, like I would have wanted to do only had I been able to babysit it like crazy. It's a little bit disappointing, but it's not the end of the world, Judy Bloom. I am going to be trying to get involved here if we come back to 907.25s. I still think this is a possibility. Small position, just trying to scalp the pops, taking about $1. If we break above that 907.70 decisively, that's where I have to leave, because that was certainly that area that I thought got a little bit spicy above that 907. I did not say Tesla of the waters,
SAVE.
DJ. I really should have said Tesla of the waters with Tesla. That's a pun I wish I had made that I hadn't made. But like I said, I still like Tesla here. If we can have some kind of support at VWAP. If we can't, it's not something I want to trade. But again, everything for me has to be Scalp City today. That's where I've had the best trades. Should have stayed away from GME because it was initially my best day in the live. But you know what? Bestla Schmestla. That worked better in my head. If things don't, you can't trade on P&L. If you like what you like, 100%. Get involved. So that's kind of been my ethos today, my mantra. Come on, NVIDIA. I'd like all the smoke. Please and thank you. Sincerely, me. How are you doing?
MTC still going, Adair. We haven't had a trade on this one, but this one continues to move up, and it continues to absolutely hug. Why am I not trading this? The 10-period moving average. There has not been a breach on a closing basis of the 10-period since 10:30. And when it breached it, you guess where it held up? Yeah, you guessed it, the 20.
AMC
so
halted.
this one continuing to
AMC
go. It
will
did put a
resume
bit
at
of a
12
topping
hours,
tail
44
candle
minutes
right
and
now
17
through
seconds.
the break of 8. Having issues with 8, and it's been having issues for a while, going back almost half an hour now with this $8 level. But the dips into the 10-period or off 750 have been printing. But as I see this trade, I can tell you the spread is like 30 pennies on it because it's moving from the bid to the ask. The bid is on 56. The ask looked at 78. There you go. You just saw that in real time. So when you have an entry like that, or sorry, a spread like that, it makes it awfully hard, number one, to get in, but also to get out because you have to have a corresponding party on the ask. And if there's such a big difference between the bid and the ask, it makes it a bit tough. In addition to that, it is having trouble with 8. What's going on with GameStop, Katina Man? Let me just flip back to GameStop here. The Katina Man, are you short? The Katina Man is short 55s on game. So he essentially took VWAP and took that monster back down. So $5.50 in the money as we talk right now. So the Katina Man been printing on this GameStop for a hot minute. It is finding a bit of support at this 48
RKDA.
and a quarter or 48 and a third for whatever reason. But even though it is finding that support, look at this, Katina Man, lower high, lower high, lower high, man. I'm going to hope that you get a flat bottom break, baby, through the Katina. I love it, bro. I absolutely love it. I'm rooting for you, homie. The Katina Man is bidding 41s. That's a cool $8 from where we're trading. Shout out to him, man. I hope he absolutely prints on this. This flat bottom break could absolutely come in, and it could come in hard. Yeah, I mean, look. And I got he's short AMC on the halt again. The Katina Man is now short on AMC on this halt. I want to mention this, that ever since we broke down below the 50 period at this down halt here at 9:35, look at all the moves back into the 50 period. 10 o'clock, you come into the 50 period, reject. Double top at 11:05 and 11:10 off the 50 period. And then the latest series to include the 50 period, this 12:10 pop. Every single move back into the 50 period exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart has rejected. And it is looking like it might set up for a flat bottom break. If you are along this name, make sure that you're exercising proper risk management skills and or techniques or whatever. And yeah, that's all I have to say about that. SPWR. Neil brought us SPWR earlier as a fantastic kind of, other related meme stock in the solar sector that's running. And this was a beautiful looking upward channel until it wasn't. So it did break down here at around 12:15 as well. And now we are making lower lows and lower highs. Keep your eye out though for this $4 area. We had support earlier at 4. I do anticipate possible support again at 4. I know that I'll want to know when this hits 4. So I'm going to put an alert for 410 so that I can make whatever decision I want to at the time, depending on what we're doing here on these markets. So a bit of a kind of skewed looking head and shoulders here, possibly on the 5, but we'll look to trade the price action on SPWR if it comes into my level there.
Yeah, I'm I'm in that NVIDIA short. I'm literally just trying to breathe. I want to see us break below. What I was like, I like a dog panting here. This has
I
been
didn't see it.
very stressful. I was like,
Rembrandt.
I want us. Sorry, Ravine. I want to see us get below 906. I don't know if we will, but I'd be pleased with Punch if we do. I'm watching the Fuge. We're breaking down a little bit here in the Fuge.
Less than a minute.
Come on, NVIDIA. That 907 has been support earlier. It was rejection. I might have been a little bit late to this party. We tried a little, like I said, I want to see what we do at 907.50. We got to 907.30. So I'm like, okay, NVIDIA, you want to keep rejecting? Please do so. I am still that panting dog, like, come on, give me some water, owner taking me on a walk. But yeah, I want to see what we do here. I really want to see that rejection. This is I don't even want to take this out of my sight. Again, continue to feel like a child, someone babysitting my child. But yeah, we're going to watch NVIDIA here. We're going to keep an eye on that one. We're going to get something set up here right around this 906 because that's what I want. I want all the smoke. Here we go. Ahmed Al-Wala saying, sorry, Dora, just long NVIDIA. Laughing at. I mean, it's all good. Go to you. I just took my $1 club on NVIDIA, so
okay,
shout out to you. I do think there is a long opportunity there. It's my first $1 club is getting in live.
Hold on.
Like 95 cents, but
yeah, well, that still counts.
Thank you.
You got to tell me when you
Well, it's
hit
just the
dollar
first
clubs,
one. It's just
because then we have to do this as well.
Thank you.
There it is. I don't know what he's saying, but the Katina man is doing things off.
Yeah, shout out to Ahmed. Yeah, I agree with you that we are getting tighter. I think if we break above that 907, it could be a really nice look. With me always too, if anybody's new as well, because I know sometimes my trades are a little bit basically, everything I get involved in is more or less going to be a scalp unless I say otherwise. So that was what I was going there for, NVDA. Shout out to you, Ahmed. Hope you print, to quote Sharif, and also just our general ethos. Also, we have a Google DJ here at the Google event.
Nice. We started.
Right now, we did start. He has a little bit of Persian guitar, a little bit of djembe, a little bit of flamenco guitar, just mixing here. He's a very interesting guy. The music was certainly not calming my nerves while I was in NVIDIA, I'll put it that way. But yeah, right now, this guy's still in control here. Roaring Kitty, market's roaring here. Also worth noting, we're supposed to get Sundar Pichai coming in at 1, so that's why I have this open.
He had a great interview. Brendo, what's her name again? Emily Chang. Thank you, Brendo. She works for Bloomberg. Brendo told me about this interview, so I watched it on the weekend. Very level-headed dude. You know, what's going on? GME? So okay, we gotta interrupt this whole thing. Let's have a look at GameStop over here, baby, because GameStop looks like it's tanking according to the Katina man. I'm bringing in the chart in a second there. He's got bids at 41. Don't forget about that. Go to his chart. So that's where you got in at the 55. Been covering a little bit there, but waiting for that 40. Wow, 45 incoming Katina man. Flat bottom break, baby. Shout out to him. There it is. We're halting to the downside. There we go. Are you kidding me? $7 in the money. He's not playing around, and he wants to make that point. Well, okay, I guess he is. I don't know. Everything's tanking, and shout out to him, baby. Great shorts on those bad boys. Halted to the downside is AMC. Halted to the downside is GME. 46.15 halt. 6.53 halt on AMC. Both those bad boys about a minute. Well, AMC's a minute long. GME just halted. We'll keep eyes on that.
GME will resume at 12 hours, 51 minutes, and 4 seconds.
For the Katina man, $9 in the
AMC will resume at 12 hours, 50 minutes, and 38 seconds.
Oh, I want to mention one quick thing. So Big Kyle sent me this on the gram, and he wants me to let everybody know that this is the chart of AMD, and this is the anchored, the Brian Shannon anchored VWAP from Friday. It is finding support at the anchored VWAP. Keep a look at that as
BROG.
MTC.
Controlling business and employee expenses is difficult. We make
Executed.
Still has the juice to go, and they were hovering down here for some strange reason, 390 and change, 400. Now you're finally getting back above the 50 period. I still think this is the next one to take out highs, 433 on Microsoft. It could even be tomorrow on that number.
Yeah, definitely kind of a strong push up there. Look at that trend. That trend is absolutely beautiful there. It hasn't really,
what is up with that
yeah,
today?
Like, since those 412s, like since we made that kind of low there, similar kind of low of yesterday. It's just been straight trending up till
here, as we're going to be talking about some pretty neat things, new topics. Getting ready to launch this, 332 subs. Go over there, subscribe. Bears vs. Bulls will put that in the chat as well. But here we go. This is, I mean, we've united, man. So congratulations to everybody out there because we've got this. I hope that when I was talking about sort of why we like that 42 level, hopefully you're able to hold on to that. Thank you, Rob, for that comment. I come in, I know we're going to be trading meme
Executed.
stocks, so I flip up the game. There it is right there, $6 now in the money on GameStop. $14 winner, $6 winner, up
there's
stock.
AMC open.
There's AMC open right now. 50 cents in the money and going higher for this one. Let's take a piece out at 60, and why not? We're spinning it right now as we go over to Adara at the big screen. Bye-bye, AMC.
Lots of names to look at here that are making some outsized moves, including Charles Schwab and an already strong bank sector standing out here with a 16% year-over-year increase in total client assets. So nice look there for SCHW. Next up, we have Danaher. We have CFO here, Matthew McGrew, exercising $4.89 million in options in DHR. Nice move to the upside there. Last but not least, we do have a downside move, MPC Marathon Petroleum. Amid some oil weakness across the board here, we actually did have a bit of a CEO switch up, CFO becoming the CEO of the company, and Piper Sandler lowering its price target from 204 to 190. So a couple negative catalysts here for MPC. So many names, though, making outsized moves on the S&P 500, guys.
Like, why did my wife just send the word stiff to me? All right. Okay, so here we go. Yeah, no, she was watching the Blue Chew ad there. So, all right, here we go. Nice move back up to the upside right now for AMC. We did clean out of that one. Man, we're just sort of spinning around here, taking some of that profit. So, I mean, maybe back into 46, maybe back into 48 as well. I'm going to possibly change my mind here as some of this is starting to fade back out. That AMC is giving it up a little bit right now. Let's just put an offer at 47. Oh, no, Sean, don't tell me you did this again. All right, let's see if we can take a piece out. Did we just get out there? No, we did not. Out now. Oh, okay, we're out. All right, you know what? That's a wrap, man. If I could take 450 or whatever that was right there, we'll take it out. $4.67. So 460 on that one. Honestly, man, before we need a defibrillator around here, I better get out. So we'll take that out there at $47. We were thinking about 48, and look, we tried to hold it for that, right? Like the minute that failed there, we were going to get out there anyways, Obi, because it was something that we had looked at in the past. And then once we failed there, not worth it. Plus, we're seeing this fail at the top. Good thing we got a whole bunch out at 70s and 80s. Here, let me show you this one. AMC, I mean, look, this is the long right here. Forget about this. This was just adding to the adding to the profit right there as we got back up to the upside on that halt. But we talked about buying 611s. So we got some 614s, then we got 611, we got loaded up, and then the rest is history. Nice upside move back now for AMC. And what a day. If you're here for meme stocks, I mean, I've now made, we won't talk about P&L. GME is my #1 stock today. We have 45 trades on that, and we have 200 fills on AMC, which is ridiculous. We also have 120 fills on AMD, and we've actually been really quiet about AMD because this one was a really good moneymaker for us. Bad early, but really great late. Short down, short again. The problem is we had to short all the way up until eventually we got that top. So it wasn't an easy trading day. I think we can say that, especially if you're looking at some of these memes, because you got hit early, man. I mean, there was some nastiness, Obi, and a lot of traders don't like to go short. We were lucky enough that we were catching a good short there and then the good long back. So we'll be up today net on meme stocks, but honestly, kind of a tough day everywhere else. I mean, Microsoft was a beautiful long if you had that. I lost on Amazon, actually. It's not that much as I look at the net, but we were trying to go short. Actually, yeah, we did wind up down on it, which is kind of funny when you're looking at that. We did have not a great fill there and then just stopped out on the top there once we broke 186.80. So at the end of the day, good outs for us on Amazon, but that was an L. Look at the futures, up 0.65. Remember, tomorrow is CPI. I almost typed in CPI. That's going to be something that is going to be super, super exciting. Thank you, Chef Joe, man.
We're closing high a day. Before CPI.
You think we are going to? Oh, no. And around here.
Yeah. It's pretty, I mean.
By the way, AMC just came back.
Yeah, AMC is kind of just chopping.
So what do you think tomorrow, CPI? I mean, I don't know why.
I have no idea. I'm not going to make that assumption, but like, again, if we, like, a lot of them have been as expected, right? Like you mentioned earlier.
Today kind of caught me off by surprise being a little higher on the PPI, which sent the market down. Can you believe the market went down initially?
Yeah, and then bought right back up.
Like not even a chance.
Look at this wick. Look at this wick on the future, Sean. That's absolutely crazy. Like,
was that 8:30?
This was.
Oh, yeah, because you have a 20-minute chart.
Yeah, this is a 15-minute chart right here. So look at the 15-minute candle here, and then you pretty much hold that, sure, it's a little bit of a chop, but you pretty much hold the close of that 15 all day, especially on the NQ. The close of that 15-minute candle with reference to the PPI, you hold and print only prices above that, and now we're closing at or near the highs on the of the day going into CPI. Definitely tomorrow is going to be very interesting. Let's see if we push some fresh highs. We know that the ES, the Spider, is kind of near all-time highs as well, and we might very well see that with all the volume coming into the market. We know that there's a lot of interest pulling right back in due to the meme season kind of picking right back up, and a lot of eyes on the markets now. So let's see if we can push those all-time highs coming into tomorrow. If CPI is good or bad, who knows? As expected, who knows? But it seems like we really liked the PPI today, and we pretty much continued this action that we got in the pre-market going into the close today. Very strong. Is it a cushion? Is it a buffer for tomorrow? Who knows? But yeah, Powell was talking today as well.
Yep.
I was looking at that. I was looking for a potential reversion. Took that reversion on the NVDA. Doesn't really come into fruition. That bid was quite strong, and again, reiterated by that bid on Softy, that bid on Apple, that bid on Alphabet, and Amazon and Nvidia all day. Again, the market's very, very strong today. So going into tomorrow, definitely going to be watching for what that CPI may or may not bring, pushing into all-time highs there. So should be fun. Should be interesting. It's the market.
The market. Yeah, I mean, we talked about that yesterday. Yeah. I mean, I didn't know if you had a preference with Nasdaq or S&P, or it doesn't.
I mean, I like the DAC a little bit better, but again, it's all relatively like they all kind of move. Well, sometimes they move in sync.
We got it at GME. It's up 47.50 right now. Thanks, Obi, by the way. Neil had a quick appointment, so he'll be back on schedule for tomorrow. So thanks, Obi, for filling in here today on late notice. So thank you. I appreciate that. All right, so nice little upside move there for AMC still going. I was just reviewing it. So we could talk about this a little bit. We have Rumble, and again, join Adara and I think that's better English. Today on the Market Recap Show, we should have Brian Shannon on from Alpha Trend, so that should be awesome as well to have him come through. Good, he's confirmed. Perfect. We will do that. He's coming on, so that should be a good one here. I'll show you the headline right now. This is your Market Recap Show right now. Thank you for putting this together. We'll be talking about Google, AMC, GME. Join me tonight with, where is he? Here he is. At the Alpha Trends right now, Brian Shannon will come and get your questions ready for that. I will like that, of course, and retweet this. And then you want to see my messages? You want me to click on this messages? No. It was probably Michael Noss, because I was like, what the hell are you doing on CNBC, my guy? All right, cool. So right there, let's go back over to what I want to talk about was what was expected today. So we had Rumble coming through. So Rumble right now, still an EPS of minus expected 0.19, so minus 19 cents. It's joined Adara and me. Okay, perfect. Thank you, the Piper, for that one. Their last move was only down 5%, expected move, 10.5 on Rumble. To me, this looks like we are trying to set up for a beat again. Nice drop into the 50, the 200, now taking out the 50. There isn't much else, man. There's NXT reporting later on tonight. So, of course, that is Next Tracker. That's not a big name. NXT right here, not a big name, only 4 million shares. They're reporting. We have NU coming through, Nubank or Nucor coming, not Nucor. It's the Nubank Holdings. They're supposed to be the SoFi of what's going on. .ny, there it is, right there. New Holdings, the SoFi of South America. I remember Warren Buffett was talking about that for a minute. He got his money in there. Actually, this one on a daily.
ALC.
Wow. It's not the SoFi. This is like much better than the SoFi. This could be interesting coming through as well. Expectation of 9 cents, so upside move, 7.5%. And then I don't know if this is going to be anything, but GoEV coming through tonight. Again, another name with a little bit of a short float. We'll see if this one can move as well. There's GoEV today, up 9% ahead of earnings. And they're only supposed to lose 97 cents per share. So that should be really exciting. On revenue expected of just north of $1 million. So their last move, Obi, down 28%.
Wow.
For GoEV. So yeah, pretty quiet here into the close for me anyways. Still trying to figure out what we want to do as far as some different names. But is there any ideas you're looking at? Were you able to find that early look, or?
No, I
don't think it exists anymore.
I could not find it. I usually get it off of Twitter or like X or something. But yeah, couldn't really find it. But you watch the diamonds, right?
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, 250 points or 240 points away from highs, roughly there. So pretty much a lot of these markets kind of pushing near their all-time highs. That 40,000, just underneath that 40,000, a little bit of a double top happening there. A push through that, oh boy! And look at that, that dip got bought right back up, right? So it's pretty interesting price action there.
Executed
on the longer time frame. Again, on the DJI as well, along with some of these other futures and I guess I'm looking at the Spider as well, ETFs. things like that. So interesting times we're going through, Sean. And again, with that market, we're talking about this like euphoria coming back in with the meme names. It should be interesting to see what happens this time around, right?
I mean, I think we are sort of getting a little bit of a taste of what's happening right now, and you're getting names like, we've seen Robinhood. I think this was like sort of an undercover name that we talked about yesterday that could see a lot of benefit from this, right? I mean, the more traders that continue to look at memes, they're gonna go over to their platform. You can't just buy options out of thin air, you gotta execute them somewhere. And I do know that Robinhood, despite some of the issues, we know what happened in the past,
they came back.
You know, it's still there. They have a lot of assets under management. We've talked about that as well. And I just think that Robinhood could be a beneficiary of it. So something that maybe we weren't thinking about in the past. Where can we benefit from a lot of this volume? So you also have CME Group as well. NDAQ is, I know both of these names are on the NYSE, GME, and AMC, but again, NASDAQ. I guess not really doing much, but that one's a pretty flat name. That, again, some of the exchanges, you always talk about, holy GME's at 50, my guy.
Yeah, 50, that interesting level.
Wow, are we going long or what?
675 on AMC.
Oh, we're in AMC.
Yeah.
Don't worry, you don't.
That's
that
still
one,
going.
That one's,
I mean,
we got that one on the
up
chain
10
wax
pennies,
right there. But what we did do was make a decent mistake, I guess. We got out at 47, thinking it was pretty good. Gave up $3 there. We did have the long in GME, so congratulations to everybody out there who still has that. There's our trade right here on GameStop, getting out in this consolidation. The trade was the break of 48 there. Should have. Instead of just like talking about the imbalances and all that, we could have got back into this. But the other thing too is, Obi, let's not forget about what we're doing right now as well. We're now 12+% in the money on this last AMC trade. So, I mean, that is the hot dog cannon right there. When you go to the movie theaters, you often don't enjoy hot dogs. That's more of like, you know, you're going to a sporting event.
Yeah.
You know, you got the
more
popcorn.
like nachos and popcorn.
Yeah, so this is where we get the popcorn. There it is, the popcorn coming out. We've got some popcorn right now. We're going to go long through 50 also. So let's see if we get GME through 50. There. Oh, nope. My order did not trigger because it did not go. All right. Oh, I can cancel
We're
my...
about to have the imbalances come out.
Oh, yeah, the imbalances are coming out right now. Let me take another... I mean, should we take another piece out of AMC right now? I mean, this is a nice move. Let's take another piece out of AMC before the imbalances come out. Man, oh man, did we do good on this AMC trade, guys. Honestly, that was a great dip buy there at $6. We gave that to you right there. That is 15% in your portfolio in a matter of 30 minutes, less than that, off of that called out level. So thank you so much, Asta. Thank you so much, Jay Lee. Thank you so much, Ritz. We have something called Seanfidence. Oh man, we just missed right there. It broke higher on GameStop. We put our bid in to take out 30s. Unfortunately, it gaps higher. There it is right there. I mean, this is what we're trying to do every day, is sit down here and put some stuff up, and we did that right now with GameStop. Unfortunately, we're still not in it. Imagine we'd have another $10 winner on our hands right now, but there goes GameStop, woulda, coulda, shoulda. At least we got this one. It's AMC is in the building to close out the day, and then AMD, I'm just ho-humming a 50-cent winner on this one as well, as we just probably get out of this. The imbalances are now out. I even forgot to review those, so let's do that right now. Let's only look at the ones that are active. Is there something upside now for GME? Let's just go this. We have to send it by paired value. No, sorry, by size. Let's do that. One more time, sorry. SU, CSX, Apple with a bid sending it higher, Obi. Let's check out Amazon. Okay, Amazon saying what bid right now and not doing much. Apple, CLVT, I don't know what that is. Apple...
WYY.
Not, there it is. Okay, so Apple at high a day, of course, and you just mentioned the market being at
Apple's
high
almost
a day. The one that you mentioned. Yeah, some names are coming back in a little bit here, right?
Amazon's 1 mil almost as well.
Yeah, so end of the day here, I don't see anything significant on AMC or GME, so I'm not going to search through them again, but when you're AMC or GME and you're doing like, AMC's doing 600 million shares, any of these are going to be significant anyways. And then GME, guys, honestly, great trading there. The fact that we had this and then we got that super chat from Willis, shout out to you, Willis. You were right. We were, and I talked about it. I said revenge trading, kind of, but thank you for pointing that out to me, because that is something that I do need to work on for sure, it's not about being stubborn, I don't feel like. it's just like, all right, you like the levels, but I've missed so many levels. I mean, you know what it's like, Obi. You get stopped out at the high. I mean, we've done that numerous times today.
I did that a couple times today as well.
Maybe not even today. We definitely did it once today. I can't remember the exact stock, but we had done it once, and then now all of a sudden, it's like you see it just drop $1. You're like, oh my God, I had the wrong stop. So then you get back in. As long as you could justify your position, that's what makes me feel better about it. But you guys are right. That is my biggest sort of hurdle to overcome right now. What would you say, unless you want to take this somewhere else? You tell me if you need a couple minutes at any time, okay?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, what would you say would be your number one sort of hurdle right now that you're looking to overcome? Is there one for you? Or?
CACO. Yeah, kind of just
save up to 50% and enjoy free delivery. Shop today at Veliani.co.uk.
And more often than not, I'm finding that my initial entry is probably the best one. Watch, maybe not as competitive as GME or AMC, could be providing some decent opportunities as well. But yeah, hopefully you guys had a great day, and I think season's just getting started. So we shall see what we have in store. So I don't know if they're ready for us just yet, but yeah, with the market closing near its highs, tomorrow being CPI, let's see what happens, what Papa Powell kind of brings in tomorrow there with those numbers coming out with the Fed. But yeah, only a few points away from all-time highs there on the Spider, on the ES, on the Diamonds as well. The NQ, what's all-time highs on NQ? I don't remember off the top of my head, but we can take a quick look here as Sean is getting ready there. 18,709 on the DAC itself. So everything well within range, but without any further ado, I'm going to pass it off for the market recap with Sean and Adara. Take it easy, guys. See you soon.
Oh man, take it easy. Yeah, that is a good call. Thank you, Obi, for that one, man. We come over here. We run from one desk right over here to another.
ALLR.
Man, Adara.
Man.
Ooh, that was wild. So your first meme day was yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that tongue out there means bad. How was today? Were you trading any of these names?
I did, and unfortunately, they were all my worst stocks.
Okay.
But I did have some good trades on NVIDIA. This is my first time trading NVIDIA in the live, and that was kind of what I realized yesterday. I went in the sim, had some NVIDIA trades, and I was like, why am I not trading like this in the live?
Right.
Like, pourquoi? Pardonnez-moi. So now I'm just trying to trade what worked in the sim, do that in the live. Learned a lot today. Excited to come kick it again tomorrow. Bless you, Ramin.
Thing is, I know it's about Ramin. She's always sneezing, like, wow, you know, so then we had to say bless you. So then we can say her name again. She really wants her name as much as she can in the pod.
That's a conspiracy theory.
Thank you. All right, so GameStop right now in the after hours, starting to go back into the downside right now. Here comes GameStop back down to 47 and change, giving a little bit of this up. But what we're going to talk about early, and we're going to go to the rundown right now. I did. I pushed. Well, because you're a little too busy over there, Ramin. Oh, no. There's a button on here that's, okay, thank you so much. Okay, I'll never hit that button again. Right now, the rundown, so it is meme season right now. But this is sector recap first, so there was meme season. We will talk a little bit about that. Let's go over some sectors just real quick. The interesting one here to look at for me anyways, we did have the marijuana ETF, and the reason why we talk about that being a little interesting was, again, a lot of names stuck here are also squeeze names. So nice move up there for MSOS today. And if we flip this over into a daily chart, you can see still stuck in the middle. But if we're going to play meme squeezes, what about looking at the marijuana stocks? Nice move up today, up 2%. What was down? Unfortunately, Adara, we could talk about past earnings. Maybe you want to get the Alibaba numbers quickly and we can maybe run those down. Alibaba, downside move there into $79. Had a nice move up. Again, not a great revenue number for Alibaba. Didn't talk horribly about the business, but again, Adara, back down here to the 200. What do those Alibaba numbers look like? Sending FXI, the big China ETF, to the downside.
Actually, it's the opposite. Revenue was good.
Okay.
EPS was a little bit bad, unfortunately, here. They did also announce annual regular cash dividend for 2024.
SBSW.
So about 12.5 cents per share here, or for American Depository share.
ALLR.
They also said they're preparing the primary listing in Hong Kong, but in terms of the numbers here, we did get adjusted EPS in RMB here, going to be 1.27. Revenue, though, about 874 million RMB. But yeah, like I said, the issue here was 86% year-over-year decrease in profit. That was the big problem there with Alibaba.
All right, shout out to Chef Joe if you're watching. I'm sending you a message right now as he gets going. So yeah, that was the problem there with Alibaba. Thanks for clarifying that. But there's FXI and Alibaba downside. This is the China 100 ETF. So you're going to get the top 100 names there in China, and then pulling back. For the K-Web is more the internet stocks. So again, this one down again today, 0.9, as they all get hit. And then today, USO pulling back just a little bit as well, as we saw some negativity come through in the oil and energy space. So that is, again, USO downside. We could take a look at XLE, the services side of things. I actually like this for the energy sector. Not bad little look, trying to hold the 50-period moving average. I don't mind this one. We do have Brian Shannon come on. Let me just drop an anchor down here at these lows. So we still have 90 bucks coming into play. Often when you're doing these lows and you have this much data, you will get close to the 200 period. So let's watch out for that today. But look at the upside today. I mean, we had a bad print early, right? We talked about that with CPI. The CPI print, PPI print, came in there 0.5 versus 0.3. So if we're going to look over here at the NASDAQ, which is now basically just a stone's throw away from all-time highs. We probably get that tomorrow on anything good. But look at this wick down, Adara. What a disaster it was early, and then we just kept climbing back. I mean, even if we zoom this back out to like a 3-minute chart, you'll see almost instantly bought back up, right? 3-minute chart. The very next 3 is back into that. Then you close the gap, you fill that little close there, and then after that, we're back to the races. Bouncing off the 200 period is the NASDAQ today. So again, ARK having a good day. Surprisingly, a lot of people, we know Brian doesn't like ARK, so I won't mention that to him. The NASDAQ there, 0.6. IBB upside. Have we got any reports flying through? I know there's not any big numbers coming
supposed to be Rumble.
Today.
I'm going to see if we got anything on Rumble. I'm waiting to see if it's out. We're supposed to get it at 405, so we should have it. We did get it. Okay, so Q1 revenue, 17.7 million. I believe that's lower than the expected. I'm going to check that. We did get, though I know this is lower than the expected, EPS here. 21-cent loss. I know we expected 19-cent loss, so that is going to be a miss. They said they're going to continue to move materially towards break-even in 2025. So that's comments coming there from Rumble. Also worth noting, last night, so less than a day before their earnings report, they filed a suit against Google for some ad competition concerns. So that's another thing to keep an eye on with RUM contextually in addition to earnings.
I'm going to have a big shout out right now to a fan who's watching right now. First of all, shout out to Chef Joe, and a big shout out to Olivia's in Farmingdale, New Jersey. So let's go bang on that one. Big shout out. His name is John. He's watching the show. He's loving it. Shout out to Chef Joe. It's always a good idea to make friends with chefs. You know, lots of benefits there. Shout out to everybody. Thanks, Chef Joe and John. So shout out to you guys there in Farmingdale. Yeah, Rumble downside right now, down to 680, starting to make lows for Rumble. Not too bad. We did have that expected move. What did you say the expected move was? Let me just check that out quickly. Expected move on Rumble, 10.5. So not much going on there. Where's the short float? 17% short with days to cover of 12. So we've learned that that's something special as well. So that's a high number. It would have been nice for them to beat. We'll see what happens now with the Rumble. Potential bounce play tomorrow in and around $6 for Rumble if we get down to the 200 period on 12 days to cover and 17% short. So as we looked at some of these indexes today, the Jets ETF, nice upside move again. We talked about this. Why bother investing in individual airlines when this holds all of them? All the top names, unless you got some sort of, feeling about American or United or Delta. Do you really care?
I personally do not.
As long as it's a Boeing, right?
Oh, yeah, as long as it's a Boeing, and as long as it's maybe not Spirit Airlines, maybe we don't want to save in terms of stock perspective anyway.
Right. Okay.
But yeah, I don't have a preference.
Yeah, I don't have, no, for me, no. If it's a Boeing, I'm going because I need to get the heck out of here. No, I don't.
Sounds a little bit.
I was thinking this week too, I was like, man, maybe I'll take a day off. It's beautiful weather.
Yeah.
No. Taking no day off. You see
it means we're like, baby? Sean, you have to stay.
Yeah, no, we have to be here to trade. These are the best moments to trade. And that's the thing about you going from sim mode into live mode, and then all of a sudden you're experiencing this. You mentioned today, Adara, that it's like an emotional kind of mind the word I'm potentially looking for, and you have to. I trade P&L, so you can imagine how crazy that is sometimes when you're seeing that light up. But I think the most important thing for you to do is just lower your shares and trade the setups, and don't even worry about live or sim mode, because that has really no bearing on anything. That's the biggest problem for many traders, is when they start to level up and they say, you know what, I'm live, but I'm only trading 100 shares. I want to trade 200 shares. So what is that next sort of hump that you have to get over? It is a mental sort of game that you're playing with yourself.
Yeah.
Sometimes it is best to hide that P&L.
I think I need to do that.
And just trade based on what you see. Because the best part, I don't know if this is the best part, it hasn't happened to me in forever, but you get auto-flattened anyways. So when you hit your risk level and the shares just come out, then you know you've hit your daily loss limit. So as a beginning trader, that's not a horrible thing to hit your loss limits, because it means that you're kind of pushing the envelope. And I actually like that as beginning traders. Just don't do it on a lot of shares. Take your lumps early, understand the strategy, even go back into simulation. And I know that our guest Brian and I have very, very similar thoughts on all of that. So we could talk to him about risk management any day, I am certain. But one thing we're going to do before we call on Brian is let's just take a look at today's heat map. There isn't an overwhelming number of opportunities for earnings today. So what we'll talk about here was we did have major indices work their way to the upside on what was obviously a very eventful Tuesday, including talks from Google. They had their AI event. Fed Chair Powell spoke at 10 o'clock. Alphabet landed at 1 o'clock, I believe it was, for their event. The highest PPI print we've had in over a year, with core PPI and PPI each rising 0.5% for April. Fed Chair Powell echoed many of his earlier sentiments there with a Q&A on the foreign bankers in Amsterdam. They're saying the current policy is sufficiently restrictive. So when I hear stuff like that, I think, what about the banks? Well, the banks go, hey, we only have a few green names today. CB is down there, down here, well, and of course, what is this? DLR downside. But all the big boys, Morgan, AXP, WFC, Burke was down, JP Morgan, Bank of America, all to the upside. So they took the news as good. Amazon as well, trying to get back to all-time highs, going upside. Google on that event, I mean, boom, nice upside move for Google today as well. So far, so good here as we go. But yeah, good movements today. Q's upside, SPY upside. And if you're going to look at the spiders and you're going to look at a daily, we are now, I mean, I'm seeing like basically all-time highs here of the SPY at like 524, 525. We're at 523 right now. So we could sneeze and push all-time highs, which who would have thought, Adara, and we're going to talk to Brian in a minute about this, who would have thought that we would have had all-time highs considering we've had 0 rate cuts?
It's crazy.
And the Fed has come out to us and said, as of today, the policy seems sufficiently restrictive. So they may not do anything heading into the new year unless we get that print tomorrow that is way hotter than expected. If that is cooler, then they might just be like, hey, we're fine with where we are, leading me to think that this market doesn't even care what the Fed does. I mean, maybe a cut signals weakness in the economy. That could be taken as a bad thing. I don't know. I'd still like a couple cuts.
That'd be nice, yeah.
That is for sure. Is our guy ready? Yep. That is Trader Talk. Let's bring him on. It's Brian Shannon. Whew. Man, Brian, I am exhausted. My number one P&L name yesterday, GameStop. Today, GameStop. It doesn't seem to matter what's moving around. I like to trade price action, and I know a trader like you does that as well. We trade price action. We trade what we see on the charts. Have you been able to see anything these last couple of days, or have you been more hands-off, sort of letting this all settle down?
No, I've been involved in those names as well, Sean, but on a much smaller basis. I've got some really nice swing trades that are working for me. And, when I'm in that position where I have some nice swings working, and then I see, other things going a little bit crazy here, it's fun to take the day trading hat off the shelf and get in there and mix it up and make some money.
Yeah, no, it's been a wild one. I was muted there. Sorry, Brian. It's been a real wild one here on the show because I really today just focused on AMC and GME. But I know a guy like you, and we've had Michael Noss on from Trade Ideas as well, looking at scanners and really looking, and I know this is what you talked about on our show before as well, looking for specific setups that might be part of this game. So has there been, you just mentioned looking for different things, and I can see right now you have a stock up that we haven't traded, I don't think, on the show. Do you want to talk a little bit about Car Gurus?
Actually, you know what? I just had that on. I did get long this stock today. I wasn't really planning on talking about it, but I got involved at $24.25. You can see on this daily chart, it's got a nice look to it. The earnings are out of the way. And the weekly chart, it has some room, I think, to run up towards that 27 level. So that's when I got involved in today. And here's the shorter term time frame. It kind of did a whole bunch of nothing to start out and then closed strong. So that's nice to see.
BCAN.
But I did want to follow up, Sean, on two things we spoke about last week.
Perfect.
One, as you know, I was getting long Ethereum, and Ethereum has since broken down, which is why I mentioned that the stop that I was going to use was 29.75. We're now at just under 2,900. So Ethereum no longer of interest until it sets up again.
I mean, I have ETHE here because we were still on Car Gurus here. But if you come over to my screen right now, we did talk about that breakdown. The thing that was interesting to me is the most was when you talked about it potentially turning into the ETF, and then there was that premium built in. So I think when we get that, maybe it's a trade when we get that announcement, and then we can start like the official stamp of approval. Then when we can maybe start buying some Ethereum. But I still like the trade. But again, it broke your parameters. So obviously you got out of there, and I can see right now that sort of anchor that you dropped, I guess, on the 13th. Is that a weekly anchor that you have there on your charts?
The week to date, I always have on there. Sure, that's the which is now a 2-day volume weighted average price.
Right.
And that black one over there is the month to date. So what's interesting, Sean, is it's still in a downtrend. I mean, it's trapped underneath that 20-day moving average. So I was looking for a bounce. I don't think the real trade, the real bigger move comes until we get this above the 20-day moving average, even above the flat to rising 50-day moving average in Ethereum. So that bounce trade is out of the way. Here's something I pointed out last week, just that in fun. If you keep this one in your mind, just take a look at Ethereum, ETHE, and then look at AMD. I mean, they've been trading almost perfect together, which some people try to make these trades that, this one trades off of that one, but they obviously have nothing to do with each other, but it's just interesting to see.
I've often sort of made the correlation as well that as the NASDAQ goes, you've seen the crypto market go as well. If the NASDAQ pulls back a little bit, crypto tends to pull back. However, NASDAQ being now near all-time highs, Bitcoin still hovering around that 61, 62. So maybe there is potentially a separation there, but I do like sort of looking at that. Brian, I know you're great on the fly here. I'm going to ask you about GameStop. Everybody in the chat wants to know, where are Brian's levels of concern, maybe to the downside and to the upside? I've just highlighted right here for me, just a simpleton coming through. We held $40 today. So that was a level right there that I'm thinking we jumped up there. We had that marker, huge move in the pre-market. Forget about all this. I mean, we know you can't halt in the pre-market. There's going to be some upside. But again, maybe as you look for different price levels, we can indicate something up there in and around 70. But for me, I think as long as we hold 40, we could possibly see some more upside. But let's not get too carried away right now. We do know that this is obviously fueled by some sort of a roaring kitty sitting from here to here in his chair. So I don't know if this is going to extend anymore, but for me, I'm going to have it on our sticky note tomorrow as long as we're above 40. Is there anything that interests Mr. Brian Shannon at Alpha Trends on GameStop?
Well, I think, you look at the week to date volume weighted average price, and we came down and probed that today, and that's where it bounced from. So once you start to bounce away from that level, you want to look at your anchor off of that low. And you can see that on this 15-minute time frame, we didn't close below that. So we were finding buyers along that. And then we got back above the volume weighted average price from the open just here at the end of the day. After hours, I see we're up at 54. So still getting a little bit of bounce. I think tomorrow, if you saw something like this, that it maybe bounces a little bit in the morning, sells off, comes down to this level, recaptures the 1 and 2 day VWAP, then you're off to the races again. Otherwise, instead, if it does this, well, then get the hell out of the way, because it could get ugly to the downside.
Yeah, good call on that one. I mean, there's a lot of people in the chat who are like, some are bulls, some are bears, but that's just crazy when you analyze some of these moves. We actually flipped over and traded some AMC today as well. That was wild. 13 down to 6, closing in and around 7. An absolute monster day for some of these crazy, crazy stocks. I'm going to pass you over to Adara, who has a quick question about an earnings play.
Yeah.
Hi, Brian. So we do have Walmart earnings coming on Thursday before the open. This is actually going to be their first report since that split we had in February. Do you have any thoughts on this stock heading into that report? Any potential plays there?
It tried to break out yesterday, it looks like, but couldn't hold that. I kind of view Walmart as just a slow, steady grind stock higher. Not really the best trading opportunity in there. If we get a deeper pullback down towards the year-to-date anchor, that's at about 58, then I think that's probably where you'll see it try to find some support and then perhaps bounce up. But basically, I'm not really too interested in looking at Walmart personally, Adara.
Thank you. Cool. Thank you. Appreciate you looking at look for us.
You know what scared me, sorry to interrupt there, Brian, was that this Walmart, this RSI, and we talked about this with Michael Noss yesterday about RSI and how it can be looked at differently and whatnot. But if you come over to my screen here, just real quick, we do have a move down in the RSI on Walmart on the daily. Meanwhile, we're still kind of holding these highs. Like, that to me is something. Does this mean anything to you? I mean, we're bouncing off some of those 70 levels. Textbooks will tell you 70, 75, 80, depending on where your settings are for RSI. But we topped out there, and then now we're kind of still near those highs in and around 61, 62, although you just said we failed at that top, which is correct. But now we're starting to head to the downside. Is this a worry spot at all? I know it doesn't interest you too much, but I'm worried. I was thinking about getting into Walmart. I'd rather wait for the report and then see the reaction. Any comments on RSI there like this?
Well, two things. One, I would wait for the report as well. And then the RSI, it's a good tool to use, and it can give you sometimes an early warning. I don't know if you saw my tweet today, Sean, about the volume, and I put the SPY up there. I said, here's my poem about volume, only price pays.
Right.
When you look at the SPY and the volume we've seen on this rally the last 2 weeks, this market has rallied very nicely, 5%, but the volume has dropped off almost every single day. And a lot of people say, hey, yeah, but it's up on low volume, so it doesn't count or whatever. But as a trader, price-based trader, only price pays. And that's a good reason to look at the market and say, hey, maybe something's going on underneath the surface, and I need to be a little bit extra alert that we might break down. But until prices do actually break down, the low volume is just an interesting thing to talk about on Twitter if that's what interests you. I'm personally not interested. I'm interested in, hey, prices are going higher. We're still above the rising 5-day moving average. Doesn't matter if it's heavy volume, light volume, or somewhere in between.
So I'm dropping, excellent point. Make sure everyone follows you at Alpha Trends. I mean, I didn't even recognize that. That's awesome. I get nervous when I see that because it's right. Why are they not coming in and putting up the same share size that they were in the past 22 days into this rally? Very, very interesting. I like that look for sure. I just dropped, Brian, an anchored VWAP on a big stock that has yet to report. It is next week. It is May 22nd. It is NVIDIA. Was that dramatic enough? So if you come over to the chart there, I just dropped a year-to-date anchor on this one. You nailed NVIDIA many times on this show before. I think it was 460 or something. You were live. You're like, you know what, guys? It could bounce off this 460, and it did exactly that. But Brian, on here, we've already bounced, from what I can see on a year-to-date anchor VWAP, right here in April 19th. What a crazy move that was. And it nailed it almost to the dollar at 750. Now the bounce back to the upside again with I know I keep talking about RSI, but that's starting to go back to the upside. We're bouncing off the 50-period moving average. I don't know if there's you're probably going to be able to find a better chart, but if to go long, I really think this is sort of gearing up for that run at 1,000. Nice bounce there off the anchor, holding the 50-period over this week. Now it looks like we want to get higher. How does NVIDIA look to you heading into earnings?
Yeah, it looks great. It's forming a little launch pad is what it looks like to me, just the last 6-7 sessions. and it's holding above the anchor from both of these highs earlier in this year, the one on March 8th, and then this high over here on March 25th. The purple anchor is from the 8th, and the red one is from the 25th. As you mentioned, you've got the 50-day moving average, you've got the 20-day moving average in there. So this becomes a very important level for it to hold. It's this prior band of resistance, which had been support as well. So, breaking from here, it just looks, it almost, Sean, when the charts look this good, they kind of make me nervous because they look too good to be true.
Right.
But, accept them at face value. And NVIDIA, certainly has the fundamentals to back it up, and looks like buyers are back in control and getting ready, like you said, to push it out towards 1,000.
It's funny because even today when Google has their AI event, they're just talking like, all right, we've just bought all these NVIDIA chips, we're building on top of them. And it's just like, okay. I just want to give a big shout out to you on our chat. We have over 3,000 watching right now. And Rivian Millionaire, although me and you went back and forth about Rivian last week, Brian, and I appreciate that note that you sent, but Rivian Millionaire rate says that Brian has really changed the way he bought stocks. The anchored VWAP has changed the way he's bought in stocks, and he wants to say a big thank you to you, Brian, for that. So Rivian Millionaire on our chat, and here it is right here. Come over to my screen. And I know you never asked me to do it, but there it is right there, anchored VWAP. Go grab that right now on Google Play. I just clicked on the link in your Twitter X, I guess, right there. So go find
you. And Sean, I'll point out, I was not bullish on Rivian. I said I wouldn't trade it for a swing trade, but it's up, quite nicely, actually, about 20% since then. So kudos to you. You were saying you liked it as a swing. I said I wouldn't go near it because it's got the declining moving averages. But you know what? I didn't lose any money on it. Hopefully, I didn't cost you any.
People know around here, sometimes I like when I get the credit. So that would be a really good one right there. Thank you for that, Brian, for bringing that up. But you know what? We always say this, the sun shines on, some part of your body twice a day. So maybe that might have happened right there again for us today. Okay, just quickly before, and again, thank you so much for joining us on such a busy day. Was there any names that potentially maybe you've just gotten into, or is there a stock that you've brought into our attention or the last little while that you want to talk about? Something maybe in the therapeutics, you've talked a lot about that on the show. So is there anything right now that you want to just sort of identify to our viewers that you're potentially looking at here moving forward?
Yeah, so a couple of things about that stock, TGTX, Target Therapeutics. They reported earnings at the beginning of the month, actually the first day of the month, and that was on May 1st. And the thing is that coming into that earnings report, there were 35.7 million shares short, and we spoke a little bit about the prices that they established those short positions at. We just got the new short interest numbers on May 9th. So it's kind of crazy, Sean, and really kind of annoying that when you look at short interest numbers, the short interest numbers were released on May 9th, were from the date of April 30th. So as of April 30th, so between the April 15th and April 30th, they went from 35.7 million shares to 37.8. So they added another 2.1 million shares from the 15th to the 30th. So that can't feel good. But we don't know what happened in here. And that's kind of annoying that the short interest data is always stale. The good news is, though, with 37.8 million shares and 26% of the float, they're not out of this thing. I like this stock up to the low 20s, probably to hit a new year to 52-week high here in the next coming weeks. I think it can do it with that big short position. So I'm holding on to my long position in here, and actually I will look to I've trade around it a little bit, but I want to get a little bit heavier actually.
No, I do like that. And the thing about it, too, it's in the right sector because, I mean, if they announce something here, TG Therapeutics engages in the acquisition, development, and commercialization of novel treatments for B cells. So, I mean, at any day, maybe something happens with them. So I really like that look there. And here it is right there, shows it saying 154 million shares. So, okay, I mean, great time today. Oh, I don't want to show you this. ARK today up 2%. We were talking about that earlier.
That's because all the garbage was rallying.
That's right. Yeah, exactly.
I'm not kidding.
Yeah, you're 100% right. I mean, we've saw a lot of different rally names today, including different ones like Affirm was starting to go to the upside. We saw FFIE, some of these other names. I don't know if they're involved in Faraday Futures, but again, some names starting to go. ARK. It's funny that you can't short ETFs. I guess there's an SARK, as we know. To get into that, so you can get into SARK for sure. All right, I mean, I'm not going to take Q&A. There's so many on the chat, but we got to wrap this thing up in and around 4:30. One more thing I wanted to ask you about. I see you're flipping around there. We did have some people, so I'm just going to cherry pick you right now. Coinbase looks like it's breaking. It didn't take too long to get back down to 200 now, did it? And I know that Bitcoin has also fallen back in, but here comes Coinbase. There's another stock like Mara that I know a few of the traders were trading here today. Some of these names pulling back into some levels. We have Hut 8 tomorrow reporting as well, coming into some lows. What does this look like? And I know you've talked about Ethereum, and we sort of got off that trade, but Coinbase I can see coming into some key levels as well, around 200. Are all of these stay away for now and just watch BTC? What do you think about Coinbase or anything else in this space?
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty difficult for these things to make any headway with Bitcoin under pressure still. Bitcoin's still holding that
Executed.
anchor from the year-to-date low. But I think it's likely, the more times we hit on that, it's likely to come down towards about 57,000 at the year-to-date anchor. The one good thing about Coinbase is it's holding the year-to-date anchored VWAP. I'll tell you a crazy story.
BCAN.
Executed.
BCAN. BCAN. NU. BCAN. NU. BCAN. NU. BCAN.
Muller, love every bit.
Executed. Executed.
GRYP HTPC. FCX. Executed. Executed.
Executed. Executed.
Stevie nearly bailed on you two again, stressing out about his spending. But then, he discovered TSB's Spend and Save current account, earning him £5 a month for the first 6 months. Ooh.
A bank account that helps you save money as you spend it. Search Spend and Save.
left to go. Just looking at GameStop right now, coming into that 40, we've already bounced off there once. We have a bid down here at 37. We could get that immediately. Watch out for that. AMC trying to bounce off 6. Again, a good little level here for AMC. We could definitely punch this long if it does start to go. That long would be in and around 620 or so. Again, our quotes did go down, but it's about 620, 625, maybe 630 break long on AMC. So get ready to rock and roll. This market is going to lift off. Only 30 seconds now. GameStop is coming back in, trying to break through 40 as we speak. So watch out now. It should be a decent open. Started by hopefully some of these meme names. Here comes AMC down into 40. Remember, can't halt yet, but once we open up, if you get a $4 move, it will halt. AMC will halt on a 60-cent move. So down to 550 or so will halt AMC, or to the upside 660. So here we go. Get ready to rock and roll here.
Yeah, we have the countdown on. It is Wednesday, hump day, meme
Market
day,
is open.
CPI day starts in 2 and 1. Let's go.
All right, here we go. GameStop is now open. 40, 50, 40, 70, 41, going higher. 41 and change now for GameStop. Trying to get open. Not open yet, remember. AMC not open yet either. You're going to see huge volume spikes come through. So once AMC gets open, we'll see where that one wants to go. GameStop still not open either. $41, $615, $614 going through right now. Tesla, let's have a quick look at Tesla. What's going on here? A little bit of a pullback. What were we talking about? The 176. I do have a bid at 178 for Tesla. Let's see if that fades back right now. It's just 930. None of the meme stocks as far as AMC or GME.
GameStop broke 40.
Is not open
yet. But it's not open, but it broke 40 to the downside. Still waiting on an opening print. And look, a lot of times you don't necessarily want to trade until you see that opening print because it could spike it one way or the other, and you want to get that confirmation. So still nothing yet. AMC holding $6 pretty nicely. Just want to double check
executed.
Stock as well. Be careful with EDBL. That's going to be a crazy one. Although my eyes are going to be open
I will resume at 9 hours 35 minutes and 19 seconds.
Still trending down at 39 and going lower.
HLFY will resume at 9 hours 35 minutes and 17 seconds.
Yeah, but it's not open yet.
It's not open yet either, but every time it trades down to 6, they're just bumping it up. So if it holds 6 right away, that could be like a good little smash spot. We're still looking for this open.
All right, so we got Tesla. We're looking for Apple right now as well. We don't want to get too run over right now, but some of these stocks have dropped in a little bit. So there's Tesla. We do get that 178. We are waiting for 176, of course, there on Tesla. So we'll wait to see if that can come in. We are buying some more dips in Apple. That Apple bottom is not jeans, but we're waiting for 187 to come into play for Apple as well. GameStop's holding up. We did want to get that long move here on AMC as well. So we'll try some AMC. We're in AMC right now. Let's see where we go on this one. AMC trying to
dip buy opportunity on NVIDIA. It sucks, but I try to get that 930 level. The second time through, you just need to get it that first time. Focus was on, I'm not going to lie, my focus was on GameStop and AMC. I've got the level 2s dedicated to that. So I'm flipping back over and trying to catch NVIDIA. So I'm kind of second hand trying to get it, which is not the way to go. But like I said, it's been the meme stocks that have given the money today for myself, so that's where I wanted to be first.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, only positive on meme stocks other than Apple, as we have to continue to watch out for those. But you know what's starting to go back up to the upside? We just got a nice little refresher there on Tesla. So we took some profit back on that name, as we're still down on it. I mean, we've already talked about that. But some nice movement here for Tesla back into that 173 and then out here
Executed.
into the 20s for TSLA. So let's see if that one can keep on happening here for us as well. AMC, so we got out on that 5 break, but I got back in only because I'm not really seeing a whole bunch happening in GameStop, although it does definitely feel like the winds are turning here, right back up to the upside. So I never know. Like this time yesterday, we were thinking about putting on a short, and then it was $14 in the money. So the next thing we're knowing, maybe the long is back in, and we can have a hell of a trade coming up here, possibly breaking through this $35 level up into the upside right now for GameStop. So what's been a little bit of a rough morning here for some of those names. We'll wait to see what happens now. I mean, it's been a rough morning for the longs, but right now we are starting to get some bids coming through, especially now, even in on, we can lose about 6 cents right now for AMC if it does go back up to the upside, taking out this 515 level. So yeah, it looks like we're starting to catch bids now. Remember we saw that stacked bid down there at like 480, 470, and we're like, oh my God, this guy's stacked. Someone needs to hit this guy. They were hitting them and then coming back. So yeah, there is some bid strength now in AMC.
SMCI.
Even now. Why is it not breaking back down below 10? There's hidden orders here. This looks real strong. So let's just wait to see what the sort of tape read looks like.
SERV.
But for right now, as you can see, having a hard time just getting through a couple thousand shares now on the bid. So SSR definitely playing a factor, I feel like, here today in some of these names. So see that? It just breaks to 5 and then bam, bounces right back up again. So we're going to take a piece out there at 5 just because I'm not sure how far this thing goes down. So be careful here with AMC. This is looking like a long for sure, which is great for all the apes out there.
Yeah, well, you're back above 34 on GameStop, which I think is a bit of that key. That the halt reopen top has just been breached. Come to my chart for a quick second. There we go. We just broke that 34 level. I should be back into the long. I tried to get it in front of 5 even on AMC. And if this move continues to the upside, I'm still planning on shorting BlackBerry up into 325, but I'm not sitting on the offer. Yeah, I feel like this AMC just continues to go and go and go without really popping into that VWAP. So I'm going to try and get something in front of the 10s. As long as 34 holds, I want to be on the bid of this name. Oh my goodness. I'm shaking my head not at the meme stocks going up. I'm shaking my head at NVIDIA and AMD. Because I'm like passively trying to get dip buys.
No, now are we done?
Nope. $940 is essentially where NVIDIA just got to. And I just tried to pick up AMD again passively while paying in more attention to AMC, and you just missed another opportunity. So if you've been trading any of those 2 chip names, you're absolutely flying. But the bid is starting to come back in here on AMC with 34 still holding.
GDRX.
I might have to pay up to like 12s or 13s. To get it here. I just got some at 14. I'm going to give this either GameStop breaking 34, or we're going to give it down to the local bottom at 505.
SOXL.
Yeah, this has been wild, man. I'm back into the short now on this name. I was like, when are we going to be done on this move up? And we were probably not. Now there's a MEMX sitting here right now. So we went long up to 20s there, as Neil was talking, but we're just sort of throwing, and I said this yesterday to the guys, is like, it was really good when we got to certain levels, and then all of a sudden it just became pretty choppy.
Executed.
So I'm now wondering if that is sort of the case here.
Offer.
Yeah, there's a stacked offer, but honestly, I feel like it's going to get run over. But whatever, we'll take it for now. Let's take advantage of that, put something on the bid, and if that stacked offer disappears like it just did, then at least we got something out here on the low end of this trade. So right now, there it goes. See? So I don't know.
You know what just happened? They just wicked under 34 in GameStop at the same moment that stacked offer came up. And I said my plan is I'll punch out if GameStop gets under 34. So I punched out flat. Well, okay, I offered out, but used a paying gateway because that MEMX was taking all the fills. So I just got out flat when GameStop looked like it was going to get back underneath. And that's essentially all it's been. For me on AMC, it's been scalp trade, hold some, scalp trade, try to re-enter, scalp trade underneath. Essentially, that's what it's been all about. But here comes a dip on NVIDIA. So the NASDAQ is still breaking out through the highs. NVIDIA just tagged 940. A pullback into 935 or VWAP is where it's got to be at. And then AMD, which I'm still trying to pick up, 157.5. That was essentially the line I had since earnings. That's where it comes from. Get out a 15-minute chart, you'll be able to see it. If we dip back into here, it's either that 157.5, 156.5. Those are the two bounce spots. I want to join the trend on a pullback. One of those two names.
Very long.
Let's go to Adara. It's already 10.
I have my suspicions here. We'll keep eyes on the Cybertruck. Goggles has been an interesting trade today for whoever wanted it off the 50. You got the IB low off the 50. Then you got the 950 wick and pop off, you guessed it, the 50. Because it was 950 off the 50, right? And now we're about to touch the 50 again here, Adair. 171 and a fifth is where the 50 period is hanging on the 5. You're not going to catch me just putting a resting order there. I need proof that this area is going to hold. But if the 50 period on the 5 here holds on Goggles on a closing basis, I will definitely get in and look to take that bad boy up, maybe back into 172. We seem to have a flat top here at that 171.85-ish, 171.90-ish. So I'm looking for a decent move here for Goggles. So I'm going to keep my eye on Goggles. Right now I'm going to load it up on said trading screen.
Executed.
I'm very interested in this range. Let's go ahead, not range, sorry, this area here on Google. So I'm going to load it up, and I'm not going to punch long quite yet. I want to see, what time does this 5-minute candle close? How long do we have left? We have another 30 seconds left on this 5-minute candle. So yeah, let's see exactly what we'll get. Yeah, just dipping a little bit more here. So maybe my patience is going to pay a little bit over here. I like this trade on Goggles. I'm looking to go long on Google at the 50 on the 5, but I need proof that it's going to hold up here. So I'm going to pack my patience to there.
Yeah, I mean, NVIDIA has been, I want some scalps on NVIDIA if they make sense. Yesterday, I had a lot of fun just scalping this one for the first time since going live. Okay, yeah, I saw the level I wanted NVIDIA, so we're going to get involved. Never mind, it fell. Cool, perfect. Thank you, NVIDIA, for making me sure. But basically, I was watching that 942 bounce initially, right? I wanted that. We didn't get it perfectly. I was like, you know what, Adair, you actually probably don't want this smoke, so I didn't get involved. Then I saw the 942 rejection. I was like, let's get in. And then NVIDIA was like, oh, too late. It's been rejected, and you've been rejected. I was like, okay. Then we're hanging out a little bit around 940.50, and I said, oh, that's another level. NVIDIA was like, no. By the way, when I'm talking about NVIDIA levels, I mean pure scalp. I want to clarify. When I trade NVIDIA, it is a scalp. I try to scalp everything, but it's like I have no faith in Mr. NVIDIA or whatever you want to call them. But so I don't like that NVIDIA. AMD, I wanted to take that one short as well, and then that didn't come to fruition either due to some bad timing on my part. I wanted to get in the same level that I initially got long, that 157.69, risking into 157.90, and AMD was like, oh, isn't that sweet? And then did not give me that opportunity. But you know what? That was my issue with GME, is liking a level, missing that level, and then getting married to that level. We're not doing that anymore. I'm happy I took that GME trade as much as it was an L, because it did teach me lessons, and that's the L we want to focus on. Still looking, no positions, but I see someone Google search for a trade here.
There it is. Nice. Okay, so we wet our beak nicely here on some profits on Goggles. Again, if you're just joining us or you didn't hear what I said earlier, my Google trade is predicated upon a 50-period exponential moving average hold on the 5-minute. We'll see how it goes. We're already printing on it right now, a nice 15 pennies in the money on Goggles. I'm going to let this trade go, and I'm looking here ideally maybe for a 171 3/4 retracement. Maybe I'm being a little bit ambitious there. The volume weighted average price is at 55, so I could definitely be persuaded here to wet my beak at 55s if that holds up. So we'll keep an eye on that. Guys, we just touched 18.6 on the NQ June contract, so that is a local resistance level now, coming back off that level into the mid 580s on here. NQ June contract still well above the 10, the 20, the 50, and all these beautiful lines that I have on my chart. Ironically enough, I don't know if it's irony, but I guess conveniently, We have 18,604 as resistance level 2 on pivots, which is like a skosh above that 18.6 level. What's up, Fabian? Super chat, thank you very much. Jimmy Mo Ace, 199 super chat. Roaring Kitty just showed his face first time. You know he testified in front of Congress, right? Oh, since. Okay, fantastic. Very cool. Is it on Twitter? I'm assuming something like that?
I'm guessing on Twitter.
Or X, I'm sorry, Elon.
X.
Yeah, sorry, Elon. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for that, Jimmy Mo Ace. We'll definitely look at that. I mean, well, we've got so many people that are on X. I will probably have them check that out super quick. Thank you for pointing that out. I don't have my X account logged in on this computer, so we'll look for that. Thank you. What are you looking at over there?
I'm trying to take Sox L, Sox short there. That worked better in my head. I wanted to get involved 45-40s, and then Sox L kind of came up there and was like, maybe not. Why I like this, though, is look at that massive support we had earlier. Look at that consolidation, these wicking candles to the downside. This was a great bullish look. So the reason I want to go short there is because look where we fall. We can hover there for a little bit.
KVUE.
Fall below the 90 MA. If we come back to this, touch it, and reject it, it's a short. If we break above 45.50s and getting out, we're risking about 10 pennies. And in terms of where I want to take profit, I mean, you know, I'm okay with 45s. I realize that's very ambitious, but I think with Sox L, if you have that nice little move to the downside, I think it gives you some opportunities. We also had a bearish candle in the TQs, and I've noticed for whatever reason, there is sometimes a little bit of symbiosis between the price action we see in the Qs and the price action we see on the Sox L. Right now, the Qs trying to pop back up, so I'm like, well, okay, Qs, maybe that was a mistake on my part, but you got to do what you got to do. You got to make the decisions that you like. As long as we stay below 50s, I'm going to be pleased as punch. I'm going to be in my Sox L. That is for sure. But let's see, too, what's happening here with GME, because for that super chat. Also, we had another one earlier that I apologize, I forgot to mention. I just noticed that from Kenneth Choi saying, let's go, which indeed we are going to today. GME getting rangy. Oh, Adara. But it's GME. That doesn't behave like that, Adara. Look at this base, 31.
No trouble?
And this top of 34. Yeah, base, no trouble there. It's all about that base at 31.
Wow, Fabian, it's like that, eh?
Okay. But yeah, I want to take, and look, both times we wick into 35 before finding that rejection at 34. If we bounce off the 90 MA, I don't want it. If we don't, I might try to get shorts in GME, because as much as I said I learned my lesson from this, it's a range, and if it's respecting the range, I think I owe it to myself to try to trade it. Sox L, do your thing, 21, hopefully to the downside.
Apple broke 190, 190.07, but there's no follow through, guys, and there's no dump either. So a little anticlimactic. I don't know if we're going to start putting a rounded top here, but it looks, you know, possible rounded top-ish, if that is an observable characteristic, I guess. I don't know. I'll be looking for lower highs and lower lows. That's when we know we're starting to kind of round at the top there and make lower highs. I'm not going to jump into anything willy-nilly here on the dead one Apple, but I am anticipating a 190 general rejection and a possible rounded top. If we get that rounded top, I'd love to take this one down into the volume weighted average price, which currently is at 189.20-ish area, so 189 and a fifth. The current trade that I have, though, is Goggles. And Goggles is right back onto my entry. It's still holding the 50 period. We haven't changed on that whole shebang there. I'm now 3 pennies out of the money on my remaining balance. So if this one triggers my out, it triggers my out. My out hasn't moved. And right back up we go. So we're generally, this is 3 now, 5-minute candles holding at the 50 period moving average. So there's something here, right? Whether or not it ends up holding here and I get a curl back up either into the top end of the range at 170, 190, 172, an entirely different story. But the fact that we've held up here for almost 15 minutes right now upon the close of this candle, you know, tells me that there is something with the 50 period, as I suspected there was earlier with Google. So we'll see what we get here with Goggles. Yeah, Apple's still now coming back down into the 80s. Good, decent move there. But you know what's not stopping in its ascent? And I'm not talking about the future. The soft one is on the way up. I mean, if we were to count the amount of green candles from 950 onwards, I mean, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 5-minute candles that are red. Everything else green here on Microsoft. Higher highs, higher lows. This one has been really getting away from everything, both the 50 period, the 20 period. It's really only coming down into the 10 period here. So 10 period retracements, possibly the best move here on MSFT. But there goes Google. So now Google's in a little bit of trouble. I'm seeing 18 prints coming, so I may have to get out of this one for the remaining balance because it looks as if it may break down now below the volume weighted average price. And that's going to be my out on goggles. We take a bit of an L on that last little piece, but am I still positive on it? Yes, I am. So please, as dang punch, still positive on this goggles trade. Let's see what else we got over here. Tesla is starting to put in a rounded bottom in kind of the same way that I'm looking at Apple for possible rounded top here. So look at this rounded bottom here on TSLA, starting to come up, putting in higher highs, higher lows, now well above the 175, well above the volume weighted average price. Good, decent move here for Tesla. I would say if we move up here on Tesla, be on the lookout for this 177.50, 177-ish area, this general area here. That was a consolidation area bottom in the pre. It is also yesterday's closing print. We closed off on the Cybertruck yesterday at 177.5. So if we continue up and hold this 175 area, I'd be looking for resistance on Tesla at 177.5 Adira.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking for resistance here on AMD, and I got short. I initially said I wanted that 157.69 short. Alas, was not meant to be, but then
go back down. We'll have to wait and see. No Nostradamus, obviously. So nice move. I know, believe it or not, Fabian. Nice move here for Apple on the day, up 1.25%. The other trade that I was considering, you know, we were talking about this Tesla range. Now Tesla's like upgrading its range. It's stair-stepping its range. Here's what I mean by that. Initially, we had that 173.5 to about 174.5 range at its best. Now, kind of, we're using 174.5 as the level of support prior resistance, and now we're using 175.5 as the high side. So Tesla doing its best, I don't know, range day or whatever it's doing over here. But good move up here for Tesla, dancing with VWAP right now. That could be persuaded into an entry out either one of these extremes. So we'll see if it continues to range as it's been doing all day. META, though, the Zuck train, absolute beautiful hold off the 50 period earlier, and then again in the later stages of the morning show, and then during our show as well. And now it's coming into that 475.25. And I was telling you guys about this level earlier. 475.25 to 475.5 seems like a bit of an area top. I realize we have all these wicks that take us well past there, but look at the closing prints. They're all, without exception, south of 475.5. So I want to see how we dance between that $0.25 level to that $0.50 level on META. It does seem like an area top. We'll see if it acts as one. But there is an individual to my left that had one hell of a banger trade on NVIDIA, and she wants to talk about it.
Thank you so much.
He's on my right. I'm sure he had NVIDIA trades as well. Sean is still long Tesla, guys, by the way. He's long at 173.50. Keep that in mind. If you're following along with Sean's trades, you should be over at More Trader TV. Sorry, Adira. And making sure that you have his positions and Neil's positions. We try to do our best to make sure those prices are accurate.
Yeah, Cybertruck Sean over there. Shout out to him. Yeah, I want to talk about this NVIDIA trade. I'm really proud of this. I know I said all day I was watching levels on NVIDIA, right? One of the levels I really liked was 240-250. So then I noticed we're kind of coming, we've failed this 944 a couple times, but I like that we have these wicks to the downside off the 9 EMA. We know I love my 9 EMA bounces. Then when I realized I'm not going to get 942.50 for my entry for the long, I say, you know what, Adira, use that as your stop then. Get involved at 943.25 because that was an area with that 943 that I felt comfortable with. I get involved. I think we might wick just below 943 like once, but other than that, we hold it really well. And then we get that pop up into 944s. And initially, I kind of like panicked. I was like, and then I didn't, you know, I was like, I don't know what to do. Then we fall back into my area of entry. And I said, Adira, don't sell yet. You're still where you need to be. You need to come back. If we pop back into 94 or 944, you have to have a plan. So my plan was 944.44. really specific numbers there, 444. I know sometimes those can be unlucky, but I liked it because it was an area that we did have a little bit of a bounce into, and that I thought we could get. So I did take $1.20 on this trade. Pleased as punch. Really happy with how I did it, and mostly just happy because this was something I wanted all day, and I waited till the levels were right. If NVIDIA bounces again at 940, like I said, I like it. NVIDIA 940.50, as specific as that is. So if we get 940.50 bounce, might scalp it. But scalp season, call me Edie Scalpo, not a soprano, but call me Edie Scalpo here. I just want to be taking some scalps all day, every day. Proud of what we did.
Executed.
All right, I'm keeping my eye here on AMC. Because AMC, guys. So shout out to all my meme traders out there. I see you guys in there in chat. And trust me, if there's a meme trade to be had, I'll be all over it. Now, here's what I like. I like either a VWAP rejection or a 50-period rejection here on AMC. So I'm thinking short. It may not please some of you meme traders out there that want to take it long, but I'm looking short. It's down and to the right. It's been a downtrend all day, and I'm thinking about shorting the pops here. Now, there's a couple of levels, like I mentioned. There was that 50-period reject, which is essentially the IB high. It rejected right off the 50-period, $6.60. Seems like a random area to reject. It was a pre-market kind of consolidation bottom around here, so maybe it doesn't have that much to do with the 50-period as it does to do with this consolidation area bottom in the pre, but we'll have to wait and see. Anyway, a couple of wicks right now off the 50-period. The 50-period on the 5 is at around 570. VWAP is around 580, I think 579. So just generally that area. So I could definitely be persuaded here if we get up into that area and then start showing some red candles.
Executed.
Market trying to hold on to positive territory here this morning as we look for more data just coming through. We just got initial jobless claims coming out here on a week-over-week basis to the upside to the tune of 0.4%. That's going to need to be updated once again. That looks a little bit old. So we'll get back to that. But overall, the market, as I mentioned, trying to hold on to positive territory here, coming off huge day yesterday to the upside, led by tech stocks once again. A lot of commentary, a lot of analyst notes this morning, pointing specifically at semiconductors heading into next week with the NVIDIA Print 2 come. We are expecting a little bit of positive momentum, possibly heading into that. We'll see. SMCI still one of the top trending stocks on Wall Street Bets yesterday, along with NVIDIA, along with, the meme stocks. Downside again today, but still some decently high volume behind these this morning, but movement just not there.
Yeah, AMC's already done 12.5 million shares. GME about half that. We'll keep eyes on them. Retracing a little bit doesn't mean that they're off the table and not tradable. But to build on your point, Brendo, about AI and NVIDIA, and specifically SMCI, Dell stock absolutely skyrocketed this morning on the back of that same thing that SMCI is moving off. This server, the AI server market, and we'll recall when they had their event, the Dell CEO was right there. Jensen was basically throwing the business his way.
Yeah, quietly a huge day yesterday for Dell shares. All right, I refreshed. Here we go. 222,000 on the initial jobless claims for last week, below the 225,000 expected there. So a little bit of a downtick. 1.8, we'll call it, 1.794 to be exact on the continuing claims, a little bit higher. So offsetting there, higher on the week over week, not so much on the continuing claims. Import-export data kind of offsetting itself as well. We also got the Philly Fed index there coming through a little bit to the upside, it would appear. So overall, the market did make a move there, initially higher. We're now downside to kick things off, coming off that move yesterday. I don't know about you guys, but my data, my chart's still not right after that, whatever it was that we went through yesterday on our own system here. So give me your thoughts here, guys. A little bit of a quick up move there, and then now downside for the futures.
Yeah, well, my chart's looking okay. We had that data thing, so like there's still that gap from yesterday in the pre-market, but everything looks good to me. Look, in context, the NASDAQ, there was a little bit of a dip. It gets hard to see, and that's why I have a 60-minute chart
The NASDAQ does not go down, remember?
Yeah, like look at it. We're still pretty much in the overnight range. You can see it on like a 15-minute chart, the move that we just had on that claims number. Like there you go. Like we initially moved a little bit higher. You had that Philly Fed as well at 8:30 just moments ago, so you did have a little bit of a dip.
Executed.
Still very much in the pocket. There's so much. There's a lot to talk about. There wasn't a ton in terms of earnings, but Walmart, yay. Under Armour, nay. Yuck, Under Armour. Like, look, Under Armour got. I don't have a pun for Under Armour's move to the downside, but it wasn't.
What was it?
No, it wasn't good. I don't know if they moved since then, but it was like 15 or something percent to the downside.
6 down to 550. 6.
Oh no, it's recovered some.
Yeah, it's back to 6. Yeah.
That's not that bad. It still might be a short though.
It's like.
It still might be a short, but that was nasty. Nvidia 850 to the upside, and what a bounce back in the meme stocks.
Yeah, I was just calling them up.
Yeah, go to AMC chart on Sean.
Ever since 7 o'clock, they turned the machines on here, and then it was just boom, straight back up to the upside. Yeah, when I was looking this morning, I said, oh God, we're down to $4 and change. And then came
Executed.
through, and then all of a sudden we're at 5, and we just touched 550, which was back into yesterday's close. So we were down like 15, 20% or so, all the way down here at 450, and then now all of a sudden back to 550 and battling back around again. 11 million shares. I mean, I think this has a great chance of going again here today, honestly. We talked about this in the after hours, starting to go back to the upside again, 41, 42, and that was those levels that we had discussed yesterday, 41.50 actually, a level that I was looking
Executed.
at. That was on the downside and on the upside. So right now, yeah, GameStop and AMC both giving some nice levels here in the pre-market, with it being 33 there on GameStop, which we actually saw yesterday as a level, right? And so there's 33 again. I mean, you know, when you're playing these games, you're going to get halts and you're going to get $1 and $2 sort of breaks. So that's why I was saying this yesterday to the guys. It's tough to figure out what amount of share size to use, because your slippage can't just be like, okay, I'm long to 33. It can be, and that's fine. It's just what can happen is just a little break, and you could wipe out like $2, and then all of a sudden it gets
Executed.
Right back up, kind of like right here. This is 32.50, and it went all the way down to 31 just on one candle. And then if you, let's just say you missed the punch, well, by the time you might have got reloaded back up, you're all of a sudden in the money $2. So you just got to watch out for some of these rapid movements. But yeah, AMC, I traded that more heavily yesterday, and I think you could just use more shares, but I like both of them. AMC and GME today, the volume leaders here in the pre-market.
Yes, sir. And one more for you. I Love Lucy today. Well, maybe. I have no idea. I just know there's this LSDI. Shout out to Web Searcher in the chat posting this one. 50 cents to $2.
In the money and going higher. AMD going higher. GameStop trying to go. We've got it good. Hopefully that's understood.
You don't want to have it bad like Usher.
Well,
That's it.
Yeah, I don't.
Executed.
I'd love to have it like Usher though, man.
Well, I mean, yeah, obviously he's got some game. I'm just gonna very quickly. I updated my plan on FFIE was to just buy a dip on the higher lows. So I got 91s to 95s. If it breaks 90, I'm out looking for VWAP. If it continues to go higher, I still want that break of it all. But you can see the
Executed.
stair step to the upside, and we just want to be a part of that. So we grabbed a bit of a scalp trade. It was just an adjustment. I said I'm adjusting from only taking breakouts to buying the stair step dip. AMC and GameStop, still no craziness, no halts, any of that nonsense. But let's just try to keep it in the pocket. The next thing I think happening is AMD's pulling back. I did not quite get that dip buy, just missed it off of VWAP. Still a chance that it can get right down in there to that 161.5. Getting that last dip was great. We just want to look for a little bit more of a patient one next. NVIDIA's starting to pull back a little bit. Alibaba, that's Blue Ocean, which
Executed.
By the way, you can trade 24 hours at Real Trading because you can trade overnight markets in Blue Ocean. But we don't want to look at it there. BABA, not quite to VWAP. Looks like it wants to hold 82.5. So that VWAP retracement hasn't happened just yet. Just want to be a little bit patient with that bad boy. I'll trade Sam. We'll trade penny stocks when they're in play. We traded Mullen when it's in play. It's just FFIE is doing. It did like almost 1 billion shares yesterday. Like it was a different beast. And I think if it runs $1, it's still technically a penny stock in my estimation. But if it's going to trend into $1, there's a lot of room for it to continue going. I think that's the big level. We'll see what happens there. But my next trade, I think, is going to be that pullback in AMD. That's what we're ready for. Unless GameStop makes a fresh low or we break back out at like 30, I have 33.5. There might not be much for those two names in terms of crazy volatility.
All right, Apple, $1, AMD, $2, GME coming back in a little bit. We are a little nervous. Nervous is the wrong word, but maybe concerned a little bit that GME may break this $32. It's not really moving at all. So that's what's kind of got me feeling a little bit of ways about all of this. I do feel like you have to be concerned when stocks kind of stop going and hang around, but maybe we are. I'm here to try to build now to get going. So let's just wait. Potentially this is that bottom that we had talked about. So far on GameStop, a couple ins, a couple outs, and finite. So now we'll have to wait to see what's happening, but I like the trade. We've already talked about that, and we're gonna hold it for a little bit longer. If we can get another out at 33, then we'd love to do that. So a nice move back up into that area will be an out for moi. Disney, showing up on some scanners here. Good move. Bouncing off VWAP. We like that trade.
Executed.
Up now 0.5% into a flattish market. Disney maybe found a bottom there. Again, Nelson Peltz was right here. And he said no. Well, they said no. And all of a sudden, it's been dipped down. They're not a great report for Disney coming back into, we talked about that, 105, 106, 107, and then now hitting that $100 mark, which may have sort of ignited something now maybe to the upside on Disney. So let's wait to see if that is still the case. I'm going to get another piece out here on Walmart. You know what? No, I'm not, actually. I'm not going to get another piece out on Walmart. We already got one out at 63.50 there. It is pulling.
He's talked about in the past as well. So just keep in mind, we'll let you know if there's anything else coming here from Feds Barkin. It's also worth noting here, though, AMD and NVIDIA both getting a bit of a downside push, but Wolf Research having its alpha list, AMD replacing NVIDIA. So AMD replacing NVIDIA here
Executed.
on Wolf Research's alpha list. Guys, keep an eye on those two.
Citron comes out with a report on Alibaba right now, but to the north side, remember, Alibaba's not doing Citron things anymore. They're doing positive notes. So we'll punch along in Alibaba because we like that stock. And now we get a little bit of a catalyst, but Alibaba's already absolutely cruising. This has been a money buy for me in the longer term account right there for Alibaba because we hit this name pretty good early and we're long in the 70s on this name, low 70s. All right, so here we go. Alibaba's coming back in right now. Obviously, there was that Citron tweet. Maybe it wasn't as great as everybody thought. Things get leaked earlier, so a little bit of a pullback. We just took an 84 long. It's just kind of a little bit of a position, not a huge one. We do have many more shares in Apple because I got that long at 190 again. We talked about Apple coming in. That's when you were mentioning dipping into VWAP. I said Apple was weak. We do have a stop a lot. Not a lot lower, just under 190. So if we break below 190, we are willing to get taken out of that trade. So let's take a few more pieces out here on Apple as we dance around these levels. So I was looking at Alibaba and missed the best spot there. But here comes Alibaba back in, 84.02. We are waiting for something in the teens and 20s in case we get a little bump up here for Alibaba. But over to Adara.
I'm going to summarize that note from Citron Research and Alibaba because it's pretty positive here, saying that they think that with the momentum, Alibaba could well go past that $100 price point, saying that they could emulate the success of Amazon and Microsoft in China. So not at all a bad look there on this Citron Research report for BABA, though Baba also got a bit of a push in tandem with JD on earnings earlier today as well.
And that's so. I equated those guys. I equated Baba to those guys yesterday on the show. So far so good, but it is pushing back.
Look, I love Alibaba.
Yeah.
But just very, very quickly, with the reopen on FFIE, a little bit of a scalp fest here in front of 94. So it halted down 94. Remember, I actually tried this reversal when it reopened up. I did get a few shares up here, but basically nothing. Like almost the entire bulk of the shares were at the 94 level for me. And it just dipped down in. I scalped out of it, and that's what we do. Like essentially scalp trading in both directions. But on that reopen, I was getting out in front of previous support there at 86, and now we'll let this one calm down. It's going to play the over/under game at $1. And I'm kind of done with the automatic break up and automatic breakdown story. We just got AMD on a reloaded VWAP. We've got it 162.16. It ends up holding 162 almost exactly. We'll scalp back into the high of the day on that one. Still nothing happening on Google for me, unfortunately. I thought that like that last move in, like the market just pulled back when Barkin was barking. And Google did literally nothing. It's still at the high of the day. Like dip buying Alphabet is basically impossible today. I mean, if it's not going to go down, I mean, I guess I have to take a breakout at some point. There's no other play here, but there's no real level. Like 174 even's already gone up and down once. I guess we'll play the patience game. I don't really see like an obvious, why am I going long? The market just pulled back, and I'm supposed to break out the high. That does not feel right at all. So I guess I'm not going to trade Google unless we pull back into VWAP. A little bit disappointing. Bigfoot, we can trade less than $1 stock. I think correction there. We can't trade under $1 on the OTC markets at real trading, but we can trade penny stocks at will on any other market.
Yeah, like look at Alibaba. I mean, we bought for some reason, gave us that fill down there. I mean, I really like that little thing you have in your hair there today. Little what do you call those things? It's not a bow tie. Man, it's a hair clip. Like butterfly hair clip. I like it.
Where'd you get it from, Ramin? Because that's what you just said. I hear you.
Oh, you stole it from some kid on the street? Okay. Okay, yeah, I heard you. Yeah, no, I won't tell everybody the details.
Why would you steal from a kid?
Whatever you're doing with, I mean.
At least steal,
It's interesting.
Whoa, my screen just...
Okay, so we are now, guys, I mean, let's just party on Wayne. Party on Garth. GameStop is now $2 in the money. Walmart's $1. Alibaba's trying to go. I mean, this is exactly what we're doing here again today. We're having a heck of a lot of fun, and we're just watching this stock go. Something Carnival. Upside, man, 34.50 now, and going right now. Can we see 35.50? Can we see 36.50? Where are we going on GME? Where are we going on Alibaba right now? Back through? Okay. Let's take another offer out here on Alibaba. All right. Yeah, I like being a little calm down here while we're trading, and I feel like that's exactly what we're doing. We are now well up and just having ourselves a great day because we have Apple long down here at 190 multiple times, well, twice. This time's been really good, but again, we are almost out of it because I don't trust this stock. We sort of talked about that. So look at this stopping at around 130. I should have just put some offers up there. Let's do that one more time. Let's get some more offers up because if I don't trust the stock, then we can't be holding on to it. So that's Apple. We're going to get some more out of that one right now. I might actually get some out right now at 15. And again, this is all going to be based on your own share sizes and what you guys want to do. Alibaba, so that's 1 for 1. AMD, I'm not even going to discuss that. We already know what's going on there. Alibaba has been a really good trade. That's been good. The 84 break was not good. It was good initially when we got that first report. But, you know, Citron, again, just because of the way this name's been moving, another great name there for Alibaba, but up 4% today, that's a lot. So, well, 3.5%. So just be careful with that one. Apple just got us out, I think. Walmart's right back to 64. You know what? Let's not stare this gift horse in the face one more time. Let's get it out there at 63 and change. There it is. We'll spin that one. That is $1 in the money right there. So that's another hot dog cannon for y'all as well. So that's another trade. So that's 4 for 4. And then GameStop puts us at, I mean, this stock is putting us through the moon right now. Thank you, Mr. Randy, for that one. As GameStop, we pick the bottoms, and then we get upside there. So, yeah, big day today. Obviously, no LFT, but we're going to see if we can get going even more. Walmart continuously going $1, $2 in GameStop, Alibaba, whatever. We're going to hold on to that one. And then Apple at this point is just stacking stuff up. Right here, it's 10:15. I already know what's for lunch, but I'm saving that segment.
Yeah, we got today and tomorrow as well. So it's been a good day today. Can't complain about it. I just scalp traded AMC. I've only had 2 trades in AMC, and they've both been essentially the same pattern. Look for the wick bottom, and then on the way back up, go long as GameStop's not falling. And I said I'm going to do it at the $5 level. I did kind of miss it here. Like I could have gotten 99s. I ended up with 2s. Scalped it to the same 10 level. Still no breakout of the top just yet, but some concern for me with AMD because it did just lose VWAP at the same time NVIDIA lost the 950 level. So we had that dip buy into VWAP. We got some out in the 40s, and then now you're going to see it break that trend back in. So unfortunately, you know, we can still hold the trend on the stock if it gets back above VWAP, but if we're going to test back into the 160, we wait for the 160 level to come back into play. It has been for me, a little more scalping, I think, than normal on a lot of these names. And still looking for the first retracement in Alphabet that we're able to get. This has been super strong. I like the dip buy on it. Unfortunately, it just never materialized. You had to have this long at the open and then continue with it. Meta's trying to make a bit of a floor as well. I had said I would take a Rivian break. Rivian, it's still holding the low, but you know, no breakout to be had yet on Rivian. I like the fact that it's holding the low, and it's got a monster gap if it can get through that 1040. But until then, we're just going to have to chill out. And apparently T-Money says Boeing is finally doing good things. I'll be happy with it, but I had no plans on trading Boeing. I thought I heard Sharif tell me there was somebody that there was more bad news with Boeing today. Not that I saw it myself.
Well, if there's news on Boeing, you can almost bet that it will be bad. So we can find out. I mean, Radera's right there.
It's a triple top on Boeing.
We can find out if there's something on Boeing for everybody. So Radera will be on that in a second. All right, let's just check in on another name. I'm just letting GameStop go now, so I'm not going to get out. I don't even have any offers out other than the punch out, breaking down through 32. So I'll still continue to look at it, but honestly, like Walmart, the way that's moving now, we're very, very pleased with that. As that continues to go higher, the dip buy into VWAP actually happened twice. It was so nice. We didn't have it the second time though. So yeah, GME and AMC right now is just a little boring. I do kind of agree with James Choi on that one, but boring is as boring does, because I mean, honestly, this has been a nice move upside. And if you're watching it, you could have based out there. You based out at the 50 again. You came back in, you touched it. Now it blasted back into the 200. I feel like technically it still is moving quite nice, and you're able to take a little bit of advantage of that. We only have less than 10% left of Walmart, so I got to get into something else. Let's look at Intel. I mean, I don't have to. Remember what I said, what I do badly? I think might be a chance to do that soon if we get too carried away here looking for other things. But so far, so good here on the day. Intel down to 31. No, that did not fill yet. We do not like the short in Intel, so I'm not taking that up there at 31.75, although it could have been had for sure on Intel, but did not take that one. So we'll move off of that for now. The other name was, Neil's already looked at NVIDIA, so let me look over quickly. I mean, not really, but let's just look over at ARM. 115 right now. Pulling back off, but again, still up that 1.29%. I'm not going to sound overly convinced about anything right now because of what the NASDAQ is doing. So we're not doing anything. We bounced off the 50. We're still at 18.7. We talked about that on the longer term time frame. So I don't really like the talk of like a position is no position, because then it's not really a position. But at the same time, there is, you know, credence to just doing nothing if you don't see anything. So we still have 4 positions. So I'm not talking like, you know, hopefully off kilter here, but we're going to just let what we have sort of ride. And that would be Alibaba, which is now just starting to go higher here. A big trade alert for us on BABA, by the way. I mean, we were able to get that little bottom down there. And so since then, you could have, there it is, you could have reloaded it again there. So it's not like this is a crazy position, but again, for Alibaba, I like this trade. Let's now see if we can get even higher on this. So we'll hold this, 37 cents in the money there, $1.90 in the money on GameStop, $1 on Walmart. And Apple's actually been completely fine right now. So Apple continuously going to the upside. This is a banger day, and I hope you guys are having you know, one as well as crypto, Neil, 66,000. Actually, I got to check my crypto.
I meant to look at Doge for you guys because we have the quote on it, but I just haven't gotten to it.
That was Ramin that just sneezed there.
Yeah, bless you. Before we go to it,
it's all good. It's all good.
The only
Still a little upset about that whole hair clip thing about stealing it from a kid, but
oh, good. Well, you shouldn't steal from children. First of all, that's bad.
Tell that to Ramin.
That's bad. I love Ramin. Ramin, you know what?
No, she didn't. She said she got it on Etsy, I think.
On Etsy? People use Etsy.
What did you say
still?
again? From your orchid. Yeah, I know what an orchid is. I have a wife.
What an orchid is. She got it from an orchid. We thought she said stole it from a kid. Trust me, I heard the same thing you heard.
Yeah, I actually heard orchid. I was just creating hopefully content, but I don't know if it went over that well.
Before we go back,
no kids were harmed in the making
Adara,
of that content. That is correct today. Yet.
Nvidia back through 950, market back through pre-market lows, AMD back through VWAP. That's the only thing I'm back into because Google is still going higher and higher and higher. Let's go to Adara for the small cap recap. That's what it is.
IWM trying to form a little bit of a base here, slightly down in the day, more so than what we're seeing with the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. But trying to find a little bit of strength here right now is the Russell 2000. A couple names to mention here, including Ascent Solar. This is ASTI. This one is a penny stock announcing a collaboration with the University of Stuttgart for development and distributing some power generation technology. Next up here as well, we have MGNI. This one alongside Trade Desk and some of these other in-house ad-related companies. Moving off of yesterday's announcement that Netflix saying they're going to be looking for in-house ad technology by the end of 2025. And last but not least, we do have SBOW here up about 15%. Bloomberg reporting that Crescent Energy is in advanced talks to buy Silverbow, valuing the company at about $2.1 billion. That's noteworthy because Silverbow's current market cap is around $800 million, guys.
Okay, like Citron either just tweeted again or, you know, Big Patty Ice just like, you know, tweeted about it or something because we bought Alibaba. You know where we're long Alibaba, everybody? 83.66 right now. So that is another Dollar Club winner for everybody right there on Alibaba. Like, what exactly is even happening here today? I don't know. Boom. Apple. Okay. AMD. Yep. We'll take that all day. Alibaba, we just talked about it. GameStop has been chef's kiss. Shout out to Chef Joe. I mean, is this not chef's kiss? I mean, on AMC, on GameStop. And then Walmart. So we're having a good day, and it just keeps on getting better and better. And we said we would do it, so let's just do it right now because, you know, I have some more content to discuss soon.
There's a lesson in perspective. So we'll keep eyes on this one. 102 is VWAP. I'm going to be looking for a dollar defend here. And that's a particular trade I like with these sub $1 names that claim a buck, especially with VWAP being about a couple of pennies above that. So 102, interesting level for me on Faraday futures. And VinFast, oh, baby, VinFast is back, and it's kind of trying to stay above VWAP right now. It's not the biggest mover on the day, nor has it had, you know, a whole bunch of shares, but it's still positive and at a key technical level here at VWAP trying to straddle it.
Yeah, oh boy, VinFast.
Oh boy.
To Shout out to Obi there. But yeah, sorry, I literally just want, I like that all MG and I's. You know, and Sharif and I were talking
Executed.
before we came on. We're both very routine-oriented people, and so lately the routine has been Sharif gets back from his walk, and I tell him the small cappers I like. And MG and I was one of those for sure. I think that's an interesting look. Right now, I kind of like, no, okay. I canceled this because I didn't have enough conviction in it. What I really liked on Microsoft was this short earlier, that 424.60, and then I was like, Adara, I don't know, that the future's really popping at that time, and I just wasn't confident enough in it to take it. I need to get more confident, but I also don't want to be cocky either. I don't want to be taking things that I'm not confident in just because I really want to be in a trade. Do you know what I mean? And so my qualm with Microsoft, we're below VWAP. Fuge taking a little bit of a dive here as well. If I see another kind of candle here to confirm, as I'm kind of seeing here that I have a little bit more strength, we do have a bit of a double bottom. I just don't like that we're below the 90 EMA, and I don't like that we're below VWAP. I do like, though, I'm really proud of my instincts here on NVIDIA. I want to talk about this. So I've been saying I have a new thing now where if I don't feel comfortable in a trade, we must scalp out as fast as possible. Because that was my issue with IWM. I felt comfortable in it, but it just, Adara, why are you holding on to pieces of the dream? You know you don't like that. So it's okay. You live and you learn. And so today I took that NVIDIA scalp, 953. Initially I wanted 954s into 955s. Then I noticed, because I do a lot of book reading, especially for NVIDIA, and I feel like, and this is something I've talked about with Obi as well on the show in the past, basically saying, like, he was like, you know, sometimes you notice if you read the book for a stock a lot, you kind of get a sense of how it moves. And so you can kind of see, and like I said, I love using the book for support and resistance. So if I start seeing a lot of 953 prints on the ask instead of the bid, then I start noticing, hey, we're actually seeing resistance now in the book at 953 instead of support. So I started kind of seeing that, and I said, Adara, you are not going to get what you want here. Take your 50 pennies and run for the hills. So I took 55 pennies on this. Please just punch. Yeah, with NVIDIA, I can totally live with that. I like that. I was initially going to try to take that long off that 952 area, but I wasn't 100% confident because right after I got out of this initial long, we dropped, and I said, Adara, wait a little bit, take your scalps, plan your scalps, and it just, you know, goes back to confidence in trading your style. That's why I was happy. Please just punch with my NVIDIA trade. Shout out to you, Easy Trader, saying facts. Yeah, what's everybody looking at here? I'm excited to take a look at some other names. SoxL. Getting kind of interesting to me. I really enjoyed trading the indices a lot, and Sharif and I have talked about this. And look at this. Whoa. This is a support. Yeah, we're getting in. Good. I'm going to risk this into 45s, and we're going to try to get involved at 55s. I don't know what that sound was. Going to get a decent position here, enough that I can be comfortable with. I like that we're riding the 90 EMA. I like all these very bullish wicks here. We try to go down at SoxL. I was like, what are you talking about? I'm still up. So, you know. Calm down, SoxL. You got this. I want to get involved 55s. That might be a bit too conservative. That's another thing is I get a little bit, you know, you and I have both talked about this, being too frugal, trying to enter your trades.
Oh, God.
That's a huge thing. Yeah,
I have so many problems.
I deal with that so much. So that's why I really, I also like that was the top of that previous range. So if we can get involved 55, I'll even take 58s. I have no problem moving it. But that's what I want here. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm back in goggles. We're doing nicely here, about 15 pennies in the money. I'm going to let this one run. Put a bit of a hammer candle. So, yeah, you know, it's a trending stock. Let's call a spade a spade. It's up big. It looks the best out of these Mag 7 names. I don't know if it's up the most. What is it? Up 1 1/4? What's everything else up? Yeah, it is up the most, actually. Obviously, AMD's up a lot more, but AMD's not a Mag 7 name. So goggles, I'm long goggles at 54. Let's see what we get here. If we can move up to test 175 again, I'd be pleased as punch, but we'll see what we get. Now, Apple bounced again off yesterday's close, so a couple of bounces here, but it's having trouble now reclaiming 190. So this could be a range trade here that could establish. I'm not saying it will be, but keep your eye on this 190, 189.72 area. It seems to be straddling that $0.25 area for whatever reason. Obviously, 190, a key resistance level. We claimed it in the pre-market, which made me a little suspicious of whether we're going to hold it or not. You know, there is this school of thought that it believes if you capture the level in the pre-market on lesser volume, then it could be bearish and you sell off in regular market hours. How true that is, really unsure. Don't have the data to support it. But in any event, looking here on Apple to see what we can get, if anything. Tesla did a big boy retracement off that 179.80. It's not a level that I charted. 179.80. Did this feature yesterday? 179.60, 179.5 featured yesterday. Kind of a random area here to find resistance, but alas, it is finding support at that $0.25 level, 179.25 on TSLA. Nicely in the money here, 20 pennies in the money now on goggles. Let's see if we can make it back up. There it is, baby, into the 80s. So goggles heading back up again. By goggles, I mean Google, guys, okay? And there it is. I'm taking that money and I'm running at the 90 penny level. Happy with this trade. Not a bad one after getting punched in the face a little bit, trying to get that 10 period quick. And alas, it did make its way down into the 20. So it didn't spend long at the 20, but it did kind of come close to the 20. The 20 at that level was 174.25. It made its way down into a third. So missed it by a little bit. You know, it's not a hard and fast rule, but it looks like it's on its way back into 175. Go, Google, go. The Future also finding a second breath here, bouncing off the 20 as well, looking to take that 750 level, 18,750 again. HOD is 760, so we're 10 points right now off that high a day. So definitely a good look for the market at the moment. I see you guys talking about AMC. I saw Scott. Scott's telling me he took a shot at AMC low a day, and I like that, Scott. That's a good move. It's a calculated move. Yeah, and here's my reasoning why it's good. That 460 level, Adara, we touched that level on decent volume, 500,000 shares. 524,000 shares on this one candle here at 7:05. This candle had 200,000. So decent volume in the pre, even though it was 7 a.m. So it held up there at around 460. So I like what you're doing there, Scott, front running it a little bit, jumping in there at around the 4 2/3 area. I hope you can print something maybe near VWAP at 495. Right now, though, I got to tell you, Scott, if you're scalping this, looks like to be the best deal because every time it makes its way back into the 10 period on the 5, it seems to find resistance. It happened here at 10:55 and again at 10:50, 10:55, and then you see these two candles, 11:05, 11:10, rejects again, and then there's topping tail doji candle, 11:25, same business. So keep your eye out for that 462 LOD. It does have some support, though, from that 7 a.m. trough that we did hold up at. So good look here. MGNI is going, baby. So we're going to have to pull this bad boy up on a trading screen, Adair, because it's headed up 30% in the good now.
That's a great look at MGNI. I like that one as well, a little bit, that flat top break. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I did get involved in Amazon, which I'd like to talk about. So I took this trade because I look at this little wick here, right? Into that, I saw this on my side chart, and immediately it was like, oh, okay. We had that push down here into like 186.25s, right? We reject beautifully. I say, Adara, just get in. I got in 186.15. If we broke decisively above that 186.25 level, 186.30, that's when I would leave. And then we get this candle. Look at this rejection. This gave me all the confidence I needed to stay in this trade. We try to break above it, and it's like, jokes. So I stayed involved. I could have added in if I was a different type of trader, but I'm not. I'm just this new trader, and I wanted to not have too many. I just want to be really honest, right? Like I considered adding in, and I was like, Adara, this is not your bag, or not your egg, if you were the person to my right. But yeah. So let's see. I'm not saving pieces or dreams. We don't do that. I can't. I love the idea of doing that, but again, this is just really not my type of trade. I want my, we're going to get the whole beat nice and dunked at that 185.90 level, but if we keep bouncing at 186s, I'll get out here. So that is the look there. I have no qualms. I would risk like 10 pennies. I can take 15 and be pleased as punch. That's what I mean by scalpulation, right? As long as you have a plan and you have a little adaptations to the plan. I have no problems abridging the plan, writing like, a children's adaptation of the plan. I don't know, the analogy got a little bit out of my way, but I like this Amazon. Hopefully Amazon likes me back. Microsoft, I was like, oh, maybe I'll take this bounce. I should have taken that bounce. This was a double bottom. I had my reasons for not getting involved, and I stand by not wanting to get involved because we were below VWAP. We were below the 90 EMA. I wasn't 100, we got out of Amazon. Wasn't 100% confident, but if we rejected it for 24.60 and I see anything confirmatory on the future, I keep saying the future now.
I like it.
You and I are really bouncing off each other there. But if we have that breakdown in the future for at the same time we have this move down here for 24.60s, I will take this short. I will take it at least into VWAP, if not into the true bottom of that range. But I do like this. It's actually not a bad range at all. It gives you about $1.40. So I probably wouldn't play it the whole way, if I'm being very honest. But I do like this look. Let's thank you so much, Darwin. I really appreciate what you had to say there. I'm just trying to grow every day, so I really appreciate all the support in the chat. Paula Blackford wanted me to look at Meta, so I'm going to look at Meta. I had thoughts on Meta actually earlier as well, and my thoughts were, holy cow, this range. Which is usually my thoughts when I look at a chart, if they has one I can look at. That base at 475.50, that top of that 477.70, 477.80 gives you a dollar penny range. Now though, $1.20, not a dollar penny, $1.20 range. But look where we're rejecting now. That's right, bottom of that range. So I want to take this. If we keep saying, like, look at this little topping tail candle, that is something I absolutely want. I'm interested in that. That is for sure. Also, really proud of where I got out of Amazon because we bounced right back up. I got out, we bounced right back up. So I'm proud of what I'm trying to do. Scalpulation, a lot of it is using charts as levels and then books for my last minute decisions. So Paula Blackford, I think Meta looks like it could be rejecting. I think what it does here at 475.50, especially coming into Confluence with the 9 EMA, could be key. Shout out to Confluence. But also, yeah, again, congrats on your Google trade, because that was awesome.
Thank you. I appreciate you. I want to mention Disney here, guys. I'm not going to mention Disney as an intraday trade, but it's something that I pointed out to Neil this morning, and I want to point it out to you guys. So Disney came in to the 200 exponential on the daily and has found support. It also came out of oversold territory on the RSI to break out of that level and move out of it. So I'm not saying it's a long on Disney, but what I'm saying is a 200 EMA on the daily hold, and then when you go to the weekly, there's that Confluence, baby, bounces off to 50 on the weekly. So I am going to study this a little bit more, but I could be persuaded into weaseling my way into a swing on Disney. I'm talking about a swing trade, not an intraday trade for Disney. I'm going to see if it holds these levels. If it does, I'm definitely interested in weaseling my way into this, perhaps maybe for an $8 or $9 winner or something like that, into maybe the mid 112s if we can mean revert back into this consolidation area at the 50 on the daily, not the weekly, the 50 on the daily. So Disney, good hold up on the daily, good hold up on the weekly, good RSI confirmation as well, coming out of oversold territory. Keep your eye on that if you're interested in swings, not financial advice. MGNI, I've got this up now on a trading screen. It's up 30.12%. I'd like to get in around 1260. I'm a frugal guy, right? Speaking of frugal guys, I was charting yesterday, as I typically do, so I saw Costco. Oh. Costco all-time highs again, back into those March highs. First thing I do, get on the phone, I message Alfred. Alfred, Costco's back at all-time highs. What's the look? It's too expensive. Alfred, you always say it's too expensive. How about now? I'm cheap. It's my brand. Like, bro, like, come on.
Alfred needs his own show. I would watch an Alfred reality show.
So speaking of frugal, that dude is frugal, right? Anyway, so I'm trying to weasel my way into MGNI here, Ram. I'm going to be looking at that $12.60 area, which is where the 10 period is on the 5. That's where I want to get in. If we can get in there, fantastic. Let's go ahead and try to front run that monster. I'm going to sit at like 62s or 3s or whatever. What's life without Wemsy? Let's see if we can get into this monster over here. I also want to shout out Big Michael Lloyd. You thought I was going to say Big Kyle Burdett there, didn't you? Big Michael Lloyd alerting me to Kraken. CRKN, not Kraken, the token. This is called Crown Electronics, and it's spelled with a K, so I feel it's like it's European.
Okay.
Yeah, because don't they use, like German, the C sound is always K, right? They don't use C as
yeah, it's like Ike.
Yeah,
it's like
right?
Yeah, you're right. That's interesting.
So CRKN, great move today, 148% Ram. This one got into 13 pennies. That's the thing, though. I mean, it's a 10-penny stock. It was a 5-penny stock at one point, a 6-penny stock today at the lows. It's a good-looking chart. You're going to have to, buy a lot of shares to make money on this, but it's done 601 million shares. So the liquidity, plenty. Keep your eye on this one. It could present you with an interesting small cap trade, but that's a look there. So I'm looking at weaseling my way into MGNI at 1260, and I'm going to keep CRKN on watch. I could be persuaded to get into this one, Adair.
Yeah, hopefully it's able to persuade you if you see something you like on that. Also, yeah, shout out to Alfred, Sharif's pal in the three-piece suits. Yeah, that guy is so entertaining. Every story you tell me about Alfred, it's like it paints a rich picture in your head. Very entertaining guy, and like really interesting value investing perspectives as well. You can check him out on How to Trade. I think it was the last week of December.
Yes.
So shout out to him. Also, NVIDIA. Shout out to you, maybe. I got involved at 9:54. We were bouncing on 9:54. I get involved before I can even breathe. It drops, right? But I said, Adara, let's see what we do at 9:53. So I'm going to risk a little bit more because I want a bit more from this trade. I kind of want 9:55, 9:56. I'm not going to lie here. But like I said, with NVIDIA, I think watching the book is super key to me. We're still seeing support at 9:53, but we're seeing a bit of resistance here at 9:54, which is not something I like if I'm long at 9:54 for, I guess, maybe kind of obvious reasons, right? So I want to watch that. Also, we're going to let her cook a little bit, but I want to point out, too, I'm very proud of the levels I called out in Meta and Microsoft, even though I missed both of them. So Microsoft here, I said 460, 420. Let's 420, 460. Oh, never mind. It dropped $1 before I could react. So nice look there. Happy that was a level. If we bounce, I'll get involved. Same with Meta. We did have that rejection off that 475, 50. So both Meta and Microsoft, those are absolutely levels I really want to get involved in here. NVIDIA continuing to kind of curl, so I will let her do her thing. 21. The dead one, Apple, is kind of interesting here as well.
I mentioned that. I mentioned that.
I think you mentioned that. And that's
189 and 3/4, 190. It keeps bouncing back and forth.
Yeah, I might have to look at it because Sharif knows his Apple levels very well. That is a stock you are very accustomed to in terms of levels. So I do like this look on Apple. NVIDIA looks like we're bouncing off 50, so I'm okay staying in this. But I will always be looking at what the book does because I'm trying to get more comfortable reading the book. I never like when we're below the 90 EMA, so I might have to be getting out of NVDA. But again, if I keep seeing this 53 bounce, trying to be a little bit more calm. This was, and again, maybe this is how I constructed the trade. I don't know if it was scalpy enough. But the thing is, too, is you have to be trading. You're always going to be a little uncomfortable, right? So as long as you're comfortable with what you're trading, how you're trading, you just try to get involved. NVIDIA, though, certainly testing my personal patience. So I want to see if we do 53s here. If not, I'm going to be getting out. Losing $1, but again, really, really small position. What happened here?
Look, I told you.
Oh.
I mean, it was literally, I literally just got in and the bottom fell out immediately. I fat fingered though because true to form, I hit the flatten key. And why I haven't moved in the flatten key, Adara, is a question that I really can't answer at the moment. But the point is,
Congrats
do it now. No, I don't want to do it now. So I took out breakthrough 88. What did I get out? I got out at 88. So decent move here on the dead one Apple. I'm playing the range 189 and 3/4, 190. It's not a hard level, right? Look, it went up into 190.33, but look, I mean, it went right back down again. So play the range at your leisure. That is until it reclaims 190 again. If it reclaims 190 again, should be interesting here on the dead one. Jay Lee. I love this. I drive an old Civic with a lot of kilometers, but it's 100% reliable. I can afford a brand new easily, but prefer the older non-theft luring type. Avoid carjackings and TO. Truer words were never spoken. Well, maybe they were. But your words are very true, Jay, because we have a major issue with theft of vehicles in this. We're not going to get into it, but that is, it's a good analogy for other things. Shout out to Jay Lee, one of the OGs there in the chat. We'll keep eyes on, well, I was going to say keep eyes on Honda, but we never trade.
Yeah, we never
no, I don't think that.
Have we traded Global Life? I don't think we've traded Honda.
I don't think so.
No.
No. Guys, Softy. Say that again. Global Life SEC investigation. What is the ticker? GL, thank you. So, Neil, thank you very much for that. Neil alerting me to Global Life SEC investigation, ticker GL. And there you go, big boy drop off that 85.5 print all the way down into 82. That's the LOD at the moment. Is trying to put in a bit of a hammer candle, coming in at 83.25. Do I have the ticker on it? Here is, the headline. Watching Global Life shares lower as Viceroy Research issues, I don't know what FOIA is, update. Okay, cool. let's click this thing here and see what. Okay, well maybe I shouldn't click it. Anyway, I'll look at this later. Yes, it is. Global Life appears to be the target of an SEC investigation. Per withheld FOIA response from the SEC, the response pertaining to a request submitted by Viceroy Associates to the SEC was withheld. Okay, so that's on the Viceroy Research website, by the way. So that's being reported by them. I just want to mention that to you in case, you know, we always have to tell you the context. So good look there. Keep your eye on GL if you're interested in that sort of trade, and that is obviously moving at the moment, Adair.
Yeah.
Triangles.
Yeah, there is.
I like that.
I love when you say triangles. Thank you so much. Yeah, Sharif saying that he approves of this Microsoft range, and I'm really trying to be cognizant and make sure this isn't a revenge trade. I do like it because I still like the levels. The reason I say that is because I know I initially wanted to go long here, then I hemmed and hawed, decided not to. You know, you have to have your own decisions for things. But then I saw this short, and I still didn't get involved. I totally missed that drop. It came in with such a viciousness. But I was like, Adara, this is coming yet again. The future's getting a pop. At some point, one must trade one's range if one considers oneself to be a range trader. And one does consider oneself to be a range trader, and I do like that range. So I'm going to stop speaking like I'm Shakespeare, take this trade. Also, NVIDIA, Bamboozlement King. I'm not upset about this. A little bit down in this name now.
Executed.
I did have that loss, but I got it where I needed to get out, and thank goodness I did, because I got it right at 953s, which is where I said that was what I wanted to risk. Then we dropped here into like 952, so I'm really happy I missed that. Then we popped back up. With NVIDIA, I just need to be a lot scalpier. You know, like Dora the Explorer, swiper, no swiping. Adara, all scalping. I don't know. So I'm going to have to tell myself. But Ramin likes that, I guess. I don't know.
She loves it.
So let's see. Also, Microsoft, to clarify, for the risk, I'm risking if we break below 423, and I want like minimum 424.50. 1.5. I want minimum 424.15. So I'm trying to make like 95 cents. I can risk 20 pennies for that. I can live with that kind of risk to reward, right? Nessa here with the super chat addressed to you, though.
Oh.
Actually, thank you so much for the $50 super chat, Nessa.
$50 super chat, Nessa.
Executed. Executed. Executed.
TANH.
TANH.
Executed. Executed.
Also tweeted recently that you've been expanding your playbook and you've been expanding the types of trades that you're really looking at. And like you said, as your account grows and you're looking to put excess capital to work, you've gotten more into swing trading or things like that. Could you describe like what type of swing trading you've been looking at, and how has that process been going? Has it been more easy? Has it been difficult?
It's been hard, but it's enjoyable too. So with my penny stock
Executed.
trading, there's so many things that I don't need to know about what these I don't even know what some of these companies do. Sometimes I'll trade a ticker with not even a care in the world what industry it's in, like what the earnings look like. It doesn't matter. It's purely based on price action and feel, like 99% of it. But then when you're trying to, buy like a daily breakout or an earnings gapper in a higher price $50, $60, $70, $100 stock, there's a lot of things you need to know. And you need to understand what the earnings and sales growth looks like if you want to understand the fuel for that move higher.
Executed.
A lot more, I think, nuance to the technical analysis that needs to go into those purchases. And so it's been a big learning curve for me to pick up all these things that honestly I just didn't need to know before. So I don't have a ton of experience with, but I'm learning a lot. I've messed around with a few different scanning softwares, just practicing, trying to look at what has relative strength over the last, few weeks or a month or 3 months, and try to figure out what are the strongest industry groups. And then out of those groups, then find the strongest stocks within those groups, and then make a watch list of those, and then identify key areas and technical setups where you might be able to get a lower risk, high reward entry that you can maybe hold for several days or weeks. That's quite a bit different than what I do with penny stocks. But I tried for a while to find something that was going to click with me the way penny stocks do. And I didn't find it, to be honest. I don't know if there is something else out there that's similar to what I do at all. If there is, I haven't found it. So eventually I came to the conclusion that I might as well just pick something that I actually want to do, pick a style of trading that might lend itself to the life that I want to live, and something that I will find interesting on a regular basis and enjoy doing. And that's how I settled on larger capitalization swing trading. It's worked for a lot of very successful traders for a very long time. Obviously, Judah can speak to that. That's the route that he chose, and probably maybe for some of the same reasons. There's comfort in knowing that I'm going to get there eventually. Like if I put in the hours that are required to get there, there's enough information, there's enough resources out there to figure it out. It's a lot, but I know that it works, and I know that maybe not in every market environment, at least being primarily long biased, but for as longer now than a lot of people have been trading in this style and done well in the market. So that's what drew me to it, and also it is a little bit easier to execute those entries. I just put hard stops on them, and then I don't have to spend my entire day monitoring them and watching closely for small price swings. Like if I'm trading a large cap stock that there's like a 3 or 4 ADR kind of stock, it's probably not just going to it's not going to halt down like 20, and then it's not going to go circuit to circuit on me like when I'm not looking. I struggle with small caps for that reason, because I get taken away from looking at that to focus on like 15 trades in a row I might take in pennies, and I look back and go, damn, like stop that again, because it's very hard to stay on top of a significant number of trades that I'm taking every day to pay my bills, and then also trying to be really fully focused on intraday, especially small cap type intraday trading. I found it to be a lot. It was kind of overwhelming, and I would just get frustrated on both ends and make less money doing what I am good at, and then also lose money doing that because I wasn't fully focused on either one. So,
Executed.
With the swing trades, I mean, a lot of the entries I end up taking pretty close to the open, and then I just put a stop at low day and just let it go and see how it works out, and then take note of that, like save the chart, save my, keep track of my trades and see what's working and not working, and see what I'm doing well and not doing well. And I can assess all those kind of things outside of market hours, and I can do all the scanning outside of market hours to try to find the trades that I want to take. So it's a lot of extra work outside of my regular market hours, regular trading hours. But it also it allows me to do it. It's easier to find extra time outside market hours than it is to squeeze more stuff into 9:30 to 4.
HMY.
Yeah, also, like you went from basically scalping these like 50-cent dollar names to like swing trading overnight, and it could be multiple nights on like larger dollar type of names. So like that transition, like how long did it take you to be comfortable with that? Because a lot of people want to be 100% cash every night. They're happy coming in, making what they made.
Not great here for GME, but 14 million shares, trying to find a base. I mean, I don't think anybody trading GameStop is trading it for its valuation anyways. So to me, it sucks when you're in it, but I don't think this changes the story for going long, to be honest with you. It's not like we were buying this name because we thought that there was some good macro things happening with the stock. It's not like they got upgraded or anything like that to begin with. So now all you're really doing is getting a cheaper price to get this thing back going again. So for me, I don't think it's necessarily the end of the world here for GameStop traders, but we'll wait to see what happens here. It's just more fuel to the fire, in my opinion. Good luck.
All right, let's touch on some of these EV stocks moving around here once again this morning, including this one, VinFast, with not only a pretty good week this week, but going back to that big move end of last week. Or was that Monday? 1, 2, 3, yeah, Monday, I guess it was. VinFast with a couple of announcements this morning, in fact. So this little, we'll show you the little car in a second here. I guess it's a crossover. I don't know what.
Yeah, it kind of looks.
It looks crossover-ish, but it's really cool looking. So within the first 66 hours, yeah, there it is. First 66 hours of pre-orders on this thing, they got 27,649 orders for that thing, which is really cool looking. Will do obviously very well in the little tiny streets of Europe and throughout Asia, where streets are obviously smaller. 700,000 customers going to have access to 700,000 charging stations throughout Europe, which is huge for them as well. They've also announced that you're going to be able to access Sony's RideView online entertainment service in the VF8 model, and apparently that's the first manufacturer that this is
executed.
Going to be not only manufacturer, but the first model from a manufacturer that's going to be available to. So here's the daily chart. Nice move, as I mentioned, going back to last week from 3 up to $5 at the high there, coming into some resistance, but looking like it might want to go higher.
Let's call a spade, Brendo. There are very few cheap electric vehicles right now that can be bought en masse by other areas of the world. I'm talking about, your Asias, your Europes, where these bigger cars don't really fit the narrative there. So I want to see what they can do with 6 hours selling 30,000 of these things. That's a fantastic look.
Yeah, definitely. We'll keep an eye on that. So yeah, again, throughout Europe, VinFast customers are going to have access to 700,000 charging ports in the European market. And then as of, or going back to May 13th, part of that reason was that Sony Ride View going to be in the VF8, which is the first model and first manufacturer going to carry that, similar to Apple CarPlay or Android Auto, guys. So a couple of interesting notes over the past few days here for VFS.
Yeah, and when you already showed the daily chart there, so the bull flag is in play for it. 50-period average sits literally at $4. I guess that's about as simple as it gets. Support sits at $4 with the 50-period just underneath it. So that's as simple as it gets for consolidation. You have $5 for potential break. I just think it looks a heck of a lot cooler than that thing I was telling you about with XPeng. Because XPeng has this new, I'm not even sure what you call it. There's a truck that launches in an EV flying thing, the eVTOL, right? So it's a truck that launches an EV flying thing, and it looks a cross between a Hummer and a Cybertruck, and it's huge. Okay, well, that's a very niche market. Who wants to aim for something that flies?
Do I run with the bulls?
Like, a van. But really, most of the world wants a smaller vehicle. We know that's where the sales are going to be. China is the one that's proving it to us. So I mean, it makes sense. You're in the right market. Tesla got punished when they pulled theirs, and I think it's a good opportunity. The other side of it too is the potential for obvious squeeze plays on the stock when you find support and start going higher. So we'll keep that one on the radar because we've seen a few of these go, right?
It's funny because Sharif mentioned that this is a car that's available to get, and the point is with VinFast is last summer, I think it was last summer, my wife was at the CNE, and she actually sent me a picture of this car. She had no idea what it was. She saw it there, and it was a VinFast. And so yeah, it was one of their early models, but nice to see that they're making some moves there. And yeah, trying to get names under good prices above the 50-period moving average. We say, how many times do we see stock start to rally off of this? So I think you have a good stop area here if you wanted to engage in a potential move higher in a EV name. So VinFast looks like they're putting up some numbers here. So yeah, I like that. We're still in Faraday futures as well, as we've been shorting this one, waiting for a 280 break. 280 breaks, we'll get out of this short. We're not going to layer into this. We're short at 269 right now. We could have just got out at 270, but it bounced off there. So maybe we'll try to get out a little bit, but so far, so good right now. Just checking back in on some of the movers here today. Neil, you were in that.
The other ones,
I just saw it there, and then I was like, let me check it out. I didn't.
It's Crown Electronics.
Right, yep.
And look, I understand that there was this whole cracking this, cracking that, because it's CRKN, and so yesterday it was being referred to as cracking. Crown Electronics. You know what's, so it's done good volume. Now Faraday, technically speaking, is doing better volume notionally because Faraday is 270 and this thing is 39 cents, and obviously, twice as much volume when the stock is 1/8 is not that big of a deal, or 1/7 I should say. But that's still very, very good volume on Kraken. I look at this double top, and my first thought is to look for the shorts. If all these meme names kind of got a little huadunk or pullback or whatever we're calling it because of what happened with GameStop, then I see a rejection like this put at the 50 level, and I want to be looking at least initially short. I had it when it broke down 40, got out, but if it gets back down and breaks underneath VWAP, I'm going to be looking short this name. If it pops into the pre-market high, I'm going to look for a fail top short, or look for a fail at 50. If we're breaking out over 50 cents, we're able to get away from it. But these two are doing volume. In the afternoon, you remember yesterday, there wasn't a ton of volume and activity until right at the end on GameStop. And I know it's going crazy today, but in the afternoon, it was these guys, CRKN and FFIE, Faraday Future, that were doing the bulk of the squeeze volume. So I think that's where I want to be, at least again, this morning. So both these are going to be in play. This one is a penny stock, so unlike FFIE, like you don't get paid a rebate for adding liquidity. So you can't pile up rebates getting in and out on this stock like you could in FFIE because it's essentially free to add and remove on any kind of a penny stock. So you're just looking to make that gross. If it starts breaking above 55, I will not be trying to short it above there. But for now, I'm looking for the short off that double top.
Still funny about that developing story, world #1 Scotty Scheffler arrested at Valhalla for assaulting a police officer. So
it's assault?
That's what he was arrested for. I mean, apparently he's been released. I mean, people would being able to watch this would be able to find out. But his tee time was 10:08. Just funny stuff. I mean, not funny, but I don't know. That was. Go check it out if you're able to right now. But yeah, that's what's going down right now.
Watch him go out there and shoot a ridiculous round anyway.
Yeah, they're saying that this is the worst thing that could happen for everybody in the PGA because now he's going to be mad. All right, Faraday just went through 80 there, so we punched out of not everything, but not great. As we just keep going higher and higher. So, yeah, I mean, I fought the law, and definitely the law is winning right here on Faraday Future because this name just continues to climb higher. I think the right thing to do would just be scalp it on the long side, not the short side. But there it goes. Nice move back through 80 there. We'll get out of it all and just see. We might have had the right level here at 80 as it's bouncing around, but we were short there 70. We talked about that, punching ourselves out there at 80, and now going to wait to see what it does as I'm just trying to watch it. I thought 80 would be a pretty key level, and we are bouncing around here. So, I mean, there it is right there. That's been the high. That's why we stopped out. So, right there at 80. So let's see if we can get even higher now. As remember, no halts in the pre-market or anything like that. But now that this is over $1, it's going to have different halt rules. It's going to go back into the normal. Right. So we do have to watch out. And I've written down here on the sticky note that we definitely want to play FFIE on its first halt. So. That's going to be hopefully a big trade for me today, or at least a big opportunity. Faraday Futures here, 63 million shares, and already going nuts. So I really, really like the opportunity here today in this name with GME and AMC maybe taking a potential back seat early until that settles down. This name's already kicking. Looks like a good level there at 80 maybe.
Yeah, it's kind of going back and forth off of that level pretty nicely. But it could break out. I did have a trade in this stock. But it was basically when, right at the moment when the GME news and whatever came out, this was sort of moving down off of it. So I just took the first consolidation short at 50. It was kind of a reactionary play. And then I realized, this is going right into yesterday's high when I zoomed out the chart. And I was like, get out, get out, get out. And then you can see it went higher. So this is bouncing off of yesterday's high, trending to the upside. A $3 break at the open could lead to said halts. But I actually think there's going to be a halt possibility on GameStop at the open this morning. Yeah. So I think this news, most of my success on GameStop this week has been playing halts. So I feel like this news is exactly what could put it into, whether it's up or down. I mean, it could halt off the open because the volatility's back when it wasn't there in the last couple of days. Is it ask?
All right, we were touching on Robinhood there as well. I was just noting Bank of America with an upgrade to Robinhood and Coinbase today as well. Going to neutral from sell on Coinbase was Bank of America. So we were just touching on Robinhood there. Let's bring in Michael Noss here, get more details on downside moves here for meme stocks. Mr. Noss, it was an early idea, but we'll have to give you credit where credit is due because I mentioned this earlier. You said this to me really early on this morning, looking at, when these parties come to an end, typically there's more downside than anything else.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, we can start. The first slide I actually have is a tweet that seemed to be gaining some traction, which I thought was kind of clever, which was going to be a little bit of a warning to you guys, but it looks like might be a little too late with that offering. But I still think what I'm going to talk about is going to have relevance for the next coming days and weeks. So my tweet was just, go to the meme stock party, have a few drinks, have a great time. Just have a plan to get home safe when the party is over. So I hope everyone who read that took that advice, because if we go to the next two slides just quickly, the first one is GameStop. On the monthly chart in the picture-in-picture, so this is a feature we have at Trade Ideas where in the bottom right, you can put a different time frame, bottom left, sorry. And I do that all the time with a monthly chart because I want the really wide breadth on it. And what the chart did for me this time is it reminded me this thing spikes and then it drops, and then it spikes and then it drops, and it does this over and over and over again. If you go to the next chart, which is AMC, it's even harder to see those spikes because this thing is down so much. So these happen over and over and over again, but doesn't mean that just because these things are pulling back, that the entire short float thesis is going to be over. If I just saw this and I'm a hedge fund manager or an institution, I'm short stocks, I'm still a little nervous. So what I did when I was scanning last night to get ready for this show is, if we go to the next slide, just showing a scan of what we do best at Trade Ideas. I talk about relative strength all the time when it comes to swing trading and investing. The guys in the shows talk about relative strength and weakness when it comes to day trading. This is a concept that we know that works. So this particular scan with GameStop, it was down 25% yesterday. I think it's down another 25% now. And AMC, pretty much back where it started. I just took this scan and I said, okay, well, what's not falling apart that actually has a good short float? And you can see some names here. I went through the whole entire list and I cherry picked some ones that I think that look good. But I think that's the move going forward. If we think that there may be another pop in these names, or that, the playbook is going to happen like it did with the meme stock craze last time, where we all remember first it was GameStop and then it was AMC and then it was BlackBerry, and then, it went down the list of every heavily shorted name out there. If that playbook's going to remain, I think your move is simple. You want to find places that aren't falling apart, these heavily shorted or quote unquote meme stock names that are holding up very well. So that was the list that I made last night. I'm going to be watching all of these for the same thing. GameStop looks like it's, going back down, and AMC looks like it's back where it started. But if these names can hold, then that shows me that there's some good relative strength in them, and at least areas I need to focus. And the first one is Carvana. And I'm going to kind of call this the meme stock that did everything right. This was priced to bankruptcy. There was targets of Carvana out there at $0 and $1, and it was going crazy. But they got a little bit of a spike. It looks like they raised money during that spike, and now we have the earnings per share number here. It's positive, so they're actually making money. That's what you want your company to do, especially in these interest rate environments. So this may be a meme stock that turned into a turnaround story. And more importantly, if we remember the GME and the AMC charts above, where these things are making new low after new low and kind of completely collapsing, Carvana's just holding this post-earnings gap, and it's holding on very well. We're showing a 28% short float on that. So just drew a simple line there. That's like 120, 121. If we can get above that, then I think there might be another move here in Carvana. Next one here is Rumble. 18% short float. If you look at the monthly chart, hasn't really done much since it's IPO'd or de-SPAC'd. I can't remember which one this was. But if you look over the last 4 or 5 days, again, as the meme stock's been falling apart, this one's been steadily rising. That yellow vertical line, that's earnings. Looks like some good action on earnings and a nice positive close yesterday, again, as the meme stocks closed near a low. This next one, PLL. One thing that I noted, this is the best looking lithium stock that I saw in this whole kind of craze, because it has this rounded bottom or smiley face pattern that I like the look of, and an 18% short float. So I like this one above $15, $16, but I just wanted to note that as I was going through this list, I saw like 5 or 6 lithium related stocks there. I don't know if that's a theme, but sometimes when I'm going through scans and I see the same sector over and over again, I start to perk up a little bit. So, pay attention to lithium outside of this. Last but not least, we have GigaCloud Technologies. Look at the monthly chart in the lower left. This thing is great. I talk about it all the time that if you're going after high short float names, you want names where the shorts are nervous. If the stock is hitting new all-time lows, the shorts aren't nervous. They're having a great time. They're correct in their position, so they have no need to cover. There is 19% of this float short, and if you look at that monthly chart, this triangle, if this resolves higher, we're hitting new all-time highs in GigaCloud. So the high end of this wedge is like $40 or so a share. That would get us over this last earnings report day as well. So I think that's going to be a very interesting level. So again, play these responsibly. Understand that when the meme stock story comes to an end, it usually ends badly. But we can use these moments to find relative strength. And I think that's the key. If you are holding a high short float stock that is not selling off with GME and AMC, you might be onto something.
Entry here when you're looking at, you know, these different names with the high short float. And the reason I ask is yesterday we saw, I mean, it was clear, you know, not only yesterday, but the day before even, that the energy behind this move and some of these names, AMC, GME, obviously leading the way, was just not there. It just wasn't the same as going back to 2021. But yesterday, late in the day, we see all these little tiny, you know, penny stocks popping up, doing hundreds and hundreds of millions of shares, even, you know, a billion. Is there a barrier for entry where, you know, you'll just set it aside and say, I'm not touching it?
For me, I need that initial trigger. I'm not a big penny stock guy myself, because what I'm looking for is exactly the opposite of what happened in GameStop and AMC. Both these things spiked. They were these are unprofitable companies that have a lot of debt in their balance sheet, and they're not great companies, so they're going to use price spikes to offer more shares and to sell shares to retail. And that's what's happened with both AMC and GME. But I look at something like this GigaCloud, this GCT, right? If you just, I know that's the small print, but I'll just scan across the top. It only has 400 million in debt. It has 200 million in cash. The earnings per share is positive, and then the trend is up. So that shows me that there is less of a likelihood, we obviously never know, that if this thing gets going over 40 and it has a little bit of a short squeeze, there's less of a chance that the company itself becomes overhead supply. And I think that's really what you need to take away from, especially AMC as a lesson, is every single one of those spikes that happened, it was the company itself that's selling shares to you. And, you know, there's the old saying, don't fight the Fed. I would say don't fight the Fed, and also don't fight the company. If the company's buying back shares, probably not a good company to short. And if the company's selling shares to you, it's probably not a good company to hold.
Words to live by, definitely. Michael Noss, great stuff. As always, have a wonderful weekend. We'll see you on Monday.
Talk to you Monday.
Thank you, Michael. And look, I know Carvana's not really moving much anymore, but what that was able to do was impressive. Novavax, of those types of names, the squeeze name, like this was one that was literally going bankrupt. Everyone's like, they talked about going concern issues themselves, and then they get to deal with Sanofi for the exact amount almost of their market cap. I think the entire deal was with Sanofi, and then potential for more. So they're not going under, and it has been begging to break out this last little week. I feel as if it wasn't for all of this attention in other places, these guys would be going ham, and maybe a breakout of 15 can even happen today. It's just a matter of, you know, it's a huge short float. It's already made the move. Get above 15, and the shorts have got to be scared. And this is, I really never understand when something goes that far to the downside and there's still that ridiculous a short float. Like, how does FFIE get to the pennies? And it's like, it's still 90-something% short. It doesn't even make any sense to me. Like, why wouldn't you have covered by then? But in this case, the short's got to be scared on NVAX if it breaks over 15.
Long, or are you?
No, I'm out. Yeah, I'm out of FFIE. I think we have to refresh that, guys.
Yeah, the position board's wrong. I'm still long into that one. I want to say a shout out to Mr. Jose Mercado here. I can't confirm anything, honestly. I mean, I don't know anything about Roaring Kitty or anything like that for FFIE. So, you know, thank you again for these, I guess, 2 super chats, or I don't know, but it's up here twice. $50, thank you so much, or 100. Either way, thank you very much. Very kind of you, Jose. But at the end of the day, I don't know. Could it go to over $50? I mean, this is the world that we live in. I mean, all I can do is show you that Faraday, we've talked about this a while ago, this was 20, 30 cents a couple days ago. It's now $2.60. We just had Michael Noss talk about some of these names and what can happen to them. FFIE, come on, FFIE here on Trade Ideas, 87% short float. So the whole float is short, pretty much. So we'll have to see what this means to the stock. So thank you again. Thank you so much. I mean, that's, we'll spin that for you. And I hope you're long maybe 500 shares from yesterday, from a few days ago. If you are, great trade for you. At the end of the day, we haven't been able to break this 280 really. I was trading back and forth. I'm red on it right now. Let's see if we can get back because we shorted, remember? And then we went long, and now we just bought that dip basically into VWAP here on FFIE. So we were buying dips. Remember, we were short there. That was wrong. Buying dips. No, long here again. And yeah. So do I have a prediction for this today? I mean, not really, to be honest with you. I mean, I wish I could tell you a little bit more, but for right now, it's ripping, and it's up 67%. That huge short flow once the market opens up. I mean, if traders were holding this short last night, and then now this, there could be like a huge market on open buy coming through. Wait for 925 when we get the NASDAQ imbalances. But for right now, I'm just trying to sell some at 78 right now to take that 13 pennies and then sell some more in the 80s. So we're long right now at $2.65 here on FFIE. Let's go over and find out what has been upgraded or downgraded, and the sticky note will be out momentarily.
BofA Securities kicking off the list here with 2 upgrades, Coinbase and Robinhood. The Robinhood upgrade of particular interest, raising the price target from 14 to 24 and upgrading from underperform to buy. So nice move there for Robinhood. JD also getting upgraded here. They had earnings yesterday, getting this upgrade from Macquarie, and United Airlines and a couple other airlines getting upgraded here by Wolfe Research. Downgrade side, Morgan Stanley kicking off the list, downgrading 2 Chinese ADRs here, Baidu and Weibo. Weibo reports next week, so keep an eye on this one. We also have Cracker Barrel down about 14%, getting this downgrade from CL King. And last but not least, one of yesterday's more iffy earnings names, Under Armour here, getting this downgrade from Telsley Advisory Group, guys.
Big one for Robinhood, which we kind of went, you know, it's in the watch list. We'll probably talk about it again, but I just like what this stock is doing because triple bottom at 16, and that doesn't even account for the support that was there before. It doesn't hurt that you got crypto going up and you have, I mean, shorted names also making moves doesn't hurt at all. Yeah. This one still has a decent enough short float, although it's not really loading right now. My trade ideas, it'll probably pop up in a second. But you bounced off. I was short in the afternoon because it was just a resistance level, 18.25 down to 18. But now you've had 18 hold successive days. You closed on a dip at 18. You've bounced off 18. Now you get the upgrade. I like dips in this stock into about 18.6, and then 18.3 would be the big one. Resistance in the afternoon and support. And if it takes out the top, I mean, I'd like to join the long if it's breaking out 1940 as well. So I like Robinhood in there. I saw the downgrade for Under Armour, but they got smoked on their earnings. Probably has to settle down a little bit. There was a nice recovery for them. But I think that's when you let it settle down for a couple of days. Robinhood's in play today for sure. Great upward trending stock. The daily chart, I'd argue, looks almost better now that it's holding the higher
SLV.
Low. At 16 was such a great buy. You kick yourself because in hindsight, it makes a triple bottom. And the second day after that's a day to start looking for that long. Now it's up at 18 instead of 17. But if it's going to go, you might as well be involved.
Yeah, no, 100%. We indicated Robinhood at 1680 when all this meme stuff sort of started. It was just going to be for a day trade anyways, but nice to see it going. FFIE is what I've got on my mind right now. I still have AMC up and GME up on the other screens, but for right now, my mind is focused on this and getting the sticky note out. So we're going to have it on there. Robinhood is also on the sticky note. That will be out very, very soon. So yeah, we're getting ready. Should be a good day here. And yeah, back over to the desk and we'll start the rundown.
Anyway, we're just talking about some housing data. Let's get into everything else we need to know here. Sharif's going to lead us off with a look at the futures.
53.20, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday, and we used, surprisingly enough, that half-point level, that 50-point level as resistance. 53.50 was that level of resistance that we couldn't break through. So let's go ahead and see, can we use yesterday's closing print as support? If we can't, let's look at yesterday's low, 53.13 as support.
All right, if you haven't done so, make sure you grab that. Very easy. Go to the website, tradertv.live. You'll see a pop-up appear. You enter your email address, and then it just shows up for you every single day with everything you need to know on it in the pre-market. Let's talk about Reddit here to kick things off nicely. Guys are mentioning it early this morning if you're with us at 8:30. So OpenAI going to allow Reddit going to allow OpenAI and ChatGPT to use a very, very vast set of data to train their models coming from Reddit, which is good for OpenAI as well.
Yeah, we've been hearing a lot about this, and they did that deal with Google already. So now the extension of the whole thing here is to go to their competitor and do that as well. So here's what Reddit gets. So Reddit gains access to AI features. So OpenAI is going to provide them with AI access as well as compute power in exchange for giving them data. There's also the potential for increased user engagement as a result of these new features. But really for OpenAI, they stand to benefit the most here because their training data is going to be based off regular people's interactions. And that's what they were trying to mimic here, Brendo. These AIs to act actually as humans. Kind of scary.
Yeah, you guys were mentioning it
Still,
early
no,
on
it's
in the
not
talk there,
possible.
guys.
Like actually,
Yeah, like Reddit. I think today, the pre-market volume's actually better than normal, but it's not like egregiously large on this gap up, and it did sell back underneath its breakout price. Well, not the breakout price, but like the recent high, like this 64 and a half level. So it was up there, and on very, very light volume, it's kind of dipped back in. The market's not doing a heck of a lot, but the market is sort of gliding higher, for better term. But I like 60 in here. 60 the last couple of days was the wall or the resistance level. So this stock above 60, gonna be looking for longs on Reddit. The daily chart, there's not a heck of a lot to dig into on a daily chart of an IPO, but you just recently tested that 60 high. Like there's your big gap up overnight, 60 high, and then it failed it. Now you're kind of back and forth a few days, now trying to break out above it. So 60 is the level that I think you work off of. And if it gets all the way up to like 65, 66, that'd be fantastic. So looking for longs at the open on Reddit, but probably a little bit of a dip buy here. It's hanging out in the middle on light volume with a bit of a spread. I think you let this thing open up, and then I'm going for the dip buy on RDDT.
Look, we already talked about Reddit down there at $50 before earnings. On the market recap show, I said this is the name we're interested in. It's a great long down here, breaking above that $50. It looked a heck of a lot like ARM, the same kind of setup. And now you're getting more news coming out on Reddit. Obviously a brand new stock, lots of stories to be told there. So I like Reddit. We just got FFIE at 83 right there on the way up. It just went to 85, by the way. So shout out to Tisha and everybody there that's in the chat. We're continuing to hold this one. So I'm in half of what we had from that bottom of 265. So we're still in half of that. Want to hold it for more. My next offer is in the 90s. And then we'll see hopefully for that $3 break. And then I want to get involved right off the jump. So if we're able to halt early, I want to get that long on the halt. And if it halts down, I want to try to get the short. So either way, I want to be involved in this name today pretty big time if I can. And then GME, well, not if I can, I will. It's not a thing. Be involved. Whether or not we'll make money, we'll see. Yeah, GameStop, little reaction today to the downside on that earnings guide, and then the mixed shelf. But at the same idea, you're holding pretty good. The sticky note is now out. I have 20. 18 as a bottom, sort of where we started to gap fill here when this whole story started. So that's 18. If you're not looking at 18, then we're not looking at the right spot, in my opinion, today. I feel like it probably comes into here, could halt right away off the open. Then if it gets there, that's the long from there. So I'm looking for a catapult off 18, basically. You might want to start it at 20. Because honestly, if you're not willing to hold GameStop $2 against you, then exit stage left. Because the gap, just by getting filled, it could just go $1 against you immediately. So it's like you could get filled and get punched out. Like that's already happened. It's talked to lots of people around here that have been trading this. You have to have a plan of action with GameStop and with AMC. And honestly, there goes FFIE. So we have this at 265. So right now, 20 cents in the money on 260, or about 7-8% in the money right now on this move. Obviously, can get it going a lot more than this. My offer's in the 90s. We talked about that. So here we go. It's FFIE. And yesterday we traded it all. GameStop, AMC, Tesla, AMD, everything under the sun yesterday we traded, and it looks like we're starting off again right now. So, yeah, if you want to know the number for AMC there, Ben, it is written there on the sticky note, and I'm sure we'll get to it at some point.
SBSW.
Let's go on to semiconductors, AMD specifically here. Reports suggesting Microsoft is going to introduce AMD-powered AI chips. 3.3% here. I was just noting with Sharif here, this number down here, Sean was alluding to this yesterday as well. It's basically flat.
Yeah.
In the last month here.
Yeah. Well, I'm not surprised. I'll get that out because when they reported last time, it sold off on weaker than expected revenue for AI chips. Brendo, they only projected $4 billion. The market was looking for a lot more than that, so it sold off. So here's a look. Azure wants to include their MI300X chip because it's having trouble getting its hands on the H100. Blackwell is not being made en masse yet, so they got to look somewhere else. And so AMD's gain, NVIDIA's loss.
Yeah, just looking through some of these other ETFs. Here's the SMH back to basically highs. SOX looking similar as well, guys. Thoughts on AMD possibly in Microsoft?
Okay, so I mean, I actually don't have any thoughts on Microsoft for this news, but for AMD, yeah. Yesterday was a good long that was bafflingly weak late in the day. That's what I want to get out. Like early in the day, no problems. Like it was a dip into the 160 that was on the note. It was right into the previous close, and then it was 163 above on the break. But then all of a sudden, it just continued to. It just couldn't catch a bid in the afternoon. Comes all the way back in. Good news is it holds the opening range bottom. This is 10:30. It holds 161.6. You're back above 63 and 65. You are now making a double top break, and it's like 20-something minutes to go until we have the open. So I'm looking at the 165 for the dip zone, and then 163 as well. If it can't hold 63 today, I think it's in a bit of trouble. 63 was the resistance, like this previous resistance on the daily that just got taken out. So I think as long as it holds onto that, you're at the 50 period on the daily, so maybe that can be a little bit of a hold up. But this has lots of room to run because AMD had a rather large pullback that it didn't recover from when NVIDIA got all the way back up to the top, or at least close enough to it. I mean, AMD is just making a small recovery, so it's got some catch up to do with regards to the move that we've seen recently in NVIDIA.
Look, yesterday we absolutely nailed AMD. It was probably the trade of the day, and it happened immediately. So yesterday off the sticky note, we had 160 long written down, as Neil just mentioned. There's my trade yesterday on AMD, 160, right off the open at 9:30. I was trying to look for my trade later on in the day. I must have not posted it because we did go long there at the end of the day and actually made some money on that as well. But if you're just going to look at yesterday's long. We just talked about 160. Look where we were long, 160. That's the long. I just showed you the fills. So it went up $8 for us. At the end of the day, obviously pretty weak there. Actually, no, we were short at the end of the day. What am I talking about?
It was short.
Yeah, we were short.
Yeah, it was short.
Yeah, we were short underneath VWAP. Right. Because people were asking me about the long, right? And we said no. But there it is. So nice news today. So it is on the sticky note today. We wrote down 164.
SOFI.
So basically, you know, we were down here 162 yesterday. I feel that 164 area, 165, 165.50. Start bidding in and around there and then deal with it when it gets back into here into 164. And hopefully I don't make a low wick before it starts to take off again. But AMD is on my mind today. But honestly, right now, just like yesterday, I never thought we would be in this kind of stuff this early. Yesterday we were in GME, AMC real early. Today we're in Faraday. And we just go where the money is. And I feel like when there's volume, there's opportunity. And today there's volume and volatility and opportunity with Faraday, AMC. And by the way, GME is trying. I mean, I don't want to, it's not doing anything, so I don't want to like scare everybody. But it is, I'm going to sneeze. It is going to the...
Bless you.
We got the mute on that one, so that was good. We got the mute there. That was pretty good. You probably still heard it on every mic around here. But at the end of the day, GME is starting to pull back just a little bit. Let me just quickly check for you guys on the imbalance locator just to see if GME is on here. It is on here right there as a sell. Alibaba, let's go Alibaba. I didn't even put that on the sticky note. I probably should have. Reddit's there as a buy as well. Let me just check out what Alibaba's doing today. Wow, 87.70. Yeah, buddy. This has been a big stock. I made
of FFIE right into that 40 level. So this could be a nice little dip off 40. I was short 40 to 42 a couple times, bouncing off of 40, looking pretty solid for CRKN.
IGC.
All right. Yeah, you guys could see real trading happening. Basically, AMD dip buys, that's a pretty easy optionable kind of trade for everybody there. We really made that money early on AMD. That was a pretty easy one for most people, I hope. And then we wrote down GameStop at 20. So we have that price. So right there, it's nicely in the money now, almost $1. Well, it is basically $1. Just needs one more push. Right now, 90 cents in the money on that. And then again, the trade that just fell into our lap was Robinhood. So that name continues to go. So yeah, man. I mean, this is another one of those days setting up for us. We'll go 3 for 3 here to start. And yeah, hopefully another one of those days. So we're going to wait to see what happens on GameStop. I'm offering right here at the 50-period moving average just to get another piece out again. I feel like you got to take some profit at some point, as there goes GameStop right there back up to the upside. I'm with you guys. I'm with you. So let's see what happens right now there. Yeah, 30 cents, 20 FIE, GameStop.
It's holding nice.
Yeah, it's holding real nice. And then there's Robinhood. Again, that was a real... for me, a pretty good deal right there on Robinhood coming through here. So we'll have all of them on board. GameStop coming back in. Watch out for a 20 break. And then we gonzo on that one. On that. That just reminds me of someone put in the chat about
I love Gonzo. So Gonzo's one of my favorite characters. So Crown bounce.
Or whatever, 31.94. We'll take a little bit more right there, and then we'll see what happens up here at the 200 period. So, yeah, I mean, this could blow up. I mean, I don't know. Maybe the market's finally dipping down and trying to catch that bid. We've seen it be so resilient over many
executed.
Months, it seems like now for the NASDAQ as it just keeps on making those moves. We are reloaded up, I guess, on GameStop. So here we go. We're long at 35 again. Trying to go... This, again, we break through 20. It's going to slam down, and we're going to get out. And I don't think the slippage should be too bad on a $20 name. So we just have a market order to get us out. A little bit lower, not just on the initial break. A couple dimes lower than that, and we'll get out to see if that does work. But right now, GameStop reloaded position down here. Our only outs were at 75, and we had 2 of them up there. So here we go. Let's see if we can get going again on this one. Intel just went in for the money a little bit. Robinhood, a big trade today, man. Upside for Robinhood. Feeling like getting some out now, though, or just maybe just clearing the position, as I am bias short right now, as you can tell, as we just loaded up Intel. But GameStop is a different story. Come on, GameStop, let's go. Maybe we get back into the 70s. We're trying to take another out in that range, and then we'll see what happens after that. So let's go GameStop. A little bit of a move upside here now. Let's take some more money out on this name. We may be a little bit of a robot, but hopefully a successful one. So go GameStop, get us out there in the 60s and 70s.
It's your birthday.
Yeah, which it might not be its birthday yet, but let's go GameStop. It is your birthday. We are going to party.
I like the Intel short.
If it doesn't break.
No, I like the Intel short because I'm looking at those chips. They're all getting shellacked.
Yeah.
AMD's up 1.8%, but they're all trend down right now. Nasty. I went over to look at ARM. I looked at the stock. I brought it up, and it went down like $2. That stock's absolutely tanking. Reddit's holding on to VWAP. So that's where I've been, like Reddit, VWAP. It's gotten to 65. It's gotten to 65 halves. We've been scalping it in here and then trying to hold for a break of the high as that continues to go up, as the market, by the way, is not cooperating at all. So there's your NASDAQ. We're right back in. I guess I drew a line of support here at 18,625 just for myself on that little wick overnight. But yeah, we're right testing that overnight support on the market, which is not bullish if we break it. Checks notes, still true. So Reddit's looking good. CRKN is probably going to give it up at the same time that FFIE does. FFIE is trying to hold on to 260,
SNSE.
and this is trying to hold on to VWAP in here. So the only longs we got are in a penny stock and Reddit, which has fantastic news. I do want ARM short, but as I said, I went over to even look at the stock, and yuck. It just tanked one more time. First available pop, I think, for that one. And Coinbase 200 is not in play yet. But remember yesterday, I was like, yeah, 200 break on Coinbase, and then stared at it not breaking.
SOXS.
Back in play.
Guys, we're 5+% in the money on Robinhood as well from the bottom, so that's a big trade for us. And then, by the way, I mean, we just put on Intel. That's a dime right now. We'll see if it gets more than that. And then, look, I mean, I'm with you.
BCAN.
Whoever just said, look, Sean, I'm not sure about that GME trade. Nor am I. I mean, this is part of the game, right? I mean, that's why we trade AMD for $2 winner today. That's why we traded GameStop in and out already. That's why we have Robinhood 75 cents in the money. You put your risk on the line every single day when you step in these doors, right? And so I'm completely fine doing that. This is what we do. So look at this long. We took it, we got out, and then we had resting bids there that we made a mistake on, so we were able to get in and out of those. One for a mistake and then one for a little flat there. But here it comes back into the downside. And guess what's happening right now? I mean, Intel is the newest money maker. We just told you about Intel. So there it goes. Nice downside move, man. Today, again, seems to be a pretty good day other than Faraday. We'll have one red mark.
Faraday just broke.
Yeah, so we'll have one red mark today, Faraday. That's it. So we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4 and 1 with pre-market L on Faraday. But yeah, so far so good here in the open market. And let's just keep doing what we do best, and that is make a little bit of scratch around here. 1920 maybe a good out there for Robinhood. I mean, hey, look, we are that moving more than I thought.
DUL may resume in less than a minute.
We'll see if we get an out there. If it comes back up to the upside, Robinhood, just a small piece left on that one, about 10%. And then Intel will get a little bit more out as well. But really, GameStop, we'll wait to see if we get that 70, Phil.
So when Faraday broke 260, I punched out. I said I would do it at VWAP on CRKN because I didn't want Faraday like halting or something, and then I get stuck in this. So we get out just like 60, well, half a cent underneath break even on that trade. If it holds VWAP, I might jump back into this, but they're looking a little bit weak right now. And the same day, I'm talking about Crown and FFIE, though once more, it's wicked $2.60 and come right back. So this is not the first time it did it. At 9:30, it was a much bigger move to the downside we all saw, but it's right back above VWAP. So when that happened, my breakout's still there. I mean, it's still holding technically around VWAP, so that $3 break is very much in play. So if it goes through there, you still.
There's GameStop.
Reddit is sort of chilling out right now. I got an offer. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I just have people. I got filled on GameStop. Keep going.
No, I'm gonna get an offer at the high of the day on Reddit, but it's not going to be like this pre-market nonsense high. It's going to be up here at 65 and a half. Because it feels like it's getting a little bit heavy on the top on this name. But looking for the next play, hopefully be this FFIE break. Let's go.
Happening now, numbers.
Yeah, we did just get this CB leading index month over month coming in here, negative 0.6, so lower than the previous, and consensus of negative 0.3 here. Market not reacting too much to this, still kind of on that curl. SPY near flat, NASDAQ slightly lower today. We do have a lot of Fed speak to keep an eye on here heading into the rest of the week as well. We're going to be getting Fed's Waller and Kashkari at 10:15. Kashkari, definitely one to note. He has moved the market, especially recently, given that he's a little bit more cautious and hawkish. We'll also have Fed's Daily coming in here at 12:15, so keep an eye on the Fed speak. We'll also, other stocks keep an eye on here. We have Boeing on watch. Not doing too much right now, but they're having their annual shareholders meeting at 11 a.m. Eastern time in 1 hour. We'll be voting on Dave Calhoun's CEO's retention of his board status. We also have Take-Two here, initially trading to the downside because they did limit or they have a decrease in bookings, but they did beat both sales and EPS estimates. So nice look here for TTWO.
All right, thank you, Adair. We'll come back to a little bit of one of these because we're spinning it again. What's up? Where's my apes at right now? We put down on the sticky note $20, and we're brave enough to take it twice. So let's see what happens now. Back up to the upside. P&L number 1 today's AMD. P&L number 2 will be GameStop. Well, maybe Robinhood. Robinhood right now. GameStop temporary as the P&L keeps changing. So we'll wait to see what happens here with GameStop. Back up to 21. There's
Executed.
Our fill at 70, like we said again. We'll see if we can get that. Robinhood is falling back in a little bit here. I'm still just going to hold it. It's not a huge piece. Let's see if we get back up to 9. That was a mistake not getting out on that shelf break. So we sort of got a little greedy on that one. We should have done that. We did get some out there on Intel. But as you could see, we're only out at 70% or 30% of this one. As you can see,